I'd like to welcome everybody here to this June 21st, Tuesday, Salt Lake City School District Board of Education meeting. It's our annual planning meeting, and we appreciate all of you who are here today to present to the board and to help us plan this afternoon. I'd like to especially welcome members of the board, excuse board member Sika, who had a family issue emergency that she needed to respond to, and welcome our superintendent, Dr. Gadsden, and business administrator Alan Kersley, and those of you who are here to present. Thank you for being here. I'd like to start with the Pledge of Allegiance and ask Dr. Hall to lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Can't give it away.
All right, thank you. We've got several study topics tonight for this afternoon for this planning, and we do want this to be a little less formal, but I'm going to turn the time to the superintendent to introduce our first number one on our agenda, study topic agenda, is the department updates and highlights. So Superintendent?
Yes. So Sam, do we have the presentation queued up? And to start out our discussion for year in review, we have Dr. Gwendolyn Johnson-White, who will also be presenting the year in review for special education submitted by Aaron Anderson. We have James Yapius, who will be presenting year in review for the foundation. And followed by that, we have Ms. Yandri Chatwin, who will present year in review for communications and community engagement. Those are the first ones.
Yandri's here.
Who's here?
Yandri is.
Oh, yeah. Great. Start with Dr. Johnson-White.
Yes, Yandri, you want to go ahead and come up?
Dr. White's online, right?
Yes, she's on the Zoom. It's following. I called you all in the order that you're going to be coming. And so, Dr. Johnson-White, if you could hear us on Zoom, we're ready to start with your accomplishments and celebrations.
Okay, good afternoon, Board President Ford, Board Vice President Salazar, Board members, and Superintendent Dr. Gadsden. Dr. Gadsden introduced the team members who will be presenting, so we will go ahead and jump right in.
Can we turn the volume up?
Are we able to turn the volume up?
This for myself, but I also realized that in working with the superintendent through the listening tours and the various town hall meetings that we had in each precinct, that it was very important, I think, for people to know what people do and where to turn when they have questions or need help or need services or information. And this little hand booklet for staff and students will provide them with information of a point of reference. When I need information for something, be it special ed, regular ed, teaching and learning, whatever, they will have this booklet with a point of reference. It will have the name of the person to contact, the phone number, and a brief description of what that department does, what services it provides. This helps us to keep the transparency very much there and open for families. It helps us to build relationships. It's certainly a time saver because you don't have to go from one department to another to get information. You know exactly where to go. So it's a great little tool that I think will help the entire Salt Lake City School District, and I'm happy to be a part of gathering all of the information from all of the departments and putting it. Engaging in equity training with the state. And as we continue to work with our district, we know that there are situations and concerns that we need to address. Finding solutions to provide an opportunity for all students to have access, opportunity, and be included in this process is critical and key for our success. Every student should have an opportunity to have a wonderful experience throughout their entire school career, K through 12. And I think providing this access, equity, and inclusion for them and allowing people to have a voice at the table will certainly engage all of us in communicating as a cohesive group and working through the challenges that we find that we have to work through to make the Salt Lake City School District better for all of us. Participating in town hall meetings. This was quite informative for all of us with Dr. Gadsden, and I realized in working with the superintendent that it's an opportunity to go to all of the different areas and the different precincts for the board members, and we appreciate the support of the board during this time frame and our listening tours as we engaged in information with all of the schools and district departments as well, to better be able to work together to meet the needs of our entire school community. And when we have opportunities to talk about accolades or situations in schools that we can improve on as we work together as a team, it was quite rewarding to hear some of the things that some of the schools shared with us, to be able to answer the questions of our parents during our listening tours and to engage in conversation with them. I think it opens the doors and it helps us to connect all of the dots in terms of what we need to do to make things better in our district. I'm happy to have the opportunity to have collaborated with several outside organizations and community partners to address the need for additional student and staff resources, and I think James is going to hit on this a little bit more. But this past year, in the first semester, we had a mental health Zoom meeting for about 480 participants. It was presented by the parentguidance.org. The Cook Foundation supported it. We were able to get a medallion on each school website for parents and staff to access to get their questions answered about mental health issues with their children. And hopefully the work will continue as we move forward into this next year. The well-being of our students and racial equity, we will be providing an opportunity for all students to have those successful opportunities in our schools. Support of office and educational equity and advocacy specific to Title IX. I work with DWS, Migrant Education, again, to provide that equity and access for everyone. Other areas of accomplishments was the summer school program, and this was a biggie. This was not a Gwen Johnson White initiative. This was an initiative for the entire school district. We provided summer school collaboration for 12 departments monthly and weekly. And by that I mean we engaged everyone at the district office and in other offices around the district to participate to make this one of the very best that we've had. And I'm told that we have the largest summer school enrollment to date, including provisions for enrichment for all of our students. And that's a pat on the back for every single department in the Salt Lake City School District. The teacher, parent, classified staff advisories provided an opportunity for us to meet quarterly with these individuals. It wasn't a gripe time. It wasn't a lay the blame somewhere else. It was not a complaining session. It was an opportunity for us to put our heads together, to respect one another from where we have come from and our experiences that we have had over the years, both with the Salt Lake School District and other districts. But it provided us an opportunity to build a bridge, to work as a cohesive group to address the needs of our district and our students in our schools. And I think one of the common threads throughout all of the three areas that we work with, the teacher, the parent, and the classified group, was better communication and collaboration and having an understanding of sometimes we just have to listen to individuals and invite them to the table. We know that we have families that have not been invited to the table to express their needs and concerns and to help us to find solutions to make things better. I participated in the ethnic studies presentation along with several other cabinet members. We presented to the Utah State Legislature and the NAACP. That was a very exciting time for us to talk about Senate Bill 0244, which requires ethnic studies in public schools throughout Utah in grades K through 12. That initiative is going to be coming around hopefully pretty soon, sooner than later, and I'm looking forward to continued participation in this area. The Student Achievement Plan is another big opportunity for all of us to work, and we're all working, all cabinet members are working together with our various teams to address the needs, concerns, and areas that we need to address. My area is the communications area, and this team that will be presenting tonight are members of the team. Other members include Dr. Berenice Gutierrez, Board Member Bryce is on our team, and Dr. Shante Broadway McDaniel. And we have a few other people that we will be inviting to join us at the table. So that's those are some of the major accomplishments that I took on this year, and I'm looking forward to continuing with these and adding a few more to it for next. Now I'm going to go to Erin Anderson's presentation on special ed. Erin is not here, of course, as you know, but she took the time to provide her major accomplishments for this assignment here. And she indicates that we provided services to over 3,000 students with IEPs, with a staff of 162 special ed teachers, including teacher specialists, 7 pre-K SPED teachers, a pre-K testing team of 2 people, 27 speech and language pathologists, 1 physical therapist, 1 vision specialist, maybe more, 1 audiologist, 3 occupational therapists, 2 adaptive PE teachers, 8 school psychologists, a district testing team of 2 staff members, and approximately 205 paraprofessionals. This is really big, I think, for the Salt Lake City School District. We had a special ed teacher as a finalist for Teacher of the Year in Salt Lake City for the first time ever. That's a major accomplishment as well. Many of our special ed teachers who took teach grades K through 6 attended letters training. with their peer general ed teachers. And the next slide. Okay, I'm going to have Erin to address the issue that every student who graduated with special ed services had an active IEP, and we'll get some additional information to the board regarding that area. We will be participating in the unified schools at Nibley Park Elementary, Emerson Elementary, Parkview Elementary, Meadowlark Elementary, Highland Park Elementary, Clayton Middle School, Glendale Meadow, West High School, East High, and Highland High School next year. And basically, the Unified Schools is a program in connection with the Special Olympics where schools find ways to celebrate Inclusion Day, weekly and monthly. These schools will have a banner and additional swag given to them by the Unified Schools organization. Thank you to the Salt Lake Bees and to the Education Foundation for providing funding needed to make this happen. Way to go, Erin. Great job. And that concludes my part of the presentation. So next we will have Mr. Yapius present. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. I just want to briefly highlight some of the things that the foundation, on behalf of the Salt Lake Education Foundation Board of Directors, we appreciate the work that we're doing. We partner strategically with Donors Choose to support students in schools in 2021-22, and we actually raised over $3 million for our schools. And over 1,234 teachers were able to apply for that, and 3,900 projects were implemented within our district. We were the highest in the country, the #1 foundation as far as raising through Donors Choose, and it's exciting to know that. And we were awarded $26,000, 130 teachers through the Salt Lake Education Foundation. In small classroom grants, awarded $29,589 Salt Lake school programs and activities through partners. As far as student and family support, I know that we do a lot of provide opportunities for our families for food, open new school-based pantry at Northwest, which is highly utilized, and it's incredible to see that. I was there during the weekend a couple of weekends ago, and families are just benefiting from that. Partner with Smith's Food and Drug Rudy's kids, and they contributed significantly to the project. Distributed 212,018 pounds of food in partnership with Utah Food Bank. Expanded the dental program through University of Utah. The school outreach screening 440 students in 2007 needing some dental treatment. Helped close digital divide and provided free and home internet for 106 families and 80 student laptops. But more than anything, really worked very close with Sam Quantz in making sure all of our students receive internet services. So that's just, in short, this small list of the Salt Lake Education Foundation highlights, but there are many, many things that we've done. And we are certainly appreciative of the work that we continue to do with each and every one of you. So thank you. I don't know who's next, but
Yandri is next.
Okay.
And Dr. Hall, if you would go ahead and come to the table, Dr. Hall's group will be next.
Oh, maybe I don't control the clicker.
Couldn't do it. So
All right.
Is the clicker working, Sam?
No.
Is it on?
It says on.
IT guys first question.
It's okay. We'll just chat.
Oh,
Okay.
Sam, did you move? Jason, okay.
Thank you so much for allowing us a few minutes to chat with you today. We've brought our entire department. My colleague Jason Olson is with me today. And we wanted to tell you a little bit about the work that we've done this year. We started out the summer being really, really busy. Dr. Gadsden came in and we made sure he spoke with every single news outlet, print, television. We talked to outlets in English, outlets in Spanish. And before Clyde was born, I made sure that he got to meet the key players up at the Capitol as well. He met with just about every one of our legislators one-on-one. We also met with leadership members, so we met with the Senate President, with the Speaker of the House, and with other key players up there. I wanted to make sure that as our new superintendent was coming in, that we set him up for success and made sure the right people were aware that he was here. We then had a back-to-school fair. I'll let Jason chat a little bit about that because this was around the time I stepped away for a few months. And Jason really stepped in and helped support our work continuing on.
As well as James.
Yeah, the back-to-school fair is kind of team effort here, but it was very successful, held at Glendale Middle School. I don't know how many of you were able to attend, but it was nice to see the community out and about. We did take the chance to advertise that as far and wide as we could. James and the foundation lined up a lot of community partnerships and services to make that beneficial. So parents could come and not just ask questions, but then be referred to the specific services that may help them.
Around the beginning of the school year, as you all may remember, we also had, well, you know that we do a lot of crisis communications. The Salt Lake City mask mandate came into effect around the time our school year started, which caused some informational challenges. And so we were able to, and by we I mean Jason, because he was leading at that time, to make sure that messaging and that transition were smooth for our families in our school district. Over the course of the fall, this is back to Jason again, but there was a superintendent listening tour where there was a meeting in every single precinct in our school district. And I'll let Jason share a little bit more if he has anything to add about that. I know Dr. Johnson-White touched on this as well.
Yeah, not a lot to share. You were there. You saw meetings, hopefully, but it was fun. It was fun to go out and actually meet the parents face-to-face. Many of the concerns that were shared or questions that came about were very familiar as you went from precinct to precinct, but then there were some that were very unique to precincts as well. So I think that was a great opportunity to go out and hear what people actually wanted to know from us.
Right. As you know, another of the things that my department does is hosts legislative breakfasts every few months. We have one coming up tomorrow. I know a few of you will be able to join us for that. I'll give you a little preview for tomorrow's. I've put together a panel. We have 7 of our educators participating. We have representation from elementary, middle school, and high school. I made sure I picked schools from across the district so we could get as broad of a cross-section as possible. We have representation from special education, from various other programs and departments in our district, and I'm thrilled to be able to have that. It's a little bit different format than what we typically do, but in a survey that I did of our legislators after the end of the session, they asked to hear from the people in our schools. They wanted to hear from those on the front lines, from teachers, from school administrators specifically. We have one paraprofessional who's agreed to be part of our panel as well, so I'm really looking forward to having a really open conversation about the needs of our schools right now. In January, we had a lot of messaging that we needed to do around Test to Stay. The program was suspended and then canceled entirely, so that meant a lot of changes for not just our district, but districts across the state. And so that took up a lot of our time in that period. We also briefly went into a temporary remote learning period. It was a smooth transition. Our schools knew exactly what to do. We've done this before. And we were able to also distribute resources to our community in the form of KN95 respirators when that recommendation came from our health authorities. The bulk of the spring, as you know, is taken up by the legislative session. A lot of you were up there with me for a lot of those meetings, so I won't touch on that too much. Another thing that was started this year that Jason's taken lead on is the weekly wrap. I'll let you share a little bit about that and the purpose of that newsletter.
The weekly wrap, under the direction from Dr. Gadsden, is basically designed to keep our employees informed about what's happening. It may not directly affect them, but at least what we focus on is information that they can maybe share with others or they need to know for their jobs. And so we focus it on keeping those employees informed and what's important to them. It's been long some weeks, it's been really short some weeks, it's just the nature of the business, but I think it's been nice to be able to point back to those and say, hey, there was information in this, you can go look it up in that weekly wrap.
And our employees, as we had our listening sessions and others, were very complimentary of the weekly wrap, and they were glad that we were sharing the information and kind of keeping them in the loop.
This spring, we also had 12 student walkouts on various issues on the bill that was passed that impacts transgender student athletes. We had students walking out regarding gun violence, students walking out regarding reproductive rights, and these young people spurred these on their own. We were just there to support in terms of media and that piece of it, but these were entirely student-led. They did take up a good chunk of our time, and honestly, it gives me a lot of hope. I was beyond impressed even with our middle school students who had talking points that were spot on. They had accurate data, and they were incredibly eloquent, and these are young people who are learning in our schools and applying to something they care about, and we were glad to be there to support the media piece of it. We also unfortunately had a number of school crises. We'll talk a little bit about this tomorrow at the legislative breakfast, but you all know mental health is a big issue of concern in our schools right now. And we've had a couple of tragedies in that realm that we've supported with communications. And then another goal that we worked on this year is trying to refine our social media strategy. Jason and I like to make decisions about our communications based on data, and we're lucky that built in each of our social media platforms we have data that we can check to see the number of likes, the number of followers. We can see which types of posts are performing well, and I asked Jason to do a little bit of experimentation this year. We've experimented with when Jason takes photos, posting same day, comparing the engagement to when he posts a day or two later, whether that matters. That helps us to be a little bit better in honing the content that we share, because our goal is to make sure the community is informed and that we highlight the good work that's happening in our schools. So we're continuing to refine that, but I wanted to let you know that that's a priority for us, to make sure that we're always fine-tuning that messaging piece, and we'll continue to do that into next year as well. That is what we've got. If you have any questions for us, we're happy to answer. If not, we will let you hear from the next group.
Questions from the board about these presentations? I would love a copy of the Where to Turn guidebook that Dr. Johnson-White referred to.
Oh.
We can definitely get you that.
All right, thank you for your good work.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Hall, stay here.
Or next, yeah.
He's got to stay.
Is there any way we can turn the air conditioning down? It is so cold.
Where's Alan?
Alan, are we able to adjust the temperature?
Is it cold? Are you cold?
No.
Somebody get Catherine a blanket.
He's so direct that it's the challenge. Are we too hot or too cold?
You can't tell?
No, I can't.
Okay.
I'm so sorry.
I have a blanket. You want my blanket?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Well, no, I better not wear a blanket. Okay.
You can just put it over your
It's
lap.
okay. It's okay.
Are you sure?
Yes.
I have a space. Oh, no, I don't.
Thank you. It's fine. Thanks so much. It's a little cold.
If you had a jacket, it would help.
Yes, I just need a jacket, but I think we have a thing about board members wearing blankets.
I know, it's true.
Stop.
Yeah.
Stop.
All right, well, I am incredibly glad to be here with you all today. I am not going to have time to go through all of the amazing things happening in the teaching and learning department, because I was told I had to hold this to 90 minutes. So, so I'll just go. Oh, 9 minutes, got it, sorry, thank you. This is our teaching and learning department at the supervisor level. We have a couple of new people that you have met in various ways and places, and I just wanted to call attention that Audrey Powell is our early childhood supervisor. You'll hear from her during the SAP presentation. Of course, Dr. Chelsea Malouf, who you've heard from already a couple times this year. This is her first year in that position. Dr. Alex Parsons, who's jumped into the fire truck and started running down the street, has been here for just about a month. And then we recently hired, and he'll be beginning with us in the summer, July 1st of 22-23, and also working with Refugee Services is Monty Eink. So he'll be a report to Dr. Chelsea Malouf. So we are doing a lot of really exciting things. You'll also notice that Katie Iramia's position has changed slightly over this last year. She and I have switched. I've taken libraries back. And Katie is doing our health and physical education. She took a team to the SHAPE conference this year, and we're very excited to have her really take over and begin to do some work with those two content areas. They've been kind of a hard part for us since Mr. Bruce Brinkman, who I know many of you knew, retired several years ago. And sometimes when you say, boy, it's hard to fill people's shoes, that's actually true. But Katie is doing an amazing job, and she's also working with our professional development and has implemented a new system for registration for all of our conferences that will allow us to do better evaluation of presentations, as well as a better way for teachers to register. So this is our team. It is an amazing team. In all of my years of education, I've never worked with finer people. So I'm now going to give just some of the highlights of what we have done this year. And Sam, it was there we go. So just some of our spotlights on success. And I'm going to begin with assessment. Actually assessment and evaluation, but I have a slide for each. So as you know, under Dr. Michelle Amio, our assessment and evaluation department oversees the responsible and ethical provision of all of our required federal, state, and district assessments. And just a couple of amazing highlights. All of our K-8 schools achieved our required 95% participation rate. And if you'll notice, it's not only that we met participation, but we also met completion. So students not just starting the test, but maybe not finishing the test, but they were able to fully complete the test, which is a lot of teacher support, teacher professional development, Terilyn Lee, Brittany Dimmick, Lynette Peck, many, many people, being available on the phone from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. during testing windows to make sure that teachers know how to complete those. So that was something that we're very proud of at a state level as well. Our Cadence testing, we had 99% reading and 98% math completion. And then our WIDA access was given to, over 4,000 students, and 195 of them exited to fluency. And we'll see some more about that data when we look at our pathways data in the update that you've asked for a little bit later tonight. But that's been a really wonderful thing to see this particular piece of data become more and more robust, because it really demonstrates our commitment to knowing whether or not the things that we do in our classroom work. Under evaluation, we have done, the evaluation department, again, under Dr. Michelle Amio, has done an amazing job of evaluation. So first, they maintain 15 separate application reports that principals can pull up in real time, sort the data, and use that data to make instructional decisions. And we are constantly working to make sure that the labeling, the way the data is presented is useful, and principals are able to make those decisions using current and good data. Just a couple of other highlights about this. Our program evaluations and reporting completed 9 this year, as we continue with some of them, including an ongoing evaluation of our academic coaching and summer school programs. I'd also like to point out the external research approvals and support. Salt Lake District, first being very close to major universities, and second being a diverse district as it is, receives many applications from outside entities to do research in this area, and they all have to be reviewed so that we can determine whether or not they are a benefit to us, or if they will be in the way. We don't want to tax teachers with outside requests that don't have that benefit to us. And this is the department that screens all of those and then works with those universities and researchers to make sure that that's appropriate. They also maintain all of our Illuminate platform data so that we can look at trends and also make sure that things are moving forward in an appropriate way. So, amazing things happening there. Thank you. Sam's telling me to talk faster. Okay, digital teaching and learning. I see that there was a slide here that in the transition did not make it over to you, so we'll see what that looks like as we go through. But we have had 50 educators. We've had these schools, Innovations and Newman, last year, Edison and Indian Hills this year, as part of our digital teaching and learning grant. So these teachers specifically have been working with a coach to make sure that they are integrating technology effectively and appropriately as a way of making education more effective. I also had a chart for you on this slide that disappeared that talked about our first formal administration of our typing assessment in grade 5. This is a state-required typing assessment. Miss Sally Warnicki, who was actually there in the back next to Sam, actually went and provided professional development to all of our 5th grade teachers and then co-administrated or fully administrated with teachers watching almost every test in classroom this year to make sure that our data was accurate. And we had more than 40% of our students at or above mastery. So we're really pleased about how that's going to roll out, and we expect to see that continue to get higher. In early childhood, again, we have a program that is recognized as a high-quality program throughout the state. Our team with Audrey Powell and Robin Johnson, I almost said other Robin, Robin Johnson, presented at the Learning Forward Conference, which is a national conference this year, and they presented a session called One Fish, Two Fish, Red Fish, Zoom Fish, and it was about how they were able to run early childhood over Zoom during our closure and shutdown during the pandemic. And that was very, very well received, and the data that they were able to present was excellent. They also have 111 students right now in their kindergarten readiness summer school. They've been doing a lot of work this year as students are coming back from the pandemic on social and emotional learning and making sure that as we catch students up in all of their academic areas, they're also once again comfortable in those classrooms. So those are amazing instructors and paraprofessionals we have in that program. English language arts. We implemented our letters program this year with more than 500 participants. I always say to Chelsea, you came into a first year and it was unbelievable, and you are still standing, so good for you. Those teachers have done an excellent job. I know that we were told, and we saw it come to fruition, that after they went through the first unit, that second unit was going to be where they really started to see the science of reading. And we're very excited to have all of these teachers and administrators in grades K-3 and in some schools 4-6 who have participated and really started to understand some of the changes in reading instruction. I had the opportunity to go through the administrator training for me, and just through the administrator training I went, well, really? Because however gazillion decades ago it was that I took this training, they said that I should do this, and now I understand I should not. So having that opportunity to go back and see how the science of reading has changed is really going to help us continue some of the amazing reading growth that we're going to share with you. This little graph that is here is just our RISE data, and again, we'll look at some other data more closely, but one of the things that I want to show about our RISE data throughout this presentation in a quick way is that every single one of our grade levels taking RISE. In ELA, the smallest gap of growth between last year and this year is 4%, but we have 7% in grades 4 and 5. All of our ELA students are reaching the levels of pre-pandemic success. So we are very pleased. They are this year either equal to or within a point or two of being where they were before the last year and a half happened. So that's fantastic. Chelsea also conducted a successful secondary Ela adoption, and you heard about that last meeting, so I won't go into that, but it is a huge process, and we're looking very much forward to doing our elementary adoption in the next year. I was doing so well. There we are. Extended learning. You know a lot about many of the things that have been happening in extended learning, but we just wanted to point out that we continue to have many of our teachers participate in gifted and talented endorsement classes. And so that we have teachers, even if not working in our neighborhood or our magnet gifted and talented programs, they are developing the skills to be able to differentiate and support students in their classrooms at a variety of different levels. This year, our neighborhood ELP teachers all participated in professional development with Dr. Brett Molding, working on their science specialist endorsement and really getting into phenomenon-based science as a way of making sure the activities that we do in those neighborhood classrooms are also standards-based and aligned to the curriculum and help prepare all of those students to meet those goals that we have for them in science. And then, of course, our pilot location for Washington has opened up, and we are beginning to have students change their registrations and move into Washington for our new 4-6 magnet program. Fine Arts had some amazing things happening at all of the school levels, but we also had our secondary visual arts show. I know that many of you had an opportunity to see that. It was absolutely astounding. Every year I try to buy a piece of student work, and I have a lot of work in my home, and honestly sometimes you can't tell which was student work from our district and which was student work from somebody who is an adult professional. It was an amazing show, and many, many hours of work went into that this year. Our state orchestra, we participated in all of those competitions, and we'd also like to point out that Mr. Curtis Black at Highland High School received that superior rating. So our students are really benefiting from that long-term, and our schools are benefiting from that long-term growth of every student having musical education starting in 4th grade and continuing to close those gaps so that they have opportunities in 7, 8, and then moving into high school. Library. We did some fun things with library. One of the things we did this year is that we worked with Southern Utah University to bring in 3 of their professors to do training with our secondary teachers to help them be ready to perform research in all of our AP, IB, and other high school classes so that students would be more prepared with their research and writing skills to enter college. So that was a lot of fun for us to do. Our librarians, who are amazing, earned over $100,000 in different grants and donations for student books this year. They do a lot of work. We appreciate the support of the foundation in that grant writing, but they've also applied for state grants and different pieces to make sure that students have what they need in their classrooms. In this age of disinformation, 100% of our students, our schools, the students in those schools received digital literacy and online safety lessons and learning through the library, so we're thrilled about that. And then once again, just a shout out to Ela Powell Hamilton, who was our UAlma Librarian of the Year. In math, there we go. We had 29 teachers finish their endorsement. This is really exciting because those elementary teachers are really developing a deeper sense of math and an understanding both of math personally and the instructional strategies that they need to do that. As you know, we had a teacher who won a PAMST award, which I'm sure I'm saying incorrectly. And our mathematics growth continues. Again, this is just a quick glance at our RISE data, but we had growth of 7, 9, 11% between last year and this year as we close that gap and move toward our upward trajectory again, coming back from everything that happened during our pandemic. Another thing that happened this year for the first time in mathematics is that we had our Acadian's math assessment for K3. This echoes or mirrors the Acadian's assessment for reading. We had a 97% participation rate, and 3 out of 4 of those grades were able to reduce district-wide the number of students likely to need intensive support. That means from the beginning to the end of the year, they closed their gaps and they are able to begin the next year close to or at grade level where they should be. And so you can see that we just had kindergarten go up by 1 point, but in 1st, 2nd, and especially 3rd grade, which is tremendous, we really had teachers working to know how to close that gap. National Board. Desi Olson runs our National Board program. We had a record number of teachers this year who applied to work on national board. We will now have 2 site-based cohorts and 1 district cohort. That's going to be amazing as those schools come together around those conversations around excellent teaching practices, and we continue to lead the state in the number of nationally board certified teachers that we have. All right, in science, you've heard presentations from Candace Penrod about our ecosystem. We continue to work on that. We are developing those science pathways through our Title I schools to Northwest in computer programming, and from our schools feeding into Glendale in life and biology sciences, so that they will feed into their high schools and do amazing things. We've got increased instruction in all elementary schools in science, and that shows in our science data. Our science data is some of the best in the state in terms of looking at what we're doing in RISE. That is really showing. Our growth gaps between the pandemic and non-pandemic range between 4 and 10%. We had 10% in 5th grade of growth, but that is a little higher just because a lot of the science instruction rolled out the year of the pandemic, and so we rolled it out online. So we've actually had 2 years of solid science instruction where many districts have not been able to have that advantage. In social studies, we've been working on some inquiry-based instruction, writing that ourselves. We are part of a national alliance to publish core-aligned, high-quality, inquiry-based science instruction that uses a lot of primary source documents so that students aren't processing and reading something that comes through a perspective or a bias of a publisher that we don't know, but instead that they're looking at those primary source documents and being able to make ask real questions and come up with good information about what they should know and understand about those times. They also, on May 26th, had a Civics Day where students at the high schools came together and talked about the projects that were important to them. They interviewed adults, looked at data, and really looked at ways to become engaged and productive members of their society. In world languages, we've done a lot of work to make sure that we're helping our students be ready for IB and AP testing. So we've been developing ongoing assessments for students with professional development for teachers to help them continue to increase the high quality language instruction that we provide in this district. We have this district, this is our seal of biliteracy. We have an additional 77 prospective students based on AP and IB scores that will join the ranks of having our seal of biliteracy, which is an increase of 31% or 31 students over last year. So we continue to grow in recognizing and finding the students. The chart on the bottom, which is very hard to see on this monitor, but I hope you can see in your printed packet, shows all of the languages that we have done the seal of biliteracy. And so another thing that has been a big push of our high schools, and we appreciate them so much in working with students, to find students who are fluent in languages other than ones that we teach, perhaps a home language, all different languages, and we find somebody who can help us either give the standard assessment or a different verbal assessment to ensure that if the student is bilingual in one or more, you can't be bilingual in one or more languages, if the student is fluent in one or more than English, then we are able to recognize that student with a seal of biliteracy that will be on their high school diploma. All right, that was the quick version of everything we've been up to this year. If you have any questions, I'll take those as the next person comes up.
Yes. Dr. Buendia, if you could come to the table, and next is Dr. Taylor, and then Dr. Buendia's group.
First, any questions for Dr. Hall?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, it's good to hear what you're doing.
Tiffany, we're going to have you come back at the end of the meeting to finish out that 90 minutes.
Yeah.
All right, Dr. Taylor, thank you.
Good afternoon. Can anyone hear me?
Oh, is he going first?
Okay, got it.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. First of all, with protocol already previously been established, I just want to say thank you for everybody's time this afternoon. This is just a quick overview and I'm sticking to the time limit that's been prescribed for us. So, I guess Sam will be providing me with assistance by being my slide person for me, or is it Al?
Do you want me to?
Sam.
Okay.
Sam, thank you. We'll fly through some of these. And if there are any questions, I'll catch them at the end. Our departmental focus really has been working on the 4 areas that we have in terms of our school networks. We want to make sure that we stay focused on change management and transformational leadership, being standards informed in terms of our planning, implementation, instruction, and learning, and making sure that we maintain a positive, equity-focused culture, climate, and environment. Next, we have our operation and supports. There were 6 main areas. Our school daily, weekly schedules, and monthly schedules, we wanted to make sure we had a comprehensive approach to those. How do we report and maintain tracking our incidents and activities? Our staff observations, staff discipline, site needs, as well as how do we report our time in which individuals will not be in the buildings. We developed protocols and support plans for principals without assistant principals. We looked at our late start process. We looked at school programs and processes. We did a master schedule analysis for our secondary schools. We made sure we maintained our administrative travel rotation, as well as our virtual school operation and consolidation. In the area of professional development, we wanted to make sure that we transition from just general topics to how can we implement 30% informative and 70% actionable. That means day-to-day operations, how can we improve the jobs and the craft that our administrators participate in. We looked at our data sessions with important numbers. How is that discussed and developed? How are we monitoring mentors, and what's our systems? We looked at craft sessions. Those are sessions that will be put in place to help us improve our day-to-day actions. How do we monitor attendance? We put in place collaboration sessions for our high schools to get everybody on one page. Our DLC topics and future meetings will be under using data to drive discussions and topics. School safety, support for new principals, new assistant principals, differentiated discussions based on school level sites, and school goals and benchmarks. We have many ongoing projects. We're currently working on school handbooks, mentoring guidelines for administrators, a process for horizontal student placement, guidelines there, developing systems to track grade level cohorts, and that's to impact our graduation rates, developing systems to track 10-day drops, and how do we get them re-enrolled. That was an area of focus that we will continue to work with over the summer and into the new school year. Ongoing alignment. How do we develop a principal pipeline program? That's through support with the Wallace Foundation. We're working on a collaborative staff initiative, building Salt Lake City school transformation model. Our West End call survey, which gave us really a big picture view of how do we view leadership and the impact that leadership is having in terms of school improvement. Developing unique graduation paths. Our safety subcommittee, and our South Park transition team. In the area of CTE, we saw, and this is just based on raw numbers, 12% growth in participation rate, a 17% growth in concurrent enrollment, and we're working on solidifying the offerings for students and access by all students, regardless of what high school the student attends. In Title I in athletics, we had a desk audit, and we saw that we have to focus on all our school-wide programs and making sure that we have a school-wide plan developed at our Title I sites that uniquely involve what we call our comprehensive needs assessment to developing goals and implementing strategies that will cause success for those individual school sites. We want to make sure that the basic information that will be addressed by each one of these departments and each site. We want our parents, our community, as well as our staff to understand what Title I is, what the narrative, the focus is for Title I at that individual site, the development of that parent compact, the policy, and the right to know, the school information that deals with the school annual Title I meeting, the school goals, the school report card, whether or not they're in any type of status, and how it's linked to their comprehensive need assessment, as well as supplemental title resources. Any questions?
Any questions for Dr. Taylor? Thank you.
Thank you.
You're more than welcome. Thank you.
Welcome, Dr. Buendia.
After Dr. Buendia's group will be Logan and Christina, and then Alan's group.
Okay, so I'm hoping this is on. Yeah? All right. Well, thank you for welcoming us to update you on our fabulous team and all of our fabulous work. So I do want to introduce Betty Jimenez, who's new to our team this year and is in the role of the supervisor over family, school, and collaboration and chronic absenteeism. So we're really excited for her to be here. Dr. Gutierrez will come online a little later. She's on vacation, well-deserved. So she'll come online when we talk about our student achievement plan. So with that, oh, I forgot, I have this. And you guys already know this other fabulous team. Oh, thank you, Sam. Perfect. All right, so we had some great things happening. You know, we've had a great COVID response team. We received a lot of feedback of appreciation that community members as well as employees feel like they have been better informed this year than in the past. So we're happy about that. And actually, we met briefly today to talk about, you know, a new message that's going to be going out soon. We have participated in an early draft of childhood to 12th grade graduation plan. So it's in draft form. It's completed. So we're happy to share that with you. And my co-lead was Dr. Hall, and so we'll share that a little later. We introduced equity audits. So as you remember, that's kind of been floating around. So we introduced it in a way that was non-threatening to our audience. So I felt pretty proud, and it was a collaborative effort between everyone on our team. Of course, we had 20 of 20 seniors of our indigenous community graduate, and those are some photos. And so we had a lot of you who were able to attend our honoring ceremony, and, you know, had some fabulous photo ops. We'll need to do something better than my iPhone, you know, and I'm not exactly the best photographer, you know, but that's the best that I could do in that moment. We've really worked on modeling, and you'll see that a lot anytime you are watching us engaged in professional learning opportunities, modeling how we move from theory of practice to theory in action. So we do a lot of talking, but the thing that we've kind of, especially in our work, we've struggled with is to see it actually applied in day-to-day practice. And so what we discovered as we debriefed was, well, gee, maybe we should kind of model it. And so we're really working on doing that. And then the whole notion of reciprocal accountability, it's our job to help build individuals and schools' capacity to do the work alongside us, as well as internally, whomever we're supervising, it's our responsibility to coach them up, you know. So next slide, please. Equity and access. It's interesting that the font looks a lot bigger, you know, when you're drafting this, so I apologize. So I've been praising this book. You guys have heard me say this over and over again. So Dr. Gutierrez had a book study with our school leaders, Belonging Through a Culture of Dignity. It hasn't finished yet, so that needs to be finished. She provided personalized equity professional learning opportunities with those groups. She has presented the framework. We're going to be discussing it tonight some more. She mentioned there's momentum towards adoption, supported equity teams at Edison and Bonneville, and with Betty Jimenez's onboarding, you know, really providing, leading the way to create a research-based model for the dual capacity framework, and really creating that capacity for schools to engage with families in a meaningful, respectful way. Next slide, please. They're the eye candy, by the way. We'll answer your questions when we're done. So, you know, Emily has been just super busy. Everybody has been super busy. So those are every school is submitting a plan for implementing 40 minutes weekly of explicit SEL next year. So it's going to be happening explicitly, which will address the, social, emotional, and mental health needs. All right, so a survey has been put in place and will be required at the beginning of the year. We say boy and oi, end of the year, next year, so that we're gathering the data that you have asked us to provide you, so we have something concrete. And Emily's done a fabulous job collaborating with others to get that done. District approved resources right now, InterExplore, Second Step, Move This World. And those are, we keep reminding people that that's what we have, we've followed the RFP process, and those are the approved resources. MTSS District Training Series received great feedback from participants. School participated in 5 to 6 customized coaching sessions. So Emily really personalized it according to their needs. Again, listening to feedback, right? That not everybody is at the same stage. So really personalizing it for us so that we can have it be a meaningful experience. Board of Education approved additional MTSS and Safe School Specialists. Thank you again. We're excited about that. Collaborating with other departments to align student support resources more effectively so that, we're not competing with one another. More schools are consistently using Power School behavior management systems so that, again, we can gather information about how we're responding to behavior concerns. Safe Schools gathered a full year of baseline data. Okay. Implemented the new school board protocol for cases involving threats and weapons. You guys have experienced that this year. So that's that. Next slide, please. Student services and counseling. Of course, Mindy oversees all of that. And as you can tell, there's a lot of overlap. It's impossible for us to work in silos. And so we're a great team. Mental health service support, counselors, social workers, and partnerships with Audits House. I will say that the amount of social workers that have increased is due to Mindy completing applications for more funding that has increased substantially our social workers, and then, of course, having you all support increasing the number of counselors. Counselors, another full year of equity training so that we're understanding all that needs to be understood in terms of serving a culturally rich community. CTE presentations and collaboration throughout the year. Counselor of the Year award added. Applied Educational Neuroscience Training Group, updated counselor handbook, social workers increased to a total of 10. Will increase to 12 next year. Added well-being teams to 5 middle schools. Again, Mindy did this by looking at applications and grants that were available. Partnership with Odyssey, Valley Behavioral Health is back at Whittier, Meadowlark, Northwest, and Newman, with more set for next year. Completed social work handbook, crisis response, support to school students and families. Did a lot of work. Next slide. We had to give her 2 slides. Health services. I mean, let's give a round of applause to Judy and her team. And as you can see there, she was Nurse of the Year. So we had to highlight her. A coherent response. We received great feedback. Support to schools. Added a nurse to have 8 total. We have summer school nursing support. As you can see, they're working with Sam to get the healthcare plans. Again, it's about efficiency, right? Onto Power Schools so that individuals can pull up those healthcare plans and see them and be able to understand which students are on healthcare plans and respond accordingly. McKinney-Vento received more than $200,000 in a grant, added an advocate, working to add a McKinney-Vento tech position. Our SRLs and gang prevention, managing is the appropriate word, with 5 SROs, even though we kept asking for the 10. So a lot of patience on behalf of all of our schools. So thank you, schools. Salt Lake Police Department Promising Youth program advocates during the school year and summer program. So that's all awesome. Next slide. Oh, my little rainbow's gone. Okay, it looks like this. A lot of things to come. I'll just have you take a look real quick. We're really responding to the feedback we received. We're offering more G24 and Safe Zone training. Individuals who are participating will get the Safe Zone decal so that students know who they can respond to, a safe adult that they feel comfortable with. There's a new book study that Dr. Gutierrez would like to start. The Family School in Collaboration, really working toward 90-day action plans. And, again, putting theory into action, not just, theory of, sorry, I just lost my thought there. I apologize. Emily's doing a lot with this is going to be implementation year, action year. Like everything's going to be all about putting things into practice, into action, seeing results. And we're going to be working with everybody. So you can see a lot of that. And then the next slide. And they changed that too. Look how cute. Mine is cuter. But it's okay. So anyway, if you have any questions, we're here to respond to any of those. And thank you, team. You're fabulous. I feel lucky.
Thank you all for being here. Board members have questions. I want to thank you for the work you do and really thank you for being here. And it's important work. So thank you.
Melissa, just have.
Oh, go ahead, Mohammed.
Hey, thank you so much for everything you're doing. And so for the Native Americans graduation, what are we planning? Do you have any idea what we're planning to make it a bit more celebratory next year? We talk about equity frame, and we can do much better than what we have done.
So I did debrief.
Okay.
It's not for lack of wanting, and I think you know that based on our interactions. There's a little bit of a tradition that we need to honor.
Okay.
And I'm having to walk a delicate tightrope because it's tradition to hold it at the Urban Indian Center.
Mm-hmm.
It's become more challenging over the years. And so Lorne Pinnacoos, who's our Title VI coordinator, and I are meeting with the Urban Indian Center of Salt Lake when he returns. So he doesn't come back until August. And we're going to meet with him. His sister actually works there. So we're going to be talking to them about possibly allowing us to hold it in a different location. Okay. So it's more formalized, and having Dr. Gatson and I think a couple of you, right? We talked about how we need Jostens there to take,
right.
And we need photos. Live touch. And then we need Jostens' help too, because they gave us a one-size-fits-all cap, and you could see that some of those caps didn't fit some of our students because they don't all have like shrink-a-dink heads like mine. So we're working on it. We agree wholeheartedly that we need to formalize it, go back to catering the event, and holding it where we can honor families and the students.
Sounds great.
So,
Thank you. I appreciate
yes,
that.
Thank you.
I'm
and
so
thank
glad.
you for attending.
Hey, I'm glad to do.
It was a beautiful event.
I had a question from Nate and then a question from Christy. Oh, okay. Go ahead, Christy.
No, Nate, go ahead.
Oh, I didn't have a
He was
question.
just helping me see Mohammed. So Christy, then Catherine.
Okay, thanks. I just think that, you guys are superheroes. I think I've told you that before. I just think that the work that you do for our district is amazing. Thank you. Not to diminish the other work that's being done, in our district at all. And I was trying to decide if I should ask questions after each presentation or just wait till the end, but I have this burning desire that I want to say this about equity. That, Melissa and Catherine and I have really tried to promote and talk about at a state level that we need to have an equity conference. That we really need to be looking at that statewide, because it's something that doesn't matter how small your district is, right? It's always something that should be talked about. And we have not been successful, have we? And so I would just like to put this out there for our district and for our equity department to really think about, training on diversity and implicit bias, looking at how equity looks, in our schools, but also it would give opportunities for other districts across the Wasatch Front and in the state, to participate. So let's lead out, because we're kind of tired of of asking about it. And we have really great people, but it doesn't seem like it rises to the top all the time. And so the work that we've done here, I think, should be showcased. And I have lots of names, as you do, I'm sure, all of you that, of people that we could invite and be keynotes and really start the conversation about what that looks like. And we're never too, I know for myself, I'll just speak for myself, I am a lifelong learner, and I need to always be learning about the changing society that we live in. And so I would just put that out there for us to think about as a board, and to encourage, our department to really look at how do we put together a statewide equity conference, that would really talk about the issues that every district, faces.
That's exciting. And I will say, I have to recognize, our leadership and the board, because if no one understands that we are trailblazers in the state for SEL, MTSS, and our equity department, and I'm talking about our whole department. There's a lot that we have done that has really been, and it's because they're areas that you have highlighted and really encouraged, right, for us to move forward with this. And we have school districts who contact us because we are the trailblazers and the role models. And I will say that one district was kind of shocked at systemically what it took to get to where we are, because they wanted a checklist. Mm-hmm. And it was like, no, can you just send me the paperwork? It's like, it's our policy. So I want to be able to publicly thank you for your leadership. Thank you.
Sandra. Catherine?
Well, I would just echo some of what Christy said and others, that I really appreciate what you've done. And, we were early adopters of the idea of SEL and that work. And I think that you have really fleshed that out in really successful ways. And I'd like to see what we can do continue, and, in terms of equity and SEL and all that you're doing. So I really appreciate this report, and it's very impressive what you've done. I think that we've had lots of departments, they're real leaders. We've seen teaching and learning is a huge leader, I think, in our state, and you are leaders. SLEF obviously is leaders, and so I don't mean to miss any of the departments. So, but I really think that it's very impressive work. So thank you so much. And I would say I'd strongly support a conference, and in the short term, I think we could also suggest a panel at the USBA conference. Yes. So you could follow up with Christy or whoever is the new person that's our board representative on USBA. And that could maybe go for USBA, and then if you want to, you could even submit it to NSBA and go to that conference. So that would be a great way to bring the work that you've done forward to at both the state and the national level.
Thanks, Catherine. I want to thank all of you for being here. You really are the department of highlights. And welcome to Betty, and we look forward to hearing from you about family school collaboration and attendance. That's important. Yes. And I know, Dr. Buendia, you mentioned some things you've worked on that are in draft form now, but that can come to the board. And thank you. And Emily and Mindy, we've heard from you multiple times, both of you, this year, and really appreciate the work that you do. So thank you. Thanks for being here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are you guys done with your plates?
I'm sorry, what?
Are you done with your plates?
Oh, yes. Thank you so much.
You can take chapter.
Ms. Kendall?
Welcome, Mr. Hall and Ms. Kendall. She can sit where she's going to sit until it's her turn. Thank you for being here, Mr. Hall.
Thank you for this opportunity to show some of the highlights. Human Resource Services Department has been moving and shaking this year, been busier than ever before. I do only have one slide, but there's lots of highlights and lots of work that has been done. So I just wanted to highlight some of our new, highlight some of the numbers of the sheer volume of what's been going on in the office and what we've been able to accomplish. When we first started the year last August, we had just no other way to say it other than a lemon of a application system. And so it was very difficult, very cumbersome for both my staff and the applicants at large to be able to apply. And just after complaint, our office was receiving, we were able to negotiate with our contract with our vendor and implement a whole new application system starting in January of this year, and it has not been seamless, but it's been so much smoother. The average applicant really takes 7 to 10 minutes to fill out the basics of the application. So if you're applying for an entry-level job and don't have to like redo your whole resume, it really could take you 7 minutes to apply for a job with the district, which is a huge improvement over our previous system. Another highlight is that this year in our open enrollment, we worked very closely with our insurance broker through GBS to provide updated insurance benefits to our employees and be able to make elections and in one single week. So we did have a shortened time frame based upon when we finished up negotiations, what we were actually going to offer, and the end of the school year. We were able to get 1,541 of our eligible employees signed up with benefits, which is almost 30% higher than we would normally get having the window open for a full month. And so it was a huge effort on our benefits team in the office, and so very, very much proud of that. Another big thing that's near and dear to my heart is our Grow Your Own Educator Scholarship Funds. This last year, we sought out a grant from the state legislature and were awarded 10% of the entire grant funds for the state. Out of all 40 districts, we got 10% of the entire grant award, and through that, we were able to provide 29 of our current employees tuition, books, fees, and testing fees in order to pursue their education to become a teacher. So it's a very proud moment for Human Resource Services that we were able to partner with the state legislature in obtaining, and the State Board of Education, to obtain those funds and provide so many of our employees the opportunity to go back to college so that they can become teachers, and we can hopefully hire them back here in Salt Lake City. We also implemented a new online training program for our employees. So that was another huge undertaking. The new training program is more robust. It'll provide more in-depth trainings that you can't just jump to the end and guess at the quiz and move forward. It really requires the employees to take more attention or pay more attention to the training and hopefully learn more from what we're able to provide. So that's implemented and ready to go as of January of this year as well. And so as all of the current employees take our new trainings in August, there will be a more robust system in place for the start of this next school year. The last three highlights really are just some amazing numbers. We hired 269 substitute teachers for the entire school year. It's a huge amount of just employee personnel to process, do the background checks, and run through the hiring. But by the end of the school year, we were seeing our substitute fill rates in the high 80%, which is really, really high. Much higher than I've seen in the past, and definitely not 100%, but much, much higher than we were at the beginning of the year. And just these numbers are staggering. Between our non-certified and certified employees, just 829 non-certified employees hired and 167 certified employees hired for the school year. It's an awful lot for our small staff to get through, but we have done it and moving and shaking.
Thanks, Logan. Thank you. Any questions?
I didn't hear Christina's presentation.
You heard it?
You fell asleep
Yes,
during it.
no. I did not. I just thought I wanted to Christine, I wanted to.
And can I just say that celebrations and legal services and policy just do not go together? We had a longer presentation, but it was the cure for insomnia, so we shortened it. Look at me. So I will say that throughout the course of the year, we have revised 132 policies or administrative procedures in response to state or federal laws. That's not all you people. No, it's not. Like, okay, did you hear administrative procedures? No, it's not. This is not the board policy subcommittee, like, get over yourselves. Okay, so that's what I did. This is not, okay, look at me go. So contracts, I'm sure, the business administrator will take credit for all the contracts too, but we both approved like over 400 contracts this year. So, but I did revise and negotiate and draft them. And then, like litigation, it's just hard to have a celebration about litigation. I mean, no one's like, "Woo, we're getting sued," like confetti everywhere. That just doesn't happen. But at least for some of the OCR UALD complaints that we've had, we have been able, or any of the SPED due processes, we have been able to resolve 15 cases successfully this year. Trainings. So Tina and I together, for anyone who doesn't know, this is Tina, the lovely Tina. And she does a lot of trainings related to our G19, G20 policies, as well as Title IX. So the in-person trainings that were provided by one of the two of us was sensitive material reviews. That's going to be coming up, the library training that I'll be doing. And board policies and administrative procedures. This was sort of a big undertaking for us. This is the first year in a couple years because of COVID that I actually trained all the school level administrators on all the board policies and administrative procedures. Tina has done the deputy Title IX training. I also trained on Title IX at the state level. Tina's going to present at an ATIXA conference in Chicago on, is it Chicago?
With Chicago.
Oh, with Chicago.
It's
With
on
Chicago.
Zoom.
Okay.
I will be co-presenting with the Title IX coordinator from Chicago Public Schools.
For a national conference, so that's a big coup for Tina to be asked to speak at that. She's done the discrimination, harassment, retaliation training, gender inclusion, bullying. Jillian, who is our records officer for the state and also in charge of records retention. That was a big ask for her in terms of, with us moving the building, all the records we had to retain or not retain. And grandma requests, she's done training on that. And we'll get to some of what that looks like at some point. So, as I said, Jillian's our records officer and she provides legal support to me, but you can see the number of records requests has increased dramatically over the past 4 years. Like we were starting out at about 60, now Jillian's having to do over 160 a year, which is almost tripled in 4 years. It's a lot to ask Jillian to do, and she does it really, really well. We haven't had that many appeals, and really only this year, only one is that I know of currently is before the Records Committee. And then this is the, here, if you can tell about your slide.
So the look of complaints has changed a little bit with the 2020 implementation of the new Title IX regulations, which is why that looks a little bit different. So I've done completed, in one way or another, resolved complaints in those numbers. You can see the Title IX reviews. So when my deputy Title IX coordinators, one at each school, contacts me to say this is a situation that could be Title IX, we have a discussion, we review all of those to determine if it's the Title IX pathway or a different pathway. And so as you can see, the consultations with principals, parents, community members, employees, that means someone calls me with a question. And I may direct that to somebody else, I may end up doing something myself, but that has kind of tripled over last year, maybe quadrupled over last year.
And then as opposed to like a happy thing, it's just me apparently smirking because Jillian thought that was funny.
Questions for Christina or Jillian?
Okay, perfect.
That was a celebration of the legal stuff, so thank you.
And lastly, we have Alan's group.
How are you? I've been sitting through this whole meeting. I know these guys.
Here's a good team. Thanks for being here.
So these four at the table, they get one slide of my presentation, so. You'll know business service goes pretty quick. First, let's talk finance. We do have our finance director there in the back, Christy Hart. And since I cannot read that screen over there. Some accomplishments from the finance department. We received the Meritorious Budget Award from ASBO for the 21-22 budget book. The Certificate of Excellence in Financial Reporting from ASBO for our financial statements for the fiscal year ended 2021, as well as Certificate of Achievement in Excellent Financial Reporting from GFOA, also for 2021. We've completed several internal audits, and we've trained several school personnel in Excel and basic accounting. We've learned that schools are not teaching people how to do Excel, and if you're going to do any sort of business stuff, you need to know Excel. So we've taken it upon ourselves to help train them. Child nutrition, just some numbers for child nutrition, which kind of surprised me, that the last year, child nutrition served 1.9 million lunches. That's a lot of lunches.
It's a lot of lunches.
I mean, to see it all in one number was a little bit staggering. And on top of that, they served 597,000 breakfasts.
697.
697,000. Sorry, didn't want to shortchange Kelly. 697,000 breakfasts. And then through the summer program, 52,000 lunches and another 46,000 breakfasts just through the summer feeding program. Transportation. If you remember, when we were doing our canopies, they were kind of working in a temporary location, but also sort of housed in the regular location, so working through those challenges. They transported about 2,300 students each day, completed 1,500 field trips, all while being short-staffed by about 10 drivers. To make up for that shortage, office staff, trainers, shop personnel, and route coordinators routinely stepped in to drive buses. They didn't ask me, and that's probably a good thing. Bus drivers were currently constantly disinfecting the buses, encouraging the use of masks and hand sanitizers. And in addition, we have implemented the state's first electric school bus program with 8 electric buses, and 4 more are on order. I'm going to let Paul do his.
Well, thank you.
But you better not go off script. Have those bullet points.
I don't think you need to worry about that. I just want to introduce my team. This is Todd Plaga. He's been with us for forever and just crucial. Takes care of the capital side of our business. I have Greg Lebeche, who's our energy resource manager, but now is kind of transitioning into all things sustainability. And then Ricky Martinez, who's over is our assistant director over facilities. I understood the assignment to be highlights, so I only picked a few things. I apologize for that. Next year, I'll be happy to dive into all the departments and tell you about electricians, plumbers, and everything else.
We'll give the board a brief over the year so that you don't have to do it at the end of the year.
Absolutely. So I just want to know let you know that we're up to the task, and we'd be happy to share with you all the departments and different people that I have at any given time. However, it's already kind of alluded to that the transportation bus canopy was a huge project. Todd headed that project up for us. And much of what happened there was kind of under the radar, given the pandemic, the backlog of ordering stuff. This was just tremendous to come in on time, and we do come in on time on our projects. If you ask some of your colleagues in other districts, that's not always the case, and a lot of that's a tribute to Todd. And in the spirit of sustainability, I thought we were getting 8 more buses last year. I just talked next year, so.
I know we're working on additional grants to get more. Well, so we're playing for up to 25, whether we get them or not.
We are applying for 25, so we are a leader in that area, and I cannot express enough kudos to the board for your leadership. I think Dr. Badilla was talking about our leadership in equity. We are leaders absolutely in sustainability, and thank you for your support and commitment to it. It was easy to adopt the resolution. It was not so easy to come forward and give us the support. So thank you. We recognize it each day. We have adopted the action plan, the sustainability action plan, and we have adopted a TELP that we didn't, I think this is the first time we've done that, which has given us the capacity to go forward with our sustainability phase 1 of the capital project. And we're about 15% completed already. Greg is heading that up. He's learning a lot about project managing.
Thanks,
We
Greg.
currently are changing, just so you know, it's not, I'm going off script a little bit, but we're changing all the all the LED lights in every school will have that, and also the water, the fixtures. We had, I think the next bullet kind of lends to that, is we had about a 29% reduction in water, just around 50 million gallons of water that we conserved last year. Kudos to the Salt Lake City School District. It'll be more next year because of the fixtures that we're putting throughout the buildings. So a great impact when we live in with the drought conditions that we're in. And then we did 104 capital projects, just over $6 million. Again, thank you for that support. There's always work to do. And I wanted to make sure we capture this year. This is Ricky's department, over 10,000 work orders in 1 year, just under 700,000. And most of our work orders get done in a business week. Wow. So it's an incredible turnover.
That's impressive.
So there you go. Any questions for auxiliary services?
I added one there at the
Oh, you
end,
put
Paul.
down the temporary. I've been trying to forget this night. My hat's off to all my colleagues for making and being good sports in supporting the move to the temporary district office. A lot of moving parts. Everybody was involved. I think everybody had exceptional attitude, given the constraints that we had and the challenges that it was. But we got here, and we're here.
Thank you so much. Any questions or? Go
I
ahead,
have more
Christy.
slides.
Oh, let's wait till
They're
the
not
end
even
then.
done.
We're not-
Wait till the end.
You know, I got the longest presentation.
He was the one who cut all the other slides.
So we won't let Sam come forward because he has to stay there in the back. But some highlights from information systems. We upgraded to Business Plus, if you don't know, is our finance and HR system. Upgraded, it was a pretty large undertaking to upgrade that, and good thing because Microsoft Explorer officially died last week, right? Yep. So the old one only ran on Microsoft Explorer, so we had to upgrade or we wouldn't have a finance system. Upgraded wireless controllers, prepared over 30,000 devices for students and staff. Those would be like computers, laptops, tablets. Provided seamless technology transition to the temporary district office, so that when we got over here, our computers worked, so that was awesome. Completed the district demographics study with applied economics. Created and distributed a shared school secretary notebook. That's where secretaries can share notes to help other secretaries throughout the district. Created new applications and full rebuilds of 10 or more applications, and upgraded 50 or more applications to single-use sign-on. So if you don't know what single-use sign-on is, then it uses the same login as the network. So you don't have to remember. I think Sam implements this for me. So I don't have to remember what's my password for this one or that one. It's all the same password.
Well done, Sam.
Can you go back one? There. Purchasing and distribution services. So everybody likes to take credit for TELP, but we'll give credit where credit's due. Tyler helped us with that through the RFP process. He also helped secure this place that we're currently leasing. They also helped in moving furniture, moving people, getting them over here. This department oversaw the bidding process to secure a construction manager and general contractor for the district office rebuild. Managed over 18,000 purchasing transactions totaling nearly $2.8 million. Processed over 3,100 purchase requests. in accordance with state law and district policy. We won't ask how many he did that were not in compliance, but knowing Tyler, they were all in compliance.
They were all, yeah.
Delivered over 65,000 items to schools and departments, moved numerous classrooms and offices, and collected over $60,000 through surplus property auctions. And last one, Sam? Well, so I just want to special thanks. So these are all the administrators that are in the business department. We got Paul, Executive Director, Auxiliary Services, Sam back there, Chief Information Officer and Chief of all that is, as we like to say, magic. Christy Hart, Director of Finance, Ryan Hunt, our Director of Budget, Kelly Orton, Child Nutrition Director, Tyler Barnes, Purchasing Director, Ken Martinez, our Transportation Supervisor, Ricky Martinez, Assistant Director of Facility Services, and Todd Plaga, Assistant Director of Auxiliary Services and Construction. And last slide, Sam. And everybody else.
Thank you, Alan. Do we have questions? Go ahead, Christy.
So maybe more of just a statement, just to say that I think that our city needs to take note from our district on how to conserve water. There's no doubt. I mean, it's so infuriating to see what's going on around our city, but yet I'm so proud of our schools and the work that all of you are doing. So thank you so much, for paying attention and really being a part of the solution. So thank you for that. So at the end of my street, which is off of 21st South and King Street, for 30 plus years, there's been a school bus that comes to that spot and picks up kids in my neighborhood and takes them to school every day. And over the years, what has become increasingly disturbing to me is that we need to re-educate our community about flashing lights on buses and what that means. Mm-hmm. It's scary because Parley's Way, as Paul knows, and so does Ricky, it's a scary street. And, it's something that I would just like us to look at and say, how do we put out a PR campaign, and re-educate our community about what flashing lights mean on a bus. It actually means to stop. And even when the stop sign comes out. So it's been interesting to watch that just at the end of my little street on Parley's Way. I can't imagine what's happening across the city.
Get on Redwood or you get on State and these types of streets, and it's
a little nutty, right? It really is.
Absolutely.
Well, I think that I could talk about each one of these men and the relationships and how I've known each one of you over the years and the great work that you have done for our district. And I just want to thank you so much for making our schools safe and a haven for so many of our kids. So thank you.
Thank you, Christy. Alan, and thank you. Oh, Mohammed's got something he'd like to say. Go ahead, Mohammed.
Thank you so much for everything you're doing out there. So as I was just thinking about sustainability, I know I do see that we do have a lot of grass in our schools, and especially the outside display grass like Cadence. And so is there a way we can is there any entertaining idea of xeriscaping?
Yes. So that's, so you've actually hit the nail on the head for the two issues. One, the playgrounds are non-compromising.
Yes.
Because children need that. And also it's an interesting thing because we want to strike a balance because, and people are recognizing this as you see more xeriscapes around building, but then you actually can increase the temperature of the building because the grass actually cools. Mm-hmm. So it's really striking a balance there. Yeah. So the playgrounds are non-compromised. We don't touch those. But when we talk about areas around the building, entries and things like that, those are the areas we're starting to evaluate. So if you look at our newer schools, you'll see that, Liberty, Meadowlark, Edison, those areas, you can see they're being designed that way. Mm-hmm. And we're looking at all the schools in those type of areas in a thoughtful manner. Okay. So we're going to strike that balance. So
and the district office.
And there's also
district office coming up, yes.
Mm-hmm. There's also the Flip the Strip program.
Yes.
We're evaluating there might be certain places where we can engage in that program.
Oh, that's fantastic. And this is in regards to speeding. There are some buses sometimes that speed up through the neighborhoods, and I did receive complaints from neighbors. And so if we can just give a heads up to the bus drivers who drive through residential neighborhood would be fantastic for them to slow down. And we know now the speed is going to be decreased from 20 to 15. And so they've been driving at 30, probably they'll decrease it to 25. So,
But I would encourage you, though, please
Yeah.
let us know
Okay.
about specifics, because it's not hard for us to identify the buses.
You got
And
it.
then it's actually more effective to have a one-on-one dialogue with the bus driver and
Okay.
coach them up,
Okay.
rather than just do general. My experience with general comments is that the people that don't need to worry about it are the ones that listen the best. And
Yeah.
the ones that should be listening are sometimes daydreaming. So one-on-one. So if you hear the area, it's very easy for us to figure out who the
Okay.
driver is and coach them up a little bit.
I got you. I'll get you the driver and the
We'll
bus
do
number
it.
too.
Yeah.
Let me see.
We'll be
also-
kind. We love it.
Also, one other thing is like for students who are at high schools, you know, at that age, some of them do have migraines as a result of LED lights. I don't know if there is a way that we could like have a section of the classroom where the lights can be like a bit changed or something.
Well, Greg can speak to this, because this is really cool what you're going to see by the fall this year.
So you mentioned high schools?
Yes.
There is no LED in the high schools.
Interesting. I don't know what kind of lighting it looks like.
Fluorescent.
Bright. Yes, fluorescent light. Thank you.
That's what we're replacing
Yes.
with the sustainability program.
Okay.
With the performance contract.
Okay.
All but a couple.
All but a couple will be upgraded. All the classrooms, the teacher will have not only the LED, which studies show have a lesser impact on migraines. I remember particular with Dr. Padilla, when we changed out your office from fluorescent to, what happened to your headaches? Yeah, so I know, and I'm looking forward to doing that at the 37 schools where.
And the controls will be exceptional. The teachers will really be able to dim at certain levels. They'll really be able to adjust. These controls that we're putting in, it's not just LED, but the controls are spectacular for both instructionals and for creating softer environments for our students.
Oh, that sounds fantastic. Sounds like we're having a Dreamliner airline, 787.
Well, again, it's kudos for the board
Perfect.
taking the chairs. And the slide that I think Alan had about the district office, about the contract, purchasing, can you go back to that real quick? I don't know, can we do that, Alan?
Let me work my magic.
You see that slide number 4, the construction manager general contracting for the district rebuild. That was under a recommendation from Todd. And it's sometimes when you have these little bullets, it just seems, we kind of go through this, but it is a significant strategy because it's allowing us to go forward and order materials and things of this sort. And with the supply chain issues, it's very difficult. So for instance, just to give you an example, and it's just a big bullet that seems like that's nice and we read it, but the steel that we're going to need about 14 months out, we've already, we're creating the package.
Yeah, our bid pack due is next Thursday.
Wow.
So we're going to secure our steel shortly thereafter.
And it's because of that we can do this. And it's one of those things, we're going to walk into a nice building 2 years from now, but it's very strategic how we rather than just do the traditional low bid, this approach is allowing us to get ahead of the curve and address some issues that could be a very, very big problem. And this is a nice place, but we don't want to be here more than 2 years.
Thank you.
Thank you for being
you.
here, and thanks for the work you're doing. That sustainability resolution is one of the things I'm most proud of for our district. Thank you, and thank you for doing that. We are significantly behind schedule, but it was great to hear all of these highlights and updates. Dinner is ready, so let's go ahead and grab dinner and bring it back here. It's a working dinner, so we'll start our presentation of the SAP committee updates in about 10 minutes to allow everybody to bring their food back here. So thank you.
And that includes the audience.
Everybody, yes, go get food. Go get food.
No, we're just going to eat in front of you.
Board Member Kennedy.
I did it
Whose
last
sweater
week
is this?
'cause I just-
Ties, that's what it was. Ties.
Ties.
I want
Oh.
to do it.
Thank you.
Oh, today? As you were like, I was looked over and I was like, that looks so nice. Out of the corner of my eye. I called Charlotte and was like,
Audrey.
left her a message like, hey, can you let me know that you got it, you know? I submitted it this morning. I just,
Everyone is
yeah,
great. Yeah, everybody is great, busy,
I was actually going to call
going in opposite directions. You know how that goes. Everybody has their something going on.
Oh, tell me. How's the campaign?
It's good?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a lot of work.
Of
Pick up,
course.
of course.
Of course, yeah. Of course. And have you heard anything yet from your opponent?
Yeah, I actually ran into him. I don't know if I told you this. I ran into him about a week ago at community event. Said he's still learning, but he hasn't said anything.
Interesting.
Yeah, I keep like driving the neighborhood to see if I see anything.
Yeah, but there is nothing in there. Okay. That's great, man. That's good. I'm glad to hear, bro.
So is it on attached to the agenda? Yeah, I'll just pull up Power BI and share it.
But then that makes sense, like, I'm not looking right this at the moment, I'm looking to.
I've listened to you for now a couple of years.
That makes sense. No, now, what I'm trying to do. But don't you think, I totally agree. And I basically say, this requires us to have policy, we can do all those kinds of things. We don't have. Right, but I mean, and so I guess in one thing I could say was even if we were to do like allowable causes, just about this is always, I mean, do you feel comfortable with that? Yeah. Okay. Right. It doesn't seem to be that specific though, but our attorney said, seems to sort of talk about like you have to have a policy and you have to define all these things and what's allowable.
Okay, we're gonna find the last date, then you guys will set up the great quiz. So I'll contact the check tomorrow about what the exact date is.
The problem because I looked at these articles on UFC, so I think that would be, because I don't think it's always like it's forbidden, but I think there's no reason to do something like this. Does that make sense? You have to have a you have a policy of how you get, sort of a policy of how you get to that, like apply for it, go, but not nothing about paying for it. And then we're all, I mean, yeah, I mean, this is about paying for it. And so I think that's kind of great. And what we can do for the
But the next two generations find dang, education's important. By the way, the kids are over my house, but I was late coming here because she ran off to the hospital. Kids got us to my house, so it's been good. Anyway, thank you for you stand out every time and make sure everybody's totally aligned. I appreciate it. Thank you all. We'll look for a time. I'll send you a text or an email. We'll set something up. Well, that'd be great. I'll send you something. I'm retired from practice law, but I'm still on the National Bank Board. I'm still on things. So I'm going to be supposed to be the Bankers Association next week, and that's a couple weeks later. I'm back in Connecticut. But you got lunch, so we'll figure it out.
They really are. Are you not going to eat?
I'm gonna go get something. I was just waiting for everybody else to get food first.
Well, there's a ton back there, so please go
I'll go
eat.
get it. What is it?
Well, it's kind of a smorgasbord.
Okay.
Yeah.
From Chick-fil-A. Which I've never eaten.
Chick-fil-A?
Yeah, there's chicken and, I don't know, there's all kinds of crap back there. The one up by my house is terrible, isn't it? That Chick-fil-A on Parley's Way or 21st South is the worst. So I won't do
Yeah,
that.
you can never.
Yeah, there's a salad.
Take the right lane all the way.
I know, I can't do it, so I always, I feel like, okay, I'll get in like, nope, mm-mm.
That's good fruit.
I just can't do it.
You're a healthy person, you'll appreciate it.
Please, we'll get something to eat.
Please,
Are you
please.
sure?
There's so much food.
I've been texting back and forth with Jenny.
I know,
Yeah,
what
we
did she
just
say about her
heard.
sister?
She's got some issues. She's got sepsis. She's stable.
Oh my gosh.
Failing kidneys.
No,
Has some
no.
heart failure. Her left leg is right now.
I know, I sent her a message and said, do you want me to drive you? I'll drive you. I will leave the
kids
meeting
are
and
at
I
my
will drive
house.
you.
The kids are at my house.
Okay, all right.
Council's watching.
Okay. So I said, she goes, no, she goes, it's okay. She goes, just start saying prayers. I was
Well,
like,
of course,
okay.
Angie's mom.
Right. I know, I mean, seriously,
I
between.
think I forgot my dressing. What kind of dressing?
Her brother-
Branch, do you want some of this?
I'll just use that one, yeah.
I
What's
mean,
that?
Yeah, I'll use it.
Okay, Christian, we're already like, we don't need
Can't
it.
handle it
very
for
much.
I'm so glad that I'm glad the kids are with
This is not a good
Alta.
way to start my diet.
And they're fun.
After, I guess I can start after my next trip, which is Friday, so.
Well, I'm going to the gym tomorrow. I don't really care.
Rick, thanks for the update.
That's okay. I apologize for taking up way too much room.
Come on, Davis. Really?
I know, right?
Taking up room?
So, Mr. Gonzalez said, you and I need to quit talking and actually go to lunch or do something.
Hilarious.
Well, I thought we were going to go golfing.
I thought we were too, but you haven't said. My golf looks so ugly right now. I've been doing a little bit just trying to catch up.
Gotcha.
I fractured my wrist in the
You
fall.
told me about that, yeah.
And it is ugly.
When did you
Really?
do that? It's hard.
What?
When did you
Oh,
fracture?
yeah. Got the old surgery and
Yeah.
screws put in
Rick, do you go up to Bonneville?
often.
Is that where you had?
I golfed there yesterday, actually. It was really
Well,
nice.
it's such a pretty course.
Yeah.
Hit any balls in my yard?
I don't think so. No, I hit all the fairways except for one. So I was in pretty good shape yesterday.
It's number 7. If you go off on the
Mhm.
hard, it'll bounce once on the road, second time into my tomatoes.
Into your
Okay.
tomatoes. All right.
And seven's,
Pick up at least one every day. My golf.
I love it.
Right along the
Yep.
freeway, or along the boulevard.
it's not the one that faces west, the par 3. It's the par
It's the next one
par
after
4.
that.
Yeah, the narrow one. Gotcha. Yep.
And the green is right in the corner.
Yep,
And that's
yep.
why sometimes people overshoot that green and it bounces once and it's my way. But anyway,
And you get it.
Mr. Gonzalez speaks
very highly
Oh,
of you.
thank you.
And said that he enjoys working, and he's known your dad forever.
Oh, for a long time, yeah. Awesome.
Well, he may have told you that. Using some of his services.
Excellent. I'm glad to hear that. Well, let's get out and do some golf. Yeah, for sure. You're welcome.
How are you, Rick?
Good, how are you? I've been texting back and forth with Jenny.
Oh, good, she's not. Oh, I can play
Ray
it.
and Cole.
Yep.
I know she's not doing well.
Right. Sorry.
Felt like we were having like dueling Facebook.
I kind of felt that way too. Absolutely felt that way.
And I have yet to go to DC. I really want to get over there.
DC is so great. Maybe not right now, though. Was the humidity bad?
Just one day. We flew out Wednesday last week. Thursday was scorcher, and then after that.
I appreciate it. Perfect. Okay. A lot.
And yeah, when we were in New York, just yesterday was the only day that it felt humid.
Really?
Yeah, it was really nice the whole time we were there.
No idea. I know. There's so much. And there's so many good things happening.
Uncharacteristically.
We are significantly behind schedule, though. Like hours behind schedule
Like
now.
60s the whole time we were.
You have, document to sign,
There's two, I see.
one's just the
The
budget.
tax rate and one's the budget. The one of them, it didn't come through.
Maybe because there should only be one, and they're all combined in one document. So I wonder
Okay.
if there's a problem, just like Caitlin.
It's Caitlin.
I was almost on your lap.
I got up at 1:30 our time to do that, or I guess it's more like. Oh my God.
I'll see what I can do. I looked at them, but it didn't, there was one of them I couldn't even, I couldn't even see. There wasn't
And I had a
anything on
doctor's
it.
appointment this morning.
It's like these laps are only for grandbabies now.
I'm a little tired.
I feel genuine.
Does your little one still like to climb up in your lap?
Do that. We're gonna have to. What are we gonna do,
Talked
Melissa,
about
about the
how
agenda?
Kaz would climb up in her lap.
Go ahead.
Just keep plugging
Power his
through.
head under her neck and kiss her and hug her. So he's manipulated.
All right, yeah, he's cute. Have we been 10 minutes yet? I'm ready to get started.
It's been about.
I think we're just missing Mohammed.
Yeah, we can get started because Alan and Budget and Finance are first.
No, this, for the SAPs?
Yes.
Okay.
Then Audrey Powell with early childhood. So if you and Alan could go ahead and cue us up.
Okay, so we're, as you remember.
Mohammed is on that.
I know.
Okay.
Has it been 10 minutes? So, yeah.
And Sam, you're up for technology after Audrey. So Alan, Audrey, then Sam.
Christina has her blanket.
Are you? Oh.
Okay, like I said, we're significantly behind schedule, and we're doing this as a working dinner. So go ahead and eat while we go through. As the board recalls, we have different committees, 9 different committees working on the student achievement plan, and we've asked every committee to give us a quick update. So let's keep them as quick updates, and appreciate the time you've taken to put them together. So let's go ahead and get started.
Yep, they are all quick.
You jumped.
All right, Sam, can you go to the next first slide? All right, Budget and Finance. So our committee consists of myself, Christy Hart, Director of Finance, Ryan Hunt, Director of Budgeting. We have 2 parents that are also on our committee. Next slide. Things we've done to date. We've met twice. What we're currently working on. So we have programs. We call them programs. That's how we kind of report expenditures. We have several hundred programs in the district. What we're doing is going through all those programs and determining which of the pillars those programs fit in. So then we can meet with the heads of those pillars and say, okay, here are the resources that support your pillar. Now let's help develop criteria to determine how, what kind of bang are you getting for your buck? Are these resources helping you meet the goals of this pillar? And if they're not, how can we adjust what you're doing with the resources to help you reach those goals? So that's kind of where we are on the budget and finance pillar.
That's awesome. Thank you. Any questions for Alan on that? All right, Audrey, thank you.
Thank you, board members and Dr. Gadsden. I'm happy to be here representing the Early Childhood SAP. And although, as Tiffany mentioned, I'm new in this position, I'm not new with early childhood. I've been with early childhood for quite a while, and I feel very fortunate to be working with young students who are so eager to learn and greet you at the door and want you to come play with them and smile, and it's just a wonderful program to be in. Our core team members for early childhood have been established, and we have honored the fact that board member Christy Sweat will be on our team, helping us to plan and to take that charge that we were given to be bold and innovative with our programming and offer families what they want. Children, we're moving into a new technology world, and we want to be able to provide our students with the ability to be successful with learning. And so that's the charge that we have taken. We plan to grow and strengthen our early childhood program. And we are currently reviewing our early childhood SAP goals, previous goals. And I'm happy to say with the board members, where we keep employees employed and happy, and children entering the program. So that's where we are with our early childhood SAP. Any questions?
Questions? Thank you. Thank you.
I just want to say super fast that I just think we cannot underestimate how important early childhood is. We probably need to have more updates, although, because it's just such, everyone, if we get off track there, it's very difficult to recover. So thank you for the work you do. It's crucial.
I think that just to back up what Catherine was saying is, I said this to Audrey earlier, that we've had amazing directors for childhood, for early childhood, Ann Cook and Robin and now Audrey. And, I just really, I have to throw out, a thank you to our former superintendent, Mikhail Weathers, who had that vision for early childhood and really pushed us, didn't he? He really pushed us to make it a priority on our board. And we led out in the state, and we still do in so many different ways.
That's why we're high quality.
That's right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And thank you for that work.
All right. Logan and I have been working with the technology and instructional technology pillar of the Student Achievement Plan. So far, what we've done is we have met with various groups and various levels throughout the district. We met with high school principals and teachers first, then we met with middle school, and then elementary. We also met with a combined group of digital learning coaches as well as IT staff. And we're currently working to schedule meetings with parents and students. We'd really like to meet with perhaps some student body officers or groups that we could meet with to get feedback concerning the technology in the district. So, okay.
Yeah, things have been going really well, and just getting feedback, because we've had a plan of wanting to move the district forward and implementing more educational technology for a long time, and so this is a great opportunity for us to get that input and revise ideas that we've had for quite some time.
James Yapius is next, then Dr. Gwendolyn Johnson-White, and Dr. Lisan Taylor.
Okay. All right, Dr. Berenice Gutierrez is not here with me, but we're co-chairing this committee. What we've done is really it's been exciting to see our current plan and what we need to do. So we've established a base membership of key personnel who need to inform this work, held bi-weekly meetings, except within the last couple of weeks here because many people are taking vacations. Review existing goals and determine which have been met and which has not met. review potential cultural responsive approach to developing new goals and revise existing goals, review the Utah dual capacity framework, and what's really important is plan on meeting to map out the current initiatives that we currently have in place within our district and see which resources are overlapped in areas where we and work with the different departments. And that's going to be real critical for us to see as we make sure that this is a living document as we're creating the student achievement plan. So it's been exciting to see that we have key personnel from different departments that will be coming and going as we're doing this triangulation as far as developing the student achievement plan for the family-school collaboration. So that's on that. It is a lot of work. I know the first two meetings that we've had, a lot of great conversations, really organic conversations that we've had about how do we make this work and make sure that we continue to make progress.
Thank you, James.
Okay.
Dr. Johnson-White.
Thanks, James.
I believe it's also me.
Okay.
Yeah, it's we're working with Dr. How do I say her last name? Shante
Broadway McDaniel.
Broadway, yes. I want to make sure. And then also we're working with Audrey Chatwin. One of the things, again, we've established a base membership of key personnel, held bi-weekly meetings, review existing goals to determine which have been met and which one has not. Yandere actually presented, she's mapped out all the resources within the district that we've done with regards to communication and community engagement. That is pretty solid, and there's a lot of great work that's been done, but I think we can come up with some key strategies on how to improve that and make that as part of the student achievement plan. Identified a communication community engagement challenge, what has and what has not worked, right? In the district, we only have 2 people for communications. How do we effectively market the entire district, programs that are unique in Salt Lake City School District, and then create and establish a district message that is inclusive? We've talked extensively about that, and everyone really gave great input on that. Committee will meet to discuss progress at triangulation meeting, consult protocol with a whole group for feedback and input. June and July, ongoing meetings will take place throughout the year. So we're excited about that. And so within the next few weeks, we will continue to do the work. We will definitely include students and parents and community and get their feedback. So any of you that have some ideas and would like to participate, we strongly encourage you to give us some feedback. So, any questions at all? And that's it.
Thanks, James.
All right. Is Dr. Taylor still on? Dr. Taylor is up next.
We've got Emily present too. Emily's going to speak for the committee.
All right, Emily, you're up.
Okay, yeah, so the Student Success Committee is made up of Dr. Taylor and Mindy and me and Board President Ford. And we also have some parents who have requested to be invited to this committee, but we felt strongly that we first define student success and understand the direction that we're headed before bringing other members into the fold. So the first thing that we've done is created a mission and vision statement for our work, and we wanted to base it off the current Salt Lake City School District mission statement of excellence and equity, every student, every classroom, every day. And then our vision statement is based off of that. In order to do that, what angle are we going to take on this mission statement? And so we thought that ours would be supporting students' physiological needs by providing health services and housing support, creating physically and emotionally safe classrooms, schools, and campuses by building systems of prevention and response, ensuring all students and families feel a sense of belonging and community at school, and encouraging students to reach their full potential both in school and after graduation. So then our goals will be based on that vision statement. And the other thing that occurred to us is that if you think about Maslow's hierarchy of needs, The first step being physiological needs, the second being safety, and the third being belonging, the fourth being achievement, that our committee really handles like the first 2.5 steps. Physiological, safety, and part of belonging, and lots of other committees come in at that point with belonging and achievement and so on. So that's how we feel like we're going to support the mission statement of the district.
Thanks, Emily. Any questions?
Dr. Buendia, Dr. Hall, and then Dr. Amio.
All right. So we are the co-chairs. And next slide, please. Or do I have it? Oh, who's handling it? Is it you? Oh.
Sam.
We have a fairly large committee, and what we definitely discussed between ourselves as well as with the committee is that it's going to ebb and flow. And depending on where we are, different voices are going to be coming to the table. So we have 3 parents. Of course, we have board member. I'm just going to keep going.
Yes.
We have board members, Baid. We have board president Ford. And everybody has been so active in the meetings. And, sick one here had to cancel the last one. But everybody's been awesome in getting the work done. We created a shared folder. And so, and for those who don't have access, like some of our parents don't have access to internal documents, I just send them copies. So we have already met in April and May. Like I said, I was sick June 14th and too many weeks before and after, not COVID. And those are our scheduled meetings. July 12th is probably our most exciting because our committee asked for it to be an all-day work session. And, they're just like aching and itching to go, so it's pretty exciting. So then the next slide, please. We were looking at a lot of different documents and research that's out there, and this group, the Intercultural Development Research Association out of Texas, is really on the forefront. When we were comparing with other districts, they really have documents that are research-based in terms of what equity should look like if we really want to be innovative and transformational. And so at this point, this is a draft. We need to tease it out, but the goal would really be equitable access and inclusion. And then you can see the objective there: schools ensure unobstructed entrance into, involvement of, and full participation of learners in schools. I mean, it's pretty powerful, those 2 statements. And then there are the action steps, and it really, it's a larger document, and our board members who are participating have seen the larger document, but we're sticking to the 3 slides. So that is it for us, I believe. Awesome.
Thank you.
I'll just come up and finish this off. So we're glad to be here. Paul Schulte and I are co-chairing our Teaching and Learning Subcommittee. And so our committee is, I don't know what this stuff is. We also have a large committee. We're very happy to have Board President Ford, also Board Member Catherine Kennedy on our committee, as well as principals and assistant principals and 3 parents that have been very good in attending. So far it's been a large committee, and our subcommittees that Mr. Schulte will talk about later are also including additional people on those as well.
We've had, we've had 3 meetings so far. Our first meeting was in person and kind of a kickoff. Since then, our meetings have been virtual with an exceptionally high rate of participation. And we've established our norms for our meetings, and we review those and focus on those each time. And in addition, between our meetings, our subcommittee are meeting as well to do the work and then come back and report in the committee. As I like sometimes affectionately refer to this, Christy will remember this, the committee of the whole.
Yes, his cow meeting.
Cow meeting. Oh, that's me again, sorry. Pay attention. I've done a great job. One of the things I really enjoy about this committee is I believe that the functioning of the committee reflects best practice in teaching and learning. And so they've taken the time to draft and our mission and vision statement relative to this committee, which obviously is a subcommittee of the district mission as well. And then finally, based on that, we divided into 4 subcommittees to meet the focus areas on teaching and learning, our civil competency, fine arts and expression, literacy, and STEM. This is really a big, I don't know how the other committees feel, but I feel overwhelmed every time we meet. There's so much work to do and so much to cover. But these are the 4 subcommittees in focus on learning and teaching that the groups are meeting, and we have committee chairs that are doing the work as well, and it's going exceptionally well.
And our next steps, so we have an open invitation with special education, technology, and student services. So we float them in whenever they can come, and we know that if we have specific things to bring them in, what we don't want is to go off and develop something without their input, without their work alongside of us. So each of those subcommittees, as Paul said, we're all working toward creating those appropriate student goals. Then we plan to work with assessment and evaluation, which is apparently now assessment and EVE, to develop that ongoing evaluation piece so that we're sure that we meet short-term and long-term goals over the 5 years of the plan. After we have reached this point, as Student Services is, we'd like to meet with larger groups that include more teachers and more administrators and more parents to make sure that we're putting this out in the language and with the support of the stakeholders that really support the work that we do, and then create a support plan for implementation. Because we are teaching and learning, we understand that a lot of the things that we put out will need to also follow along with professional development and information to make sure teachers and paraprofessionals and administrators are ready to support this plan, and that we'll need to review that regularly.
Thank you.
All right, this is my committee. So I followed the directions, Dr. Gatson, and we did one slide. Go ahead, Sam. Glad to know I was.
Chronic bus that just hit us all.
Hey, I can be creative and not follow the rules sometimes. So this committee is more than one slide. It's broad and covers a lot of parts of the actual student achievement plan. But first, just wanted to say that we have identified all the assessments in place, that we have historical data, and that we are currently collecting data that we can help support all of the parts of the student achievement plan. And then, of course, the larger part of the work of this committee is conducting the evaluations. And that does include even Alan's piece as well. We actually have a meeting with him early July to start talking about how we're going to do that. So it'll be really interesting. I'm really excited about that. So.
Thank you, Michelle.
Yeah, thank you. I think we have some of the best data in the state. So thank you so much for what you do, Michelle. You're welcome.
Thank you. I would like to kind of add to that. It's not lost on me that what your committee is doing is embedded in what every committee is doing.
Exactly.
And I think I would just like to empower you to ask for the resources you need to be able to do what you're doing.
Yeah.
Because it's high level, it's important, and we understand the complexity of it in supporting every committee. And thank you, Superintendent, for doing this, and everybody who's here for the committees that you work on, and board members for your participation in those committees as well. It's been great to see this work start churning and start coming together, and really have appreciated the conversations I've been a part of, and see what good work is happening. But board, for us, as we move into our planning session, you can see that they're really focused on the board vision and mission, and we need to make sure that we are kind of all aligning this work as well, and supporting each other through it, because this isn't work that's happening. It's committees, but I really appreciated what Dr. Hall was talking about. We really can't be working separately, because, you know, at the end of the day, what we're trying to do is support individual students. So thank you for this report, and really, from the board perspective, I think I can speak for the board and just empower you all to reach back out and have those conversations with district leadership and with us as board, because this is important work to us, to let us know what's working and what isn't working and how we can best support the work moving forward. Any other comments from board members? If not, then we'll move quickly to the pathway indicators, which
And you have
here
the
you
two
are.
people right there.
Over there, I'm like,
I thought it would just make sense for them to be already at the table.
Making my point that the work you do is embedded in everything. So thank you.
Thank you. So we were asked to give just an overview right now of where we are currently in our pathways data. We have a couple of indicators that aren't updated yet at this point because we don't have data, but Dr. Amio is going to walk you through, again, a reminder of this pathways information and where it came from, and then give you just an update of the data that we have. So we're very excited.
All right, so Sam is driving, but I do have my laptop up here, so hopefully we can, merge our thoughts. So first thing is, these are your pathway indicators, and we have a great historical data with them, so I'm happy to be able to look back at those. If you have any questions about how we determine what data to use or how we're doing that, just let me know. This is what our principals and counselors, academic coaches, cabinet, any school administrators use and access, and they typically use this about once a year, and it usually is in August. So this is kind of what they can look at to get started and determine some goals. So how you use this is there is a gap analysis. It's actually a subgroup or disaggregation of the aggregate that you'll see. So the first indicator has to do with our counts and access for our preschool 3 and 4-year-olds. And you can see that principals or whoever is looking at these can look at counts by the 3-year-olds, 4-year-olds, and then by school. And then, of course, the subgroup analysis there. You can look at, we always disaggregate by the 4, by race, low income, and then EL, students with disabilities. And we've done that. We do that in all of our reports. This is kinder, and this is our fall KEEP entrance test over the years from 2018 to 2022. We have all of those data that we were actually here in the fall of 19. And whenever you see our reports and you see a single year, that just means that's the end year. So 2019 to 2020. So the 2020 would be, that's what this year is. And then our subgroup, you can see that. And then I think this is usually the indicator that is most interesting. And then over time, if you want to jump in, I'll go for it. Over time, you can see that we've recouped in terms of our exit for this year's group.
Sorry, of Sam, kinder. if you go to 1CK. Thank you.
Oh, I forgot I'm not connected.
This was very exciting data for us to see in terms of our students being prepared leaving kindergarten. Going back to that one, you'll see 92% math proficiency. Overall, we're seeing really high gains in math this year across all the grades. So keep your eye on math. And then with our students coming out, you'll also see again this gap of our 2021 year where, as happened across the state and across the nation, we all had a dip in performance during our pandemic year, but what you'll be watching for there is how we are raising that up again so that we are beginning to close that performance gap over time to regain the losses that we've had. So we have made some tremendous growth here.
Okay, Sam, do you want to go to 2A? All right, so this is the second indicator and third indicator are around third grade, and we know that there's several pieces of research that tell us a lot about what needs to happen during third grade. So indicator 2 is our third grade students reading and writing on grade level, and we use the third grade RISE or end of level test for this indicator. And then of course we don't have 2020. But you can see that we are on an upward swing back to pre-pandemic levels for this group. And we are looking at our K1, 2, and 3 in particular because those were our littles that were in remote during the pandemic. So we're watching those data pretty closely. Go ahead, Sam. All right, so this is indicator 2, and this is the our EL progress and proficiency, and we look at how many of our students who are identified as English language learners and who met the growth target that's calculated by the state each year for their level and number of years as identified as EL. So that's quite a nice jump. We're happy to see that. And then Sam, could you hit the subgroup analysis button at the top? Yeah, just really quick. Do you have any questions about this? You can see each of our subgroups and how they've performed. Okay, go ahead, Sam. And then this is our exiting elementary, and this indicator is about third graders exiting proficient in all three of our areas, English, math, and science. And this first quadrant that's gray, that is the percent that met all of those benchmarks or proficiency scores of a 3 or 4. And then it's broken out by English language arts, science, and math. And Dr. Hall mentioned the upward swing for science. You can see that we're making progress and gains back to that. And then, of course, our math is swinging back up again as well. So we're happy to see that the third graders this year that were impacted by the pandemic the last 2 previous years are making gains. All right, 3B. All right, and then this one is our English language learners. This is the percent of English language learners who are exiting at the end of third grade and are showing proficiency on the English language arts RISE test. So this one's a little bit harder, but we know that it's super important for our EL students to be proficient as they head into those upper grades. So again, you can see that there's an uptick, but it's a little bit lower than we wanted to see here. And that's just the cohorts that tested out.
What does that mean?
A cohort just means that in this case, they were the ones who tested out.
Tested out.
They were exited from being the WIDA program. Yeah. So they don't receive.
WIDA is the language test, so they're proficient, so they don't need to take it.
Right. So they would start in a 1, 2, 3, or 4, and then when they are at a 5 or higher, right, then we would consider them on observation or on watch because they've now exited into the literate population or the English literate population. I'm saying that.
And it doesn't mean that they're proficient in English. It means their English is strong enough for them to be successful
in an academic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so, but we still do monitor. And so they'll have an individual language plan and there'll be some watching to make sure that they still have supports. And that's another reason why we have all of our teachers with our ESL endorsements so that we can provide that support across the board in all of those classrooms.
Yeah, and the state, Dr. Gaston, you can speak to this too, the state is talking about lowering and changing some of those components of the WIDA so that more students are exiting. And I don't know what the background conversation was around why we would do that, but that's also coming, so this would change our indicator also. Sounds like that's going. And if anyone wants to see the subgroup analysis for any of these reports, just let Sam know.
And one of the reasons why that is we've talked about whether it's a good indicator on performance of a school and how well they're actually doing overall.
Yeah.
And so we're looking at other indicators that happen in the operation of school that give a better indication of student performance and how well the teachers and leaders are actually doing with students. That's why that's happening.
Yep, and that's a national conversation, yep. Right, so are we on 4A? Okay. So 4A, so indicator 4 is about 8th grade, or about middle school performance and being proficient when they leave. So we know that transition between 8th grade and 9th grade is very important, and then 9th grade into 10th grade. So we have those indicators are also valued heavily by our principals. So in this indicator, 8th grade students are on grade level in all 3 areas, in English, language arts, math, and science, and that's measured again by the RISE test. So again, it's laid out the same way. The gray is all percentages of students who met all 3, and then broken out by the test type. Okay, 4B. Is also, this one has to do with behaviors and habits during middle school. They start to develop those skills as they head into high school. So in this case, we have two pieces, and that is attendance in all core classes and a cumulative GPA of 2.75 or higher. So in the yellow, those are the percentage that met both of those indicators, and then attendance, of course, is still an issue, and then our GPA, of course, for those kids have bounced back up a little bit. So, any questions? Okay, indicator 5 is that transition from middle to high, and is looking at proficiency again around English, language arts, math, and science. We won't have these scores until June 30th, so we will skip that and go to 5B. Thanks, Sam. All right. This one, again, is around behaviors and habits that start in high school, that we know these are research-based and evidence-based practices that we need to see in 9th graders. They need a little bit more support, so these are important details for each of these students. So for the same thing, the Navy is laid out for all of those students that have met all criteria. And then they had to have earned at least 6 credits, no Fs in any core classes, and had to have maintained a 90% or higher in all of their core classes for attendance. And you can see those 3 areas laid out.
And just to, if you look at those orange bars, that's meeting the credit criteria by school year. And so you can see our dip year, but then as we come back, I just think that that's a call out to our high schools that are really pushing credit recovery in a variety of different ways. Online, in person, with a packet, on a computer. If there's a way that they can help students make that credit up, then they are really working to put them back on track for graduation.
All right, then indicator 6 is preparing for graduation, exiting high school, and heading into some post-secondary setting. In this case, we have a fairly low, those that met all of these conditions, so this is a little bit more rigorous. 90% attendance rate, an overall GPA of 2.0, meeting the credit criteria by year, meaning they've earned the credits they need and they're on track. And then, of course, those that met the ACT criteria, which was a composite of 21. Any questions? Hey, Sam, will you go to the, on that, yeah. No, to go back to the pathways really quick and hit the subgroup analysis button for me. Thanks. And just if you look at that, there's something wrong with that page. Never mind, get out of that page. I don't know what's wrong with that. If something's wrong, I'll fix it. And then go to 6B. I was going to show you the trends for each of our demographics and groups had rectified a little bit. So indicator 6B This is STEM, and this one's a pretty rigorous indicator for students to meet as well. So the math benchmark for ACT is a 21. That's the percentage of students along the bottom in orange that met that benchmark. And then the ACT benchmark for science is 23, which is high. We actually have more students meeting that one than we do for math, which is actually probably flipped in most districts that do the ACT. And then go to 6C, sound. And then this is just post-secondary readiness for our students. And again, you can see that there's a little bit of an uptick in 2 of the areas. Well, actually just one of them. And then, of course, we are rectifying, though, in terms of how many students are meeting that criteria. So 7A is post-secondary, 7A, B, and C, and those are, I think Tiffany's presented those or Dr. Hall in board meeting earlier this year.
Right.
And these will be updated as we receive that information from the National Student Clearinghouse, so.
Okay.
So when you go to the ACT page, do you want to speak to that? No. I was going to ask them to go to the ACT page. Okay. So this was the page I was trying to get to, and Sam knew and I forgot. So just taking a look at how our ACT has rectified. During the pandemic, it seemed like our high school students weren't impacted as heavily in terms of their achievement and ability to perform on end-of-level tests. It was mostly GPA, credit earned, and the attendance piece. But the overall achievement on the ACT, it seems to be correcting itself with the exception of math, which was also a national conversation about which students would be performing lower. And typically in our Title I urban school districts, those students were helping their siblings. And it's difficult to learn math from a Canvas page, whereas it might be easier in other courses. And so we think, we haven't done a study on it, but we think our students may have dropped a little bit more than the rest of the state in some of our Title I schools or high schools that have the feeder patterns. And that was probably likely what happened. I think that they were probably supporting their siblings.
How much of an impact do you think offering integrated math as opposed to the
strands?
The strands has to do with that?
Well, I think I'm probably the wrong person to ask if you're a proponent of that, because I taught math and physics for a while. But I think that the way that the stranding is in place, it actually has a piece of each core. So it has algebra, geometry, and then statistics, probability.
Right.
And so I think for a lot of students that might be easier to learn, because then they're cycling through every year rather than just doing discrete sections of mathematics. Yeah.
And what I mean is the way integrated math is taught, and by the time they have to take ACT, does that have an impact with us teaching integrated math and they're still learning the strands?
No, I don't. We don't think so. The state actually looked at that when they decided to go to the integrated math model. And so our Aspire Plus actually adds those additional questions for the Utah standards in math, because the standard questions actually, I need like a diagram here. If this is the block of questions that the ACT prepares for, then the Aspire has that block of questions, and the Aspire Plus says, and here are the Utah questions. So,
and I think also on the ACT, typically the freshman, sophomore year of mathematics across the country is typically what's tested. And so for us, that would be a chunk of our secondary 1 and 2. And then these are juniors, so hopefully they are reviewing that strand, and we would hope that would be the case. I know that one of my kids at Highland just took it, and she complained that it was an easier section, and I tried to explain that's because it was a freshman, sophomore level mathematics area, so she was surprised by it. So I would hope it will pop back up soon.
So I think one of the things that we'd really like to say here about what this means for teachers and teaching over the last year is that Now, again, across our district, across our state, across our nation, we saw the pandemic affect student achievement. But what we see here in the Salt Lake District is not teachers who are saying, well, you know, we went back 8 points, let's try to get 3 of them back, or let's try to get 4 of them back. Truly, the battle cry has been, let's get back to where we were and grow from there, and the momentum is staggering. So I would just like to call that out, that there are many places where the movement or the trajectory has been small. It has been sort of the same increments. And I feel like with the letters training, with the ongoing math professional development, with the things that we're doing in science and in bringing writing across the curriculum and really, you know, hitting that tipping point with being able to support our students who are English language learners, I have tremendous faith in our teachers that this type of gap closing will continue in the future. So we're really, we're pleased to see that.
It was really fun to see the animation of the data, and my whole team, if you were in the room when they animated it, we all just went, whoa! So it was happy. We were glad to see some recovery there, especially with those younger kids.
Thank you for taking the time to do this, and these pathway indicators are one of the things I'm proud of as a board member, and it's something that we worked on years ago, and having it here on Power BI and all the work you do to keep it current and it's usable data on a regular basis, and I think that that's really important as we're following how our students are doing over time and as they progress. What you do is so important. And thank you for it. Any other questions real quickly for, okay, thank you for being here.
Thank you. I appreciate the training you've done for principals.
It's such important work. Thank you for everybody who's taken the time to present this afternoon. I did feel like this is an important piece for us as a board to hear all of the work that's going on, to hear what's happening in the student achievement plan progression, and then those pathway indicators as we really move to discuss our own board work. And what I want to start is by talking about our priorities and goals as a board. And I'm going to pass out a document to you. These are I'll give you a couple. Okay. Let's see, let's keep one and give the rest to you. These, we've talked a lot about the board priorities of literacy and social and emotional learning. And these are the specific goals that we adopted as a board several years ago on social and emotional learning. What I'd like for this planning section as we talk about goals and priorities is for us to have a discussion as we study this on what we want our goals and priorities to be as we move forward. We've talked several times through this year about what our priorities are. And I think in November, we talked about a commitment to the mission and vision statement that we currently have. And I heard the board support that. I would love to have that reconfirmed, that the mission and vision that we currently have adopted is something that we'll continue to support. If the board wants to adjust that, I'm certainly willing to do that. I think it's important that we have a clear support of what our mission and vision is, so that as these student achievement plan committees that we've heard from today are doing their work, they have a clear vision of what they're supporting. And you heard that in some of the work that was going on. So in this part of the discussion, I'd really like to hear from board members how they feel about our current mission and vision. That's something we want to continue to support. The board priorities of social and emotional learning and literacy, and these specific goals. And if there's any other priorities or goals that the board would like to adopt. And I'm open to discussion for that. What I'm hoping as we have this planning session is that we can kind of come out of this portion of our conversation with a clear idea of what we want our vision and mission to be, what we want our priorities to be. We can adjust these goals if we want to. You can see that the timelines are out of date on them. But I would like to hear how the board feels about these specific goals, and then if there's anything you'd like to add. So thoughts on that?
Melissa? I would like us to add the safety as one of our goals here. When I say safety, it's more the more like traffic around schools. I've been working with the with our precinct council member and the transportation. We're trying to figure out all the measures that are needed and what type of lights that are needed when students are crossing in busy streets and busy neighborhoods, just like the example of the flashing light when crossing the streets. I mean, I was surprised to find out that each one of those cost $25,000. And each one of those, like, they put in about 25 a year. And I'm trying to convince them to put 25 ones in our schools, hopefully. So that's something that's personally, especially we had 2 incidents or so of students that got hit by vehicles. And that's, I think it would be great if we can entertain.
To make that a priority.
Can I speak to that for a moment?
Go ahead, Christy.
Mohammed, that's such a great idea. And one of the things that over the years, working with the city council, because all of that money comes out of their capital plan.
Yeah.
And so in order for, they have to increase that capital plan in order to have it be earmarked, for crosswalks, hawk lights, the pedzings, all of that stuff, even the marking of the, of the crosswalks. And so Melissa and I attended meetings up in our neighborhood pre-pandemic too, because I think all over our city, Superintendent, there are issues, about it. But I think one of the ways for us to really look at that is to say it's a priority for us, but how do we now work with the city council to increase that capital budget, because it's their purse strings. And now they've also, contracted out all of our crosswalk guards. Yes. So they don't even hire them. It's an independent company that does all of the crosswalk guards. And so I think that, and I won't speak for Nate and Melissa, but I know that in the past, as I've sat with the city council as leadership, that has always been a conversation that we're having. One of the things I think that we could do better at is sharing our safe walking routes, so that, I know they can put it on, what's it called again, Melissa, that Snap, on Snap. But to tell you honestly, we found that they weren't looking at that as closely as we would like them to. So I think that it's a great idea, but we now have to encourage them to put more money into their capital in order for that to be done. The other thing that we talked about were the sidewalks, right? Because the sidewalks are too small. They can't hold, enough people on a corner, and that all comes through the, what was that called? Capital improvement plans, right? The capital improvement plans. And so I think there's some things that we can do, together in a partnership, because really it's their money that they need to, I think they're the ones who need to be responsible and identify, especially those high traffic areas, for us, and be able to set aside that capital need money, because that's really where it comes from, is in their capital budget. It's a really great.
Thanks, Christy. Superintendent?
Yes, so we've had some conversations as well about identifying those high traffic areas to see if we could work with Salt Lake Police Department to have presence in some of those areas to deter people running around the bus stop arm and things like that. But we've also talked about the possibility of an investment from our district, like in other districts that I've been in, to put cameras on those stop arms, those stop signs, but then also working with Salt Lake City Police Department as we have in other districts that I've been in, that when that video is identified, the PD takes action when we share the video with them. So those are solutions that we could work on as a district as well. But it would take cooperation from the city and the city police department to help us with enforcement.
Melissa, could I, oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Bryce.
Well, maybe you go and then I can.
I'll just finish my thought. So I appreciate that you asked Melissa, about the 2 goals. And so the social, emotional, and literacy, I think, are the 2 goals that I'd like to see us, unless we got information from, our district leaders that we needed to switch. That we all know that literacy is the cornerstone for student success. So I'd like to see us stay with these 2 for sure, and then I'll, talk about other ones, but I think the literacy and social emotional, that they need to stay in place.
I agree that I like our goals. I think they've served us well. They have given us a really good focus. They're a good counterweight to each other, I think. The one thing I'd like to do maybe is see us add engagement into social and emotional learning for our students. Engaged students typically are happier, more, better adjusted often. And I think that by doing so, we could incorporate some other goals, like a focus on the arts, just for example. Since that's been a goal I've been requesting that unfortunately got shoveled to the side for a long time ago. But we could really talk about engagement as part of our social and emotional learning. I think we're doing a lot of education for our teachers and our staff. And that would be something that maybe we could, and we are of course focusing on the students too, but that'd be a way to focus even more clearly on the students. To talk about how many of our students are involved in extracurriculars, school-based extracurriculars, how many of students have, for example, a personal relationship with one important teacher, those kinds of things that are so crucial to student success, especially as they get into middle and high school. So I don't know, that's just a suggestion. It certainly isn't something we have to do. But I really like both these goals. And it was exactly 4 years ago on this day, this Tuesday at least, that we had this meeting. Just so you know, that we determined these 2 goals.
No, I know, because I pulled them off and found them. Bryce, go ahead.
Yes, I also second social emotional learning and literacy as well. I did want to chime in on what Mohammed had said around safety. That's one of the things that I came into this meeting tonight thinking about is safety. Not only things around like crosswalks and things of that nature, but also on our campuses and our schools. I know we have that on the discussion agenda later tonight, but I think that is something that we need to prioritize, and that's what I'm hearing from a lot of parents, especially in the last 3 months, is that something they'd like us to focus on.
All right, Nate, Superintendent, and then Nate.
Oh, I'll let, defer to board members first.
Thanks, Dr. Gadsden. I definitely agree that we need to keep literacy and social emotional learning. I think fine-tuning both of those a little bit, just to kind of make sure that they're more measurable and more attainable, would make a lot of sense for our board and for our district and all the folks that are working in them. I know in the past, in previous trainings, we've also talked about some different goal ideas. Aside from literacy and social emotional learning, we discussed proficiency in graduation, so specifically proficiency in English language arts, in math and in science, specifically when it comes to equity in our BIPOC student community. And then, of course, graduation, just making sure that we are measuring and demonstrating post-graduation readiness that can increase, by certain percentage points in any given, 4-year period of time. I think at this point it'd be 2022 to 2028, as we discussed them in previous trainings last year. But those are some of the things that I would like to reintroduce to the board, some of the work that we did back in January of last year when we had new members join our board. So I would like to bring those back up at some point, President Ford.
Graduation, post-graduation readiness.
Proficiency.
And proficiency.
Yeah.
All right, Superintendent.
And so I agree with Vice President Salazar. I'd like to just make a recommendation to the board that we look at graduation rate, a goal around graduation rate, and closing the gap between our student groups in relation to graduating, so that we really have a goal that's reflecting the importance of our students graduating on time, ready for life. Science, I think we need a science goal that really stresses the importance of science education and what our target is. So I really think we need to look at a goal for science education. Numeracy, we just had pathway indicator discussion, and we talked about growing in math and looking at that, but I think we need to have a serious goal around numeracy and mathematics and what we expect. And then the last, it might seem a little out there, but I'd like the board to consider career and technical education participation as a goal, and increasing that participation in CTE. We know that is good for our students. We really need to start focusing on counseling and advising our students toward career and technical education, and not see it as just something for a certain group of students. It benefits all of our students, and it actually increases their post-secondary readiness.
Thank you, Superintendent. So I have grad rate, science, education, numeracy, and CTE participation.
Yes, ma'am.
And goals in that area. I'm hearing commitment to literacy and social emotional learning, so I think that we need to continue with those goals. Lots of research I've read tells me that consistency over time and what you focus on is going to matter, so I certainly wouldn't recommend changing our focus on literacy or social and emotional learning. I think that's super important. If we want to work on adding some student outcome focused goals around some of these other things I'm hearing, grad rate, science, education, numeracy, and CTE, I'm open to that. I want to caution us against having too many things that we're focused on, just because then we'll be divided a little bit more, and I want to be careful about that. I think we should have some goals, though, that are student outcome focused on what we would like our numeracy results to be, for example, for students. I think that that's a really good idea. I just want us to be really focused on what we're talking about. I think the specific metrics we're looking at for these goals that we put together 4 years ago, we can maybe look at again. And Dr. Hall, I'd love for you to maybe confirm for me the idea. I'm thinking if we set these priorities, say we have a priority of literacy, it's from the board, from your perspective, it's good to have the board have that kind of priority, because then resources are focused that way a little bit more. So that's helpful to you.
Melissa, I really appreciate how you're phrasing this right now, and I think that although I understand why the superintendent is, adding these other things in, I'm wondering, because I do worry a little bit, as you are, that we have too many goals. And that if you have some cornerstones, but then take some of these other ones and layer them into our student achievement plan goals, that we do it that way instead of these overarching goals. So like if you took social emotional literacy, and if we all landed on safety, but to take those core subjects, as the superintendent has talked about, and to identify what those goals need to be. And as Nate said, the graduation rate, because the graduation rate interweaves into all of that, to then put that into our student achievement, goals, so that it's always being worked on. And it's not something that, we're revisiting each year, because I've really liked, that we have done exactly what you said, that we've just recommitted ourselves to these, knowing that we need to also evolve, at times. So I would just say, I'm on the same page as you are, Melissa, that let's be really careful about how many we have and how can we interlace some of those things that we've all talked about into our student achievement plan.
Yeah, because we're not saying that I would never say that any of these things are less important than another. They're all very important. Superintendent?
And the reason why I recommended what I did along with what we already have is I think it's important that the superintendent, staff at the district level, and our school level staff, students and parents, understand the direction the board has given us. And people look at the grad rate to determine the health of a school district. And so that's definitely one that I think our board really needs to look at, graduation rate, because that speaks volumes when people are looking at Salt Lake City School District and how well Salt Lake City School District prepares students. They're going to look at the percentage of students that are graduating on time. So I mentioned these, and I understand what you all mean by the number of goals, but it sets the direction and the target for the superintendent and staff on what the board is expecting around these areas. And whether it's in the student achievement plan or it's set as direct board goals, I think we've got to address those areas.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Thank you, Superintendent. And I think what we're working on right now is a student achievement plan. And within that plan, and every committee, and certainly we heard from them today, they are setting goals and priorities for those committees. And so in some respects, what the board has set as those pillars that we're focusing, pillars for lack of a better word, those categories, those that we have at those subcommittees, those are board priorities. Early childhood is a priority. Teaching and learning is a priority. Student success, equity and advocacy, the technology piece, these really are board priorities. And so in some respect, we could just kind of say, here's our priorities. These are our priorities. But then the goals that we set as a board might be just a little bit different than that, because there's goals within that student achievement plan and our priorities. And I want to make sure that we're focused enough on everything. And I'm in support of adding grad rate to that, of maybe three goals, potentially even 4, but I don't really want to go more than 3 or 4. Nate?
Yeah, and I appreciate that, President Ford and Dr. Gadsden, and closely aligned with Christy on the notion of, how do we have, say, like a proficiency goal, like what we talked about last year, when the new board members came onto the board with us. Proficiency covered a number of different subject areas, English language, arts, math, science, and I don't see why that couldn't incorporate other elements that the board might be, or the superintendent and administration are thinking about. And the thing that I really liked about the goals that we drafted at that time is that they were all SMART goals. They were all measurable. They were all time, measured, right? Based on whatever kind of calendar year, fiscal year we want to focus on. And so I'd be happy to share those goals back out with the board to refresh our brains, but or I'm happy to read them. I have them in front of me too. But nonetheless, I think they encompass not only the direction that I think I hear Dr. Gadsden asking for, but also it might help us fine-tune the type of direction, the type of discussions we'd be having throughout the course of any year too.
Thanks, Nate.
Yeah.
I get other feedback, input.
I would like to see us, the more I'm thinking about it, I think that how we define engagement under social and emotional, and looking at how our kids, can be engaged in other things for, what is that, a well-rounded student, or a portrait of a graduate.
Whole child.
Yeah, I think that engagement piece would be interesting to hear that come back, from Sandra and from Emily, to see what that would really look like. So that might be another piece. And I agree with what Nate, I liked the conversations about our SMART goals. I think that accountability was so important, to all of us. We need to have that. But I also think that it helps us direct the resources, as Tiffany has said, and then Alan gets clear direction from this board about our finances and where he's got to find the money trees, for us to do all the things we want to do. So.
It's not the bowl of pennies on his desk, I can tell you that.
Yeah.
Okay, so
The
these.
superintendent has his hand up.
Oh, sorry,
No
Superintendent. Go
problem.
ahead.
Along with what Board Member Sweat was saying, in the last district that I was in, our board set a priority, and the priority was simply every student involved, right? And the schools were charged with getting students involved. That's all the priority said, every student involved. We got them involved in clubs. Students suddenly started creating clubs that they wanted to be in and finding sponsors and athletics and, but that was simply the board's priority, every student involved. And we had a way of measuring how many students were involved in sports and activities and after-school programming and all of that. So we could definitely look at that with the engagement and give a broad priority and allow staff to figure out how to then do what the board is asking with every student engaged or every student involved or what have you.
That's good, I like that. All right.
So with that, Melissa, do you feel like that you guys have good enough direction from us to put a draft together, for us to talk about, or do you need more direction?
So what I'm hearing multiple, so yes, social and emotional learning and literacy within focus, kind of redrafting that social and emotional goal to include engagement and potentially something worded like the superintendent said around every student involved. Then I'm hearing safety, school safety and student safety, so campus safety and then transportation as well, and which is something we'll need to work on with the city. And then graduation rate, post-graduation readiness, and CTE participation, science education, and numeracy. And we do track all of the proficiency data for all three of those. So I guess I'd like to hear from the board how you feel about those becoming like main priorities, or if they're just, not just, because we would still be focused on them, but have them embedded into the student achievement plan.
I think
these are all valuable things.
I think they're all valuable things. For me personally, I'd like to see what ones can we put into the student achievement plan, what ones can be interlaced into that accountability piece, those SMART goals. How can we interlace those? And then from that point, you look at the safety transportation pieces and the post-grad, and then look at if those need to be another two pillars. But I want them connected the same way with the accountability pieces that we have with literacy and SEL. I feel like we have real clear, identifiers with that. So when we talk about the other ones, like Mohammed was talking about, what are those goals that we want to try and accomplish?
So maybe do try and come up with some goals.
Yes, some sort of a, anyway, I think that you could send out a draft to us and we could all work on it and, put our 2 cents in. But I think what also would be helpful is, when we went through this 4 years ago, we really looked at the information that Tiffany brought us and that Michelle brought us, to look at those proficiency goals, as Nate, pointed out. And I think we need to continue to look at that data, which I think will help us identify.
There is, I really strongly do agree with you, Superintendent, the CTE participation is an important thing for us to be focused on, and we could be setting a goal in that area about participation in CTE. That's a really good way to look at how students are involved as well.
Yeah, and we wouldn't need to change the pillars at all. When you all are talking about student engagement, that falls under student success. These academic goals would fall under student success, ed equity, and teaching and learning. So safety falls under student success. So the pillars are fine. It's how you direct the work. For instance, Emily and Lisan shared that they're defining what student success is. This discussion will help them develop that portion of the student achievement plan based on us sharing that safety and some of the other things needs to be a part of the conversation of student success.
Okay, thank you. Nate?
Yeah, I might be a little more overt in my comments here, but I certainly want to, not caution, but for lack of a better term, just remind the board, maybe is a better, kind of word to use here, descriptor, that the goals that we develop as a board have to be high level. And I think some of the things that we're talking about get into the weeds a little bit of the day-to-day operations that are managed, by the administration all the way down to teachers in the classroom. And we need to be pretty careful about not doing that, number one, but also making sure that I think some of the things that we're talking about are expectations, more so than they are goals necessarily that the board monitors. So I want to be really cautious of that and really keep these to really high level, measurable, outcome driven, time-based driven goals that really focus on student achievement. I'm not saying that any of the topics that we've discussed aren't important. I think they are. But I would say that there's some of the things that we're talking about that might not necessarily be a board goal, but might be an expectation of the board to our administration to make sure that they contribute to. And I think that's exactly what we're talking about in a lot of ways. But I just wanted to be a little more overt about what the role is of the board and also the role of our administrators and administration.
I think I have a good list of things that I've heard from the board, and we'll bring back a draft. And with the board's permission, maybe leadership and I can work with the superintendent and kind of flesh this out a little bit. So that would be great. Thank you. Always in our planning meetings, at least as long as I've been a board member, we've kind of taken a list of priorities or requests that board members want to discuss. What I'd like I'd like our agendas to be able to focus on these priorities that we've outlined and be able to schedule agendas based on these priorities, and then for anything that you feel that you want to have on an agenda, we have a pretty well-defined process for putting things on board agendas, and I think we've been pretty responsive to that. So what I'd like to suggest is that we keep those lists relatively to your highest priority. So maybe only share with me just a couple things that you would like us to focus on, and maybe consider that what we've already put out there, like, as you were talking about safety, Mohammed, and Bryce talking about campus safety, that be what you do prioritize. And I think that we've all agreed that that's important, and so that's something that we can talk about when leadership, superintendent, and business administrator, and as third board member are talking about setting agendas. We'll look at those priorities and we'll do agendas according to those priorities, rather than have a list of 25 or 30 things that we're trying to plug in. It'll keep us focused on the things that we say we prioritize for our agenda setting. That said, if there's something that we haven't mentioned already, or you have a list of things you want us to focus on, I think I'm really happy to write that down. I mean, there are some things that we know we'll do, we know we'll focus on, and I'm happy to write those things down too, so that we can talk about what I'd like to do at some point here is sort of put together a draft timeline of when we would plug things in, so that we can work together to talk about what our agendas look like. So thoughts on that. I don't want to put something on to you that you're uncomfortable with.
Okay.
Go ahead, Christy.
All right, so I'll go ahead and start. Thank you for phrasing it that way, Melissa. I think it's important that we don't have over-bloated agendas, that we really do try and look at, some things that are very specific. So one of the things I had written down, and Mohammed, you and I have been on the same wavelength about this, and along with Bryce, is I think our partnership with the City Council needs to be buoyed up. And I'm so glad that Jennifer is here tonight, to talk about, the great liaison that we have with her with the mayor's office. I talked to Jennifer a little bit about this when we met, and I think that looking at a very concerted effort with the school district and the city council to put together a PR campaign about our city and why do you want to live in the city, and and be able to talk about safe schools, talk about those priorities that we have together, affordable housing for our teachers and for our families. I think that the only way we're going to be able to really push this out is to do it together. And I think it'd be so exciting, for our district with the mayor and the city council to really be in the forefront. We're so lucky because we're our own municipality. We don't have a lot of other entities that we have to work with. So I'd really like to see, how we could put that together, because I think it would be really exciting. The CTE, I completely agree with that, but I want us to take it a step further. I want us to have certificates for our kids when they leave that welding program over at Highland, or the professional. I always get this wrong. The one at East.
The medical professions.
Yes, the medical professions. You just look at. It's so important for our kids to have internships and apprenticeships, so that when they come out of graduation, that they have a place that they can earn a living right off the bat. And so I would like us to really have that concerted effort, of looking at that. For me, this is a huge priority, is before and after school programs in every school until 6 p.m. at night. Our families are under so much stress right now, and childcare has become expensive, and I am telling you that 90% of the parents that I talk to, if you ask them where do they feel their kids are the safest, it's in our schools. And so I think that we have to commit ourselves to looking at where do we find the money, and I look at Alan's face right now, where do we find the money, to be able to pay the people that we need to pay to have quality before and after school programs in our schools, because our parents need that. So I'd like to see us talk about that. So I appreciate, Melissa, that you kind of honing that down in. I know I'll probably agree with a lot of the other things that everyone else is saying, but I'm excited for this next year and looking at the conversations that we'll have.
Those are good priorities. Thank you, Christy. I've got city council relationship, a PR campaign for cities, our schools and cities, the CTE, working with Jennifer. Thank you, Jennifer. And CTE, focus on CTE, certificates, internships, all of that. And then before and after school programs in every school until 6 p.m. Anybody else want to share their priorities?
I have one.
Okay, go ahead, Mohammed.
I just have one question. I know our board meeting overlaps with the city council meeting. And I don't know what we can do, if it is a possibility for us to figure out how, because I'd love to attend one of the meetings as a school board member and just be able to.
Yeah, and we'd love to invite the mayor or city council to our meetings. That's something to think about.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead, Superintendent.
Even doing what some places do, if the mayor would be amenable to having sometimes a joint meeting between the school board and the city council is an idea. And we can do that every so often, where we come together and really talk about district and city business. Because as board member Sweat said, we're our own municipality, and so we don't have to deal with a whole lot of people, so it would be easy for us to have joint meetings.
So we would have to maybe schedule something on a different night, but I'm really open to that. I think that would be a great idea. Thank you, Mohammed. Do you have other priorities you want to mention at this time? I have the safety.
The safety, yes. One is the attendance issues at high schools.
Okay.
There are a lot of students who are just like hanging out in the hallways and outside. And there has been quite a bit of a concern for several teachers who they are actually asking students to do studies and researches on what might be the cause behind students skipping classes. And so, because, we see that, so I don't know if there's like someone that can come and give us a presentation, research that can be done behind the scene, and these are the options, and then can be provided to the district.
Okay.
Let's try it.
Awesome. Thank you.
Sorry, I just wanted to respond to Mohammed, and I know you've been to the same classroom at East High School. I went to not too long before the school year ended, and they had done their own extensive research that I brought up in a board report a couple meetings ago, and I think it'd be really cool to have students from that class come and present their own lived experiences about why and what they're hearing from their peers at East about why attending class can be a big issue, and a lot of it really boiled down to the types of relationships that they have with their teachers. And if it's a welcoming and a warm, friendly relationship and classroom environment, they're more likely to show up. So that might just be something relative to presenters that I would like to suggest. And
that is great. Thank you.
Suggestion.
Nate, what are your other priorities?
I think I talked about them already. I mean, the graduation rate is a really important piece for me. The proficiencies and gaps that we have in our our core subjects, I think, is really important to me as well. And other than that, I think I'm pretty settled on in knowing that a lot of the other elements of our work just kind of come up naturally through any given school year of board meetings that we talk about and go through. So,
thanks, Nate.
You're welcome.
Others? Catherine, do you want to go ahead, or Bryce, are you ready to say your priorities?
I just have one additional one. Similar to Nate, I agree with a lot of what's been said here at the table today. Another priority I think I would have is, and I think it's something we're working on, but to continue to look at the equity and where we offer different programs and services and opportunities in different precincts.
Okay, thank you. Catherine?
So I just would really like us to focus on the arts for a year. I mean, I just think that we have not done that in a long time, and it needs to be done. And and I just think that it would be a great enhancement of the entire spectrum of the arts, performing arts, visual arts, dance. We've got a very strong dance program in our high schools, in all three of our high schools. And I just think it deserves some focus and attention and celebration and buoying and things like that.
Awesome.
I mean, I agree with what everyone else has said too.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
I guess the other thing I would say is that I like the diversify our narrative curriculum. I know that Tiffany's been working on that, but I think we could continue to do that. I think we could do that in history as well as in literature. And also, I don't know, we don't write our own math problems, but we could certainly do more. But I think we could do it sort of a diversify our narrative focus and just really persistently talk about how we'd like to have not just a Western culture focus, but have a bigger focus.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Nate?
President Ford, I would like to ask what some of your priorities are.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I think I agree with everything that's been said and focused on, and so far I think I would like to see us discuss, maybe embedded in a lot of what we do, inclusion, so special ed inclusion in particular, and maybe we can bring Erin in quite often just to make sure that we're focused on that resolution where we are working toward inclusion. I'm really, really proud of our sustainability work, and I want to make sure that we're still discussing that. But other than that, I think I am very much in support of everything everybody else has said. Thanks, Nate. I think I've got a really good list of what the board would prioritize to set meeting agendas. I'm going to go ahead and suggest that we do focus maybe early in the fall on the arts, so that that's a conversation we can have with Board Member Kennedy and myself on the board. Is the board in support of that?
Yes.
So we'll prioritize that up front. And then I'll put out a list of what all of these priorities are, and I'll start plugging them in. We've talked about when we do agenda settings that we kind of have a map of the year, which we'll look to give to you somewhere in August, so you kind of know when to expect what. I'm hoping that will help some of you cabinet members who are here and are routinely participating, that we have a good schedule so that we're not making things really hard one month and harder than they need to be. So I'm hoping that this can be a collaborative process so that these become all of our priorities. So they're not just from us or just from you, but they're ours, and then we can work on them together. With board support, I'd love to work with Jennifer about potentially setting, we would have to put it on an agenda for us to schedule a meeting, but if the board's in support of us moving in that direction, I'd like to work with Jennifer Newell to do that. I think that partnership would be great. I feel like we've got a good working plan for next year, if the board feels comfortable with that. Okay, we'll move to the next. What I put on here board meeting guidelines because we did adopt these board meeting guidelines, and I've been working pretty hard to follow them. There's some of them that are a little clunky though, and I would love board support to change at least. I think our timing is fairly good, and Nate's our timekeeper, and we aren't super rigid with it. We try and give you the time you need. I hope you feel that. But we are trying to keep our meetings streamlined. The one thing I really don't like is the voting order. And I think what I would prefer to do is just vote 1 to 7 and then 2 around and then 3, just move up and just go that way. It'll be easier for me to keep track of and I think a little less clunky. Do I have board support for that? I don't think we need to vote on it. I just want to know that I've got board support for that. And do you feel comfortable with the other guidelines, which are mostly about timing and talking order?
I think I do. I would like us to stay more closely to the guideline that we keep our meetings to 3 to 4 hours.
Okay.
I think that if we go too late, we don't do as well.
Yeah, agreed.
And I just think if we have to table something, we have to table something. If we have to set a new meeting, then we have to set a new meeting.
Then we have to do that. Okay. Yeah, always will follow the board direction on that. And we've done that a little bit, tabled some things, and we have tried to keep our agendas short. But sometimes that's unavoidable, too. All right, thank you. The next thing I have on there is just a board professional learning schedule. And I just wanted to just quickly talk through the board. We were talking in agenda setting and talking with Alan in particular. It would be good and helpful for us to just kind of think about what our board professional training schedule is in terms of who attends Leadership Academy for USBA, who attends USBA, or the USBA annual conference as well as the NSBA national conference. I think in years past, it's been, recent history, it's been the whole board attends mostly everything. And I think that that's okay. I think that in a lot of ways that's good. I just thought it would be good to calendar that so that everybody knows who's attending what and when, and a focus on what we're doing in terms of the master board that USBA offers. So I really just put this on here so that I could say out to everybody, be thinking about what your professional learning opportunities should be and how we want to schedule the board for those.
Melissa, maybe one to add to your calendar is the new member orientation, that USBA does. And it's set on Saturday, the 3rd of December. And they are opening it up because of the pandemic to our board members that were elected during those 2 years, because we didn't really have one. So that if, as a board, we wanted to send, more of our members to that they are making accommodations for that. So it is still down in Provo at the Marriott, and there should be something sent to the superintendent, about that coming out fairly fairly early. And then I think that's the only one that is, because that only happens every other year. But then next year, right, will be Academy. No, we had Academy this year, so Academy won't be next year.
And can I just add on to that? Is that okay?
Yes, please.
So it's not just that they'll be open to new board members, but they strongly encourage anyone who did not get that initial training to attend. So please do attend. I think that they're planning, they were thinking about at least starting the night before, which is unusual. They're starting the night before and then have a dinner.
And we won't do that now, but what we are, I'm on the committee.
Oh, okay.
So what we're going to do now is really encourage that the board members that go to that orientation go to dinner that night. Because it's the start of getting to know each other and relationship building, and usually it's the board president usually goes, to that, and the superintendent. I'm not sure I think the business administrators, some of them have gone in the past, but I'm not sure. We didn't sign you up to do a class, Alan.
So they want dinner on Saturday night or Friday night?
No, so Friday
you're
night,
teaching
go
now?
to dinner. Yeah, go to dinner as a group, and then all day Saturday until about 1 o'clock is the workshops. And the workshops are going to be very foundational. So there'll be one about open meeting laws, one about the foundation of finance. I've just forgotten. I had it right in my head. Anyway, they're all the foundationals.
Did you say the dinner is the Friday night?
Yeah, they're just saying there's places that are all around the Marriott, to plan a dinner and just go to dinner together that night on your own. And then first thing the next morning, they'll start.
On your own as a board?
As a board.
On your own as a group.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's right.
On your own as a board.
And then the leadership conference was limited, but ultimately, anyone that wanted to go could go last time. So, and I think that we invited all of our new members, assuming that the president and vice president were invited as well, because they had the opportunity to go as president and vice president. That's how we would do it with our board, because we had a whole bunch of new members. But just know that usually for those leadership conferences, usually if you continue to say that you want to go, or your board members want to go, that they can attend. Yeah. And I think those have been really valuable.
They have been, and I think it's important that we participate in professional development. There are costs associated with it, so if there's something to think about there, making sure if you commit to it, that you commit to it and you participate. What I'll do is we'll put out a list of these different opportunities. If you have other professional development opportunities that you'd like to participate in, I think it's important that we talk about those, because I do think that the learning we do to help support the roles we have is really essential to making sure we're doing good work.
And the USBA ones, I think, are less expensive and very, very valuable.
Yes, they are.
Often very focused on Utah issues and Utah laws.
Exactly.
So Melissa, I'm sorry, I forgot to say this, and Catherine would have probably remembered this, but the conference this year is really early. It's the first weekend in January. And so that means we'll have our board meeting and swearing in on the 3rd. And then that Thursday on the 5th is the USBA conference. So it happens really quick, right after the first of the year.
Okay. So we'll put out that calendar. So look for a board professional development calendar, which will include these things we've talked about. If you've got other things you want me to add to it or be thinking about, I'm happy to do that. So reach out to me with that. Then the next item we had was the board ethics trainings. I have to submit to the state assurance that you've done that ethics training every year. It's an opportunity for you to do it online. So Alan, I think, had sent that out last year. Just want you to know that between now and the end of the summer, I want you to do that ethics training and report back to Alan that you've done it, so that we can submit that assurance to the state that you've done your ethics training. I don't expect any other discussion on that unless anybody else wants to add to that. You've done it. You've all done it already. It's just something we do annually. Okay. And then I just put review calendar here just to give everybody an opportunity to sort of look at next year, kind of as the big picture, and see what you think. We may not want to spend much time on this, given where we're at with time. So I've really already said what I kind of wanted to say. I was hoping we'd have time to do this together, but I think what we would like to do as a leadership team, and the superintendent and Alan and Nate and I have talked about it, is put together sort of a rough draft of what the year will look like, what topics will be where, so that we can make sure everybody is not overscheduled, and with keeping cabinet members in mind, so we can have things ready at a certain time. If the board supports that, I would just kind of give that to you. It's just a draft. I mean, things can change, and we add things all the time, but if I have a board support for that, that's how I'd like to look at drafting agendas for, I mean, at least the beginning of next year, so that it's outlined. Does that sound okay?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
And would love still, if it is possible, to entertain that idea of like, not to have it overlap with the city council meetings. I don't know, just sometimes, for example, I don't know if we need to change which Tuesday we have the meetings or something like that.
We've already adopted by vote next year's calendar, but that's certainly something the board could look at in the future.
Okay.
We also meet every other Tuesday. So
Yeah.
they meet every Tuesday, more or less. So
Yeah.
Yeah, the city council meets at least 3 Tuesdays. That would be a big change.
A big change.
I'm sorry, I should go back to the board professional learning schedule and just mention that that the board members who are in place next April should go to NSBA.
Yeah.
And did we talk about those dates? And of course,
Through the 3rd.
and Christy will be president, so.
I'll be going in.
Yeah, so she'll be assuming the presidency during that conference, so, of NSBA, which is a really, really huge deal that we have the president of NSBA on our school board.
Oh, absolutely. That's
So,
awesome.
yeah.
Well
it is.
done.
Yeah, so everyone should put that on their calendars and just plan on.
If there was
attending
ever a year that every board member should go.
that. Well, this one and next one, right? So,
Yep.
so.
In Indianapolis.
And it's Florida.
Indianapolis.
Oh, is it?
Indianapolis.
It's in Indianapolis.
Oh,
Oh,
they changed?
okay.
Okay.
And how about the one after that?
All
do you
right,
know?
Nate, go ahead.
Going to Orlando.
And then, okay.
President Ford, I don't know if it's necessarily part of what we had initially talked about with the review of the calendar, but I did want to give a shout out to Yandere and Jason for putting together the list of events that were happening towards the end of the school year.
That was so nice.
That was so nice.
And obviously I couldn't have gone to every single one of those events, but it was really nice to know what's going on, and I was able to go to a few of those events, Yandere, and it was just so meaningful for me, but I even think more meaningful for the administrators and teachers that I got a chance to interact with. And if that could be an ongoing thing, I would love that, and I feel like it would just give us a better, kind of opportunity or chance to engage and interact with students and their families, and of course all the wonderful folks that work for us. So
Thanks, Nate.
yeah.
I will say that's awesome. Thank you. All right, that concludes this portion of the agenda, and I'd like now to move to our consent agenda, and would be willing to entertain a motion to adopt the consent agenda, which consists of the purchasing and accounting reports, the senior director salary reclassification, and the business administrator contract, July 1, 2022 to June 30th, 2024. Do I have a motion? Motion by Christie. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mohammed. Any discussion on this?
I have a question.
Okay, go ahead, Christie.
So I think it's just because I didn't really quite understand the purchasing, the PO for the building. So we did 3 million. Now we're doing
That is 10
the,
times.
and I was thinking, I don't remember ever doing just 3 million. It was a little confusing to me, and so then, will you just walk us through that again?
Yeah, I'm going to defer to Paul.
Okay, why did we start
I
with
think you were
30?
raising your hand.
Yeah, so we have kind of the situation, we walk you through the
Right.
deal, the potential budgets
Right.
and everything. And so because of the timing and how close we were to the fiscal year switching over, we went out and got the
RFP.
contractor, which is the GS, I always forget their right acronym.
The architect.
Yeah, well, the contractor.
Oh, the contractor.
Which we're using the bullet number 4 that I pointed out.
Are you talking about Big D?
Big D.
Yes.
Right, Big D.
So,
Okay.
remember the item I talked about, how great we should celebrate?
Yeah.
Well, to pull that off, we needed $3 million right away.
Okay.
To kind of get them in the queue and get them working for us.
Okay, all right.
So it is an odd.
It was
decision,
odd
but-
when I was.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
absolutely odd. We brought it to Alan's attention. We said, this is really out of the box, but it goes back to trying to get done on time and being able to do things that we're doing right now, because it's not July 1.
Right.
So we needed that little bit of money to get them working for us.
Okay.
Kind of a really bad explanation for what's
Well,
happening.
no, I mean, it helped a little bit, but I was thinking, oh, how irresponsible for us to only budget, $3 million for a new building. So I understand the 34, and I know that you've talked a little bit about the costs rising. So I'd like to make a request if possible. And, obviously not tomorrow, but when you have the ability to do this for us, is to do an itemized, cost analysis for us. So we really have a bottom line, that would include the architect, obviously construction, furnishings, whatever it is that is going to take to put that building together, so that we have that number in our head and we really know what that looks like.
You're looking for the total, the total
The
cost. of all
total
the different-
cost, yeah.
Total estimated cost.
Yeah, thank you.
We'll know better during this summer, so you might want to give us till the fall to kind of put this together, because we will be working with Big D as the bids start to come in and stuff. And so there's a component, a project component of it that we'll have. It's kind of scary because with the way the market is, but we'll have a pretty good idea on the actual construction of the said building. Now, there's lots of incidentals and we'll be able to put that together. But during these summer months, I would say after Labor Day, we'll be able to nail that really solid for you.
Okay. And I'm really sorry, Melissa and Catherine, about this, but I would really like to be able to walk through that building before December 2024, when my term ends, to say that, okay, we got it done. So, work really hard for that, will you, Alan?
I'm for sure coming to walk through it.
I
Catherine
know.
and I will come
I mean, you guys
together.
think you can come back, but, I'm just looking at thinking, can we please be done before then?
Conference.
That's right. No one in this valley, or perhaps this entire state, that comes in on time better than Todd Plaga. That's why listening is encouraging me. But I feel very confident, very nervous.
Yeah.
But very confident that we'll make our June 2024.
Okay.
I know you do a great job, Paul, so your whole department.
We're scared.
Yeah, well, who knows?
That's awesome.
Who knows what's
Okay.
happening?
All right.
Strategies that I outlined tonight are addressing that.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thanks.
Any other discussion on the consent agenda? All right, seeing none, let's go ahead and vote, beginning with you, Board Member Williams.
Bryce Williams, yes.
Catherine Kennedy, yes.
Nate Salazar, yes.
Mohammed, yes.
Melissa Ford, yes.
Christy Sweat, yes.
The consent agenda is approved. Thank you, board members. Now we'll move to the discussion agenda. And item number 1 is the 2022-2023 is a funding discussion for 2022-2023. And I will turn the time to you, Alan, to lead this discussion.
Yes, so the state appropriated to the Salt Lake City School District additional enhancement for at-risk money. This is a result of the funding formula change passed by the legislature, I believe, 2 years ago, where they changed it to add-on. And then they're increasing that add-on percentage, hopefully some each year. So this, it's called EARS, Enhancement for At-Risk, EARS. So hopefully that will continue to grow. So as Dr. Buendia and I have kind of put together this memo of some ideas of how we want to use these additional resources. I don't know if you want, I don't want to put you on the spot if you want to address any of this. Otherwise, I can read from the memo.
Yeah, I mean, it looked from your memo like you are looking for, and Superintendent, certainly you're included in this, looking to hear what board priorities or ideas might be for this enhanced at-risk funding. So maybe you could share with us maybe some of what your priorities might be for it, and board members, if you've got input for how you'd like to see that at-risk funding spent, that would be great.
So in listening to, this is on, right? In listening to feedback from schools and board members, even tonight, we've heard chronic absenteeism, right? Students not in classrooms learning, and safety. Students feeling like they can go to a school and focus on learning and not worry about anything else. And so as we were talking, we discussed maybe combining what the high schools are asking for and what the elementary schools are asking for. And I couldn't come up with a clever title. And so I said intervention specialist or, / student advocate. But it really is what you all are speaking to, an engagement specialist. Somebody making connections, helping connections to be made, and being able to develop relationships and help students develop relationships. And it's almost like taking the family school collaboration specialists and pumping it up, right? And right now we only have the 5 elementary and 3 high school family school collaboration specialists, which makes it difficult to serve all schools. And so if we have the funds available to have somebody who can really focus on that in particular, it might address the safety issues as well, because the safety issues are coming from students not being in the classroom and, doing what adolescents do best. Be naughty, break the rules, challenge authority. So so I'm not really, I wasn't really clever with the title, but in essence, it's being able to have somebody in every school.
In every
that
school,
can do that.
engaging.
Yes. So for next year, we'll have the 1.1 million, and then the hope is that continues to grow year after year until they reach that legislative set maximum.
Yeah, and so a recommendation that I would have, along with what Dr. Buendia is saying, is truancy interdiction. We need to have someone who intervenes. They might not be the person based at the school, but we need several people in the district that build those relationships with the families, build the relationships with the students, visit the schools, making sure the students are really building that relationship with the entire family to help with truancy interdiction. I would also say that in some of our most struggling schools, an academic interventionist would be good to help as well. And Dr. Hall would be instrumental in helping with that, because what I've shared is great teachers are great teachers, but it's a different job description and skill set to be an actual interventionist. And so that's something that we would need to look at, but providing that additional academic support and push into classrooms.
Any other, the way I see this is we're just kind of sharing some thoughts, you're sharing some thoughts, and with this additional funding, you'll bring back a plan.
Yeah,
That
so
we
like
can
if
then
they're new,
discuss a plan, and then we can,
if we develop a new position, we'll work with Human Resources to develop what that job description looks like, placement on a salary schedule, bring that back at a future meeting for board approval.
so does the board like this focus of the at-risk, the enhanced at-risk funding, the EARS funding going towards safety, towards engagement, maybe family school collaboration specialists, maybe truancy, academic interventionists. So, I mean, that's broad, and 1.1 million is not going to cover all of that, but you'll discuss what, amongst you. Okay, and how does the board feel about those priorities? Nate?
I think they're all really solid priorities. And I might have asked Alan this question once before, but I mean, these ESSER funds are time limited, they're a little time sensitive.
So
And-
these are EARS funds, and
EARS?
they'll be ongoing.
Oh, I was getting that mixed up with the SEL, never mind.
Don't jump to the next one.
Sorry. I'm just so, I'm ready for that. I'll hold on. Thanks,
Okay.
Alan. Thanks for it.
All right. Well, with that said, we'll move now to, just stay where you are, Dr. Windia. Thank you for being here. You make it look good. The next one we have up for discussion is the SEL, Social and Emotional Learning. We, as a board, approved funding to support SEL, and we're planning on using ESSER funding for that for a few years. But wanting to look at this proposal to continue to support SEL. Do you want to speak to that, Dr. Windia, at all?
Our greatest challenge is that everything's become digitized. And so everything is based on a per pupil price for access to any kind of curriculum. So the budget that we submitted is about 90% covering the cost of access so that schools aren't having to cover that cost. And it's probably a worthy discussion to have in the future and possibly tonight to decide how do we go about the sustainability over time. Because as you can see, it's pretty expensive.
Yeah.
But everything really is digital.
Yeah. Digital per pupil cost
Per pupil.
and annual
Yes.
purchase of those subscriptions.
Yep.
So, yep.
So we've already approved the budget for 2022, 23. What we're looking for is fiscal year 23, 24. If the board is
So
willing
let me-
to,
So this will be next year as well.
Okay.
So you remember, we revise budgets
Right.
constantly throughout the year.
Okay.
So this will be part of that. So next year and then the year after. So the 2 more years left with ESSER 3. And just to clarify, so when those goals that we addressed earlier in the meeting, at that point, the board did allocate resources towards those goals. The board authorization for those resources ends June 30th. And so the plan here is to, let's use ESSER funds to extend what we're doing there for 2 years and have a discussion, throughout the next 2 years of then how do we sustain that post-ESSER.
okay. So how does the board feel about using ESSER funds to support the board priorities of SEL? Really, and literacy is what we'll be talking about next, for 2 years, and then have a conversation about sustainability ongoing. Looking for board feedback. Go ahead,
So I would
Christy.
just say that I think that that is absolutely the way we should use the ESSER funds, and I appreciate that. I would just emphasize again that let's do that like the year before on the sustainability piece so that you can identify where that money's going to come from to keep that sustainable. That would be great, Alan. Thanks.
Okay, Nate?
So now I'll speak. I think where I was going, and I know Al and I have talked about this a little bit, but would love the board's feedback as well. But are we using enough of our ESSER funds to meet the challenges that are associated relative to SEL out of the pandemic? I just heard story after story from administrators and teachers and parents about behavior being a real big issue this last school year, and the socialization of freshmen into the beginning of high school, and seventh graders beginning their middle school careers just not socialized because of the steps that we took to maintain safety in our city and in our schools and go into remote learning. I'm just wondering if this board feels like we should maybe double down on some of the crises that we're managing and dealing with, not only within our schools, but I think it's throughout this whole world right now. Where folks are just kind of a couple steps behind, especially our students. And I totally agree about the sustainability piece to all this too, Christy. And I'm just wondering if there's more that we should be doing now before we start jumping into sustainability and how we manage that in the long term and really focus on a short term, kind of issue that we've been up against this last school year.
Okay, thank you. Any other feedback on either the literacy or the SEL?
I just wanted to make sure I remind that we have used ESSER dollars to hire additional staff for Emily to help with some of what you're referring to, Vice President Salazar.
Melissa? So Nate, I appreciate what you're saying, I do. And so for me in my brain, what I would be wanting to do is to say, if we put more money into it, then I think we need to have a cap, you know, where we would say, this is going to be one-time funds up to this amount of money, and then this is going to be, you know, the sustainability piece. Because I agree with you, if we need to put more resources into things, if we're hearing from Tiffany and Sandra and, you know, and all of our other great people, you know, in the district office, and also, I think that for me, I think there's that possibility of the maintenance of effort piece for special ed that I'm really worried about. And so I think that if we go down that path, then I would just want us to have, you know, okay, let's have a stopgap, you know, where we would say, if we put this, then we know it's one time specifically for intervention.
I agree with you on that.
Okay. Any other comments to that?
Well, I guess I would just say that it's hard to spend this money because it's a one-time expense, or you know, or two-time expense maybe. But I just would love to see it go for more face-to-face rather than computer-to-face things, because I think for social and emotional learning, that's what, I mean, the irony is that we're giving it to computer-to-face, and that was what, I mean, you know, none of us, we all knew that online learning was going to cause some deficits, but we also thought it was going to save lives, and it did. You know, it seems to me ironic in a way that we're now spending this ESSER money on computer-to-face programs versus face-to-face programs. And I mean, I think I understand the reasoning, and I'm not, but I just wish we could do something that would be, I mean, I'd rather hire after-school tutors with this money and have face-to-face interactions for the kids, or in-school tutors, maybe not even after, but where people could really pull out, like spend it all on paras if we could get them. I do realize it's hard to get them. But, you know, maybe a set of highly paid or partner with the U or something. I don't know. That, I mean, the trouble is that this is something that's concrete, and our people in our schools have a lot on their plates, and you guys have a lot on your plates, and it's doable. But I wish we could do something that was actually, you know, face to face, person to person.
If I can elaborate a little bit, because I don't want it to come across as if we seat students in front of a screen and they're just sitting there internalizing information. They're 10-minute lessons, and actually I believe they're even shorter lessons, and then it shifts into a student-teacher, you know, collaborative dialogue. And so second step, for example, is our elementary and middle school, and then we have Move This World. And so it provides teachers, one of the feedback that we received from schools is they didn't want one more thing added to lesson plan. So this provides them with the lesson plan. They just need to implement the lesson plan, and it is tied, it incorporates, but we still have the mindfulness, we still have things, all those, and I'm listening to you, and I agree, and we need to figure out, that's that capacity building piece, right? How do this is all about building school leaders and teachers' capacity to build relationships.
I mean,
so
that's what I
with
said
you.
about something else on their plates, you know, but.
Oh, no, I know.
And I completely understand that, and this is something that happens, and it's great that they're doing that. And I just hope that the teachers take the time to have those lessons afterwards, that they actually take the time to do those discussions, and I think most of them will, but, you know, but it's just, in my mind, very ironic.
Yeah. Yep. It is. I mean, it's hard to say, oh, it's all going towards digital learning. But I think that's a great discussion for the sustainability piece.
And if we
That's
have more money.
pretty much where curriculum resources are now in the digital realm.
Yeah, but if we have more money and we were able to hire paras and the paras were available, boy, that would be great to have some, you know, or even to pay like they did, although I know that there were issues, but, you know, when one of our wonderful division people.
Alan.
We're out of money. He missed his cue.
when he ran a middle school, when Brian Connolly ran a middle school, and I think there were things that were hard about it. I mean, he paid teachers to stay afterward, and kids made huge jumps, right, during that year. And, I mean, maybe we could ask for incentives for teachers to do that, and not force them to do it, but, maybe we could say, we'll pay you actually a lot of money, to stay after school and work with the students that are behind.
I'm kind of giggling because I leaned over to Tiffany and said, and teachers don't, kill me or anything. I leaned over to Tiffany when we were talking about the after school, the before and after school, and I said, wouldn't it be great if our schools followed a typical workday?
Right.
And, it would address, we would have more time to provide learning around the fine arts, addressing the whole child. That's why I said teachers don't shoot me. I'm like waiting for my Carmen to pop out.
Yeah, that's right. Whatever we could do to,
But anyway.
if we could, one idea that we had for arts teachers was to hire a set of arts teachers that would be highly specialized, for example, and to do a symphony after school, for all three high schools, comprehensive high schools, and a marching band for all three comprehensive high schools after school. But, could we use the money for those kinds of things at least and start and see how they worked? And could we hire teachers that wanted to do it, that wanted extra income, that have the time to bring kids back up to speed? I mean, what could we do to have those interactions and to create those connections? It would serve engagement, it would serve, all those things. And I know that I know teachers have a lot on their plates, and they have for 2 years, and they're tired. They're just tired. And so I think that the computer programs have are good in some ways, but I think the other ways would be harder, but it would be better. So that's what I would say.
Thanks, Catherine. What I'm hearing, we've had time for everybody to participate, support with looking down the road at how we sustain this and things for both the SEL and literacy budgets being paid for the next years out of ESSER 3 funds. Can we hold on moving that to action until we discuss the other ongoing budget items? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Buendia.
Thank you.
Next up, we have a one-to-one technology devices with ESSER funding. We had a discussion about one-to-one technology from Mr. Quantz. I think we kind of discussed that.
Yeah. Is there anything you want to add to literacy?
Is there anything you want to add to that? Okay. Okay. If we can fund, I'm hearing support for that. So if we can we're not skipping it, we'll take action on it, but we'll just move to the one-to-one technology devices. And we asked Sam to put together a budget for that and a plan for what that would look like. He came and presented it to us a few months ago. We asked him to come with this. This is an ongoing funding discussion. Is this something that the board wants to do? And so Sam's here to answer questions that we might have. You saw what he put together, and I thank you for that, Sam. I guess I'll go ahead and say that I'm not necessarily looking for the board to decide tonight to move toward one-to-one. I think this is just a good opportunity for us to look at what it would cost. You can see about an addition, initially $7.5 million and then $3 million a year. So it's an expensive investment. And I think my recommendation would be that the board take some time to study whether a one-to-one is what we want to do. But I want to give you an opportunity to ask Sam some questions, and really thank you for putting this together for us. We can't make decisions without this kind of information, and so I appreciate it. Any questions about this for Sam? Christy?
So, Sam, thank you for doing that. I think that earlier when you were talking about technology with the Student Achievement Plan with Logan, that you were talking about going into all the schools and talking with principals and with parents. I think that is one of the places that I think you could gather feedback about one-to-one. I'm getting mixed reviews about how people feel about, a one-to-one. And so I'm just wondering if that could not be included in some of the feedback that you get from your groups as you and Logan are out talking about technology, just to see, because it is, like, I agree with Melissa, it's a huge amount of money for us to invest. So that leads me to the second question is, do you see that as just, a cash flow from the district, or are we going to be able to look for other places to get money for one-to-one devices, or is it just going to come right out of our budget?
So in response to your first question, that is, one-to-one is probably the hottest topic that we have when we have those feedback meetings. So it's at the very target of it. All the administrators that I've spoken with have all asked about it, right? So the alternative feedback might come from parents or students, and do we really need that? And I can see that as well, right? The one-to-one conversation really is about a matter of convenience to a certain degree, because it's really easy just to say, I have a device for every student, right? That also helps us evaluate the number of devices we have generally in the district. So for example, if we look at our inventory now, we have 30 to 40,000 devices already that we're managing. And we actually might be able to reduce that with a one-to-one conversation, because we're saying, we know we have 20,000 students, we should have 20,000 devices, maybe 3,000 devices for staff, and maybe another 1,000 or so or more for labs and things like that. So we actually may be able to reduce that cost. So we have all those conversations, and there's a lot of things surrounding that, the cost of that, other than just the device. How do we protect the devices? Do we send them home or not? I get mixed feedback from the schools about, we just want them in a cart in the room so they have them, or do we actually send them home and make them part of our educational environment? Then your second question was,
Pay for it.
how do we pay for it? Yeah. So there are situations where we've used grants that have come in, whether they're ESSER or the emergency connectivity funding. There's possibilities that there are other grants out there that we could apply for, but ultimately this has to be a long-term commitment that we make.
So that would lead me into the last question is, what would it be on a reciprocal every year of how much money would we need to be putting towards it? Not the full 7.5.
Yeah.
Right, so what are we looking at on a yearly basis?
So that was, and I think I have that in the document, it's
I'm sorry, I missed
about
it.
$3 million, yeah. So we'd be looking just under $2 million for devices, and then the rest for salaries to help support that.
Okay. Thank you.
Superintendent?
So something that I'd like to share in my experience, when you start having conversations with about one-to-one, you want to make sure that you have a technology-rich instructional program, because you don't want to buy devices and, as Sam said, have them sit on a cart until students need them. And so you've got to develop the technology-rich instructional environment and curricular program for students to make sure that the one-to-one technology is used with a purpose, is used to complement the learning. It doesn't become the learning whenever I decide to use it. And so that's something that I'd like to make sure I share with the board, that we, in order to really determine whether we want to do one-to-one, we've got to take a look at our curricular program, and is our curricular program ready for that type of board investment, so that it's not wasted.
Nate?
Yep, thank you, Superintendent, for saying that, because that, and while this might sound a little contradictory from what I said about the SEL, ESSER funds, one of the unique aspects I felt like we saw out of the pandemic and remote learning was with students who are historically and currently, bullied or struggle with SEL or struggle with other aspects related to, say, their special educational needs. Found a lot of success working online and remotely. because it took some of those added pressures away from the day-to-day experience that they might have with their peers out of the equation, and they were able to excel and grow. So I think if those types of not only learnings that we learned during the pandemic could be incorporated into that curriculum kind of based environment that you're talking about, I think that'd be a big step forward for us.
Okay. How's the board feeling about that? Is that something we wanted just to continue to discuss rather than move to action tonight?
I guess my follow-up question would be if we were, where would that $3 million, which is a little less than 1% of our budget, is that right?
Right, so budget's in total are about $350 million.
Right, so a tiny bit less than, so what would we, how would we come up with that money?
I mean, we'd have to look at can we cut other costs somewhere else, a property tax increase?
In other words, we would have to do something to come up with that money.
Right, that we don't have a $3 million ongoing just available to us.
So that's why, I think my thought and recommendation is that we continue to study this, get more information. Like Christy said, maybe through the student achievement plan development, we look at that, look at what developing a technology-rich curriculum would look like, and continue to bring this up, because I think it's a worthy conversation. I think the preparedness piece of it, in case we ever have situations like we've encountered over the last couple of years, but then also just it's the direction things are heading.
Right.
And so to be prepared so that all of our students have that kind of access and time on devices,
They
even owning
have the
them.
facility.
Right,
I mean,
so that they know
it's
how to use
natural.
it. Yeah, so they're comfortable with it. I think it's an important direction for us to be heading. I just am not sure we're ready to make that commitment right now based on the expense of it.
But I do think that's right. The only thing is that right now we have that cash. So it's a hard decision because, right now we've got the extra cash that we could use easily for that. And, when will we do it? I do think you're right that we need a technology rich, and we should hire teachers with an eye to that if we have the choice, if we have a choice of who we hire. But, I do think that, if we don't do it now, it may be really hard for So that's my feeling, is that these are not things that, if we had a school shooter situation, these are not things that would prevent.
So let me just clarify. I mean, I don't disagree with you, Catherine, at all. But this is money that's allocated one time.
Technology or safety. So if we
build capital, it's capital or technology.
Okay, so, and I would say we spend it on capital improvements that do the kinds of things that Mohammed and Christy were talking about in terms of, because those are bigger threats statistically to our students, and they're things that we can actually do something about, or on technology, actually.
Yeah.
May I clarify also, I think, I, again, 100% agree. Every time I go out and do the trainings in all the schools, I speak to that. Despite all of our anxiety and stuff, the safest 8 hours of the day for students is still the time they're at school. Safer than in their own homes, statistically speaking. But a lot of things are not just active shooters. So a lot of the issues you have in schools are, estranged parents and things of that sort. So it does speak to those. That's a lot. So it would enhance those type of things.
We have those doorbells though now, right? So, I mean, I would say let's look at safety in terms of those kinds of things.
Yeah. Well, and that's what I was saying. The tint is one thing, and that's why there's a lower cost one, and there's a higher cost. So we have options that are not so extreme. So I agree 110%. So I'm not all into saying we're just doing for shootings. But it gives us an option to do some areas that may be more vulnerable than others, as well as providing additional safety for an angry parent or an angry,
Well, and we could look at the fact that we've had gang members come to our high schools that don't belong in our high schools. What could we do to increase safety for that?
Well, we actually, when we get to number 3, we have some things we're pondering about that specific issue as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Christy.
So I'm going to jump off the deep end for a minute, because I think that there was a time when I thought that the vestibules, were something that was important. But I have to tell you that the safe walking routes and the safety of our kids on the roads right now really concern me. And I think that I would love for you to come back and give us some other options, around what could we invest in. I'm going to give you an example. Beacon Heights has the worst entrance and exit, the worst. And I'm sure all of you could probably speak about some of yours. But off of Foothill bomb cars, that you've got our principals and parents out there trying to manage fast cars while kids are trying to cross roads. And so I'm just wondering if we could look at, and we haven't done this for a while, I don't think, to really look at what those traffic patterns look like in front of our schools. And, are the crosswalks in the right places? Can we get more signage, around those safety issues? So I'm not saying no, to the tinted thing or the vestibule, but I would like us to look at some of the safety things that we could invest in with this money, with our schools.
So far what I'm hearing, and I'll take other feedback, is that yes, Paul, there's support for this money being used for safety. But let's, before it's spent, bring it back to the board to say, these are the things we want to spend it on.
I was just about to say
so that we could take action to say, yes, we support this money being used for capital, but before it's actually spent on capital, we want to know what capital things it's spent on. My feedback is there are some of our schools, not that many anymore, where there's no good sight line from the office to the entrance, and I would like to see those buildings prioritized so that somebody sitting at the front desk, front office can see the front door, rather than just through a camera.
But that's what the vestibule was.
Right.
It was to increase those sight lines.
And I don't think that I would prioritize that at every building, because there's sight line. I mean, there's not vestibules at every building, but there are some sites. There are some buildings that don't have a vestibule but do have good sight lines.
Absolutely.
And I think that's something that would be, I think, important to me. But what I'm hearing is that there is support for this going toward capital, with specifics to traffic safety and building safety, campus safety, student safety. but we want to see a plan for how you'll spend it and to approve that plan. Does that give you enough direction, Alan?
Well, I just want to clarify, a lot of the traffic safety isn't on our property. It's not, I mean, we can recommend to the city, but we couldn't go build a stoplight somewhere.
And I was going to follow up with that, because I serve on the Transportation Advisory Board for 8 years now, and actually most of the things, and there's two things I learned when I got this job, HVAC and cooling for schools and parking lots. If I could fix those two things, I'd be sitting in Dr. Gatson. Y'all would have hired me for the superintendent job. You said, Paul, you can't fix a parking lot. We're not going to let you be the superintendent. And the parking lots, there are a lot of constraints. I have been over to Mountain View more times than I can count trying to solve that one. I've had the city come out. That doesn't mean we can't put pencil to paper and sharpen our pencils and come back with some insights. But the capacity and the acreage of the buildings and the coming and going, and how many folks feel like they need to drop their children off at schools now puts an enormous amount of stress on the system and constraints on what you can do to adapt. Yeah. I'm not a Debbie Downer. I'll go and I'll sharpen my pencil and we'll come back and get a good look at it. But Alan's exactly correct. A lot of the issues are off campus. And the second one is there are a lot of constraints in those parking lots. We design them really, very well, and the engineers think they're going to work great, and then they go out to work. But I hear their direction, and I feel very comfortable and happy with that, and we'll come up with a plan.
Is that something you want us to take board action on, so that you have that direction by board action? Okay. Okay, thank you, Paul.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alan.
Paul.
Based on the discussion that I've heard, I would like to entertain a motion to move items B, C, and E to action, knowing that we will see a future plan for enhanced for at-risk student funding, and an expedited discussion about one-to-one technology. So, like I said, I'm looking to entertain a motion to move social and emotional learning and ESSER funds, literacy ESSER funds, and public education capital and technology one-time funds to action.
What about ears?
Not ears.
Okay, do we need to move the enhancement
If the
for
board wants
at-risk?
to move enhancement.
Here's was
they
kind of
can.
more guidance.
More guidance.
And as we get, now the board agrees with kind of the direction we're going, then we'll bring back a solid
Okay.
disposition, and here's how much it costs, and here's
And
how
you
many.
felt like you got that?
They weren't
Okay.
asking us to take action yet.
Yeah.
They were just asking us for guidance,
Okay.
which I feel like we gave.
Yep.
And then they'll come back with something else.
So
Okay,
is that
so
like
for-
Paul's, we're coming back with a plan for the board for ears?
No, well,
Yes.
similar, although we just gave
Okay.
guidance, but
Okay.
with the one-to-one public education capital and technology one-time funds, what Mr. Schulte and Business Administrator Kersley were asking was for us to take action on using that for capital expenditures, and then they would bring us back a plan for how they're going to spend it for board approval at that point. So now they're just asking for us to take action on it being used for capital.
Okay, I'll make a motion to move social and emotional learning, literacy, and one-to-one technology devices to our action agenda.
Okay, do I have a second?
And
We're not moving one.
We're not doing one-to-one.
Oh, I thought you said, not
The pub-
one-to-one?
Just the
Oh.
public education capital.
Oh, public education, okay, so you're saying B, C, and E?
E, yes.
Okay, so strike the one-to-one and add public education capital and technology on one-time funds.
Okay. So I have a motion from Christie.
I'll second.
A second from Bryce to move it to action. So if there's no discussion to moving into action, we will we will vote on that. And since Jenny's not here, we'll start with you, Catherine.
Catherine Kennedy, yes.
Nate Salazar, yes.
Mohammed, yes.
Melissa Ford, yes.
Christie Sweat, yes.
Bryce Williams, yes.
Okay, thank you. So now we'll go ahead and take action. on the social and emotional learning ESSER funds, literacy ESSER funds, and public education capital and technology one-time funds.
So moved.
All right, so the motion is that we, I think, do I have a second to the motion?
I'll second.
Second. So the motion is that we approve the social and emotional learning budget to be funded through ESSER funds for the next 2 years, literacy to be funded through ESSER funds through the next 2 years, and the public education capital and technology one-time funds to be used for capital. Do we have any discussion to that motion? Okay, that was made by okay. Seconded by Bryce. Okay. All right, we'll go ahead and vote on that motion, beginning this time with Vice President Salazar.
Nate Salazar, yes.
Mohammed, yes.
Melissa Ford, yes.
Christy Sweat, yes.
Bryce Williams, yes.
Catherine Kennedy, yes.
Okay, thank you, board members. Now, we will go ahead and move to item number 2 on our discussion agenda, which is the Salt Lake School for the Performing Arts, or SPA, charter renewal. And we have guests here to join us. Well, break them out, come on. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for inviting us, and I'll just take a moment to say I appreciate the opportunity to just speak with you for a moment about the school that my daughter goes to. Damien as well has a child that's going to SPA. I am the Chief Human Resources Officer at Layton Construction by day, and I'm a voluntary board member. I'm the secretary at SPA. And Damien, you want to introduce yourself as well?
Yeah, Damien Fink. So we moved to Utah a few years ago, discovered Salt Lake Performing Arts. Our home is in Salem, but we moved to Salt Lake City in order to take advantage of SPA. So my daughter's now a sophomore attending SPA. So we're excited to be in Salt Lake City, living right downtown. And
it's a fantastic opportunity. So I might just mention, if you aren't aware, there is a wonderful program at SPA related to all the different kinds of arts. We've got the visual arts as well as performing arts. We've got some very gifted instructors and teachers. We have Bethany Hansen, who's our kind of associate creative director, as well as she manages our dance program. We have Varlo Davenport, who is, again, another gifted theater instructor and looking after all things theater and all things musical theater. We have Landon Smith, who's looking after music. We have a media program, which is phenomenal, and we have a pretty great administration staff as well. So a very focused and interested group in maintaining our opportunity in the community.
Thank you. Thank you also for the charter information that the board had an opportunity to read through as we are talking about renewing your charter. The charter for SPA is unique in our district because you're an independent charter. So I want to give board members an opportunity to ask you questions and to discuss as we talk about renewing your charter. Christy?
I'm sorry, so it's Damien and?
Carrie.
Carrie, thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you.
So for a really long time, I sat on the board for SPA, but you guys changed your date of your board meeting. And so it conflicts with our meeting now, and so I can't attend your board meeting. And by our charter, it says that I'm supposed to be on your board as a voting member. So if you look at the governing board, it says that, a member of the board will sit on the governing board as a voting member. And I've been on that board for a long time, but right before the pandemic, they changed it, and now your meetings are on Tuesday, on the same night that we meet. So I'm unable to attend those meetings anymore.
I'm sorry about that, and I'm pretty sure we could change that.
That would be fantastic, because I would really like to be able to attend the meetings again.
We'd love you there.
Be a part of the discussion, which would be really great. So
awesome.
I've been a longtime supporter of SPA since its inception. I hate, when it started over at Highland and, moved over to the Roslyn property, which is the school, the elementary school. So I think that the charter that it looks really good to me, everything that's in there, and I think that I would probably just ask how you're feeling about recruitment and looking at, being able to stabilize. I know that we haven't been able to reach that 400,
Yes.
But this year, was it 280?
Look, we were debating what the number was, and I am sorry, we weren't able to confirm that, but our goal right now is to get 220. So we're below the numbers that we want, but we certainly are doing everything we can. We have a very active marketing campaign where we're trying to attend we're trying to attend elementary even level schools as well as junior highs to encourage that enrollment piece. On the recruitment front for staff, however, I think it's going very well. We just hired a new musical theater teacher. We are in the process of hiring an assistant vice president. So if any of you, vice principal, and if any of you have someone that you think is qualified, with an arts background, it would be great to hear from you. You can either email those directly to Lucas, Sharon, Damien, or myself. We'd be happy to hear from you on that. So lots of candidates out there and interested in our school.
That's so great. And then I think the last time are you still doing an outside service for your finances?
We do. We use Red Apple. And maybe, do you want to talk about that, Damien?
Yeah, what questions did you have? They've been great so far. We just switched to them about when I came on as finance, so about 5-6 months ago, and they've been a wonderful resource for us.
Good, I'm glad, because I know that before I can't remember the company that you were with before with the finances.
We're both new.
Yeah, so that's okay. I'll think of it.
You probably know more than we do.
Yeah, that's okay.
But we're trying.
No, I think that's great. So Red Apple, I think that sounds really great. And so I think that the challenge that it sounds like is being able to draw kids in are you still doing the conservatory?
We are.
Okay,
yes.
And it starts in 11th or 12th grade?
11th grade for the most part.
11th grade for the most part.
Yeah, students can apply to be in the conservatory, and that's really, it's a more advanced version of, all of the programs that we have. So we have a musical theater conservatory, and those kids basically create their own theater performance, and they practice it throughout the year, and then they deliver that. So
that's perfect. That's so great. Just so that the board members that aren't as familiar with SPA, so the freshmen and sophomores really concentrate their cores up at Highland, and then as they move through into their specialties, or their conservatories, then they spend more of their time over at SPA. One of the things that I really appreciated that the board did a number of years ago, because the property is set in the middle of a neighborhood, and so Mohammed, you talked a little bit about fast buses. Well, we had a lot of fast kids, coming out of the school trying to make class, up to Highland. And so they bought a bus and hired a bus driver, and they dropped kids off every single day and picked kids up every single day. And also there is the transportation. I think you're still going down to UTA and down to the train and picking kids up because they come from everywhere.
And my daughter takes tracks every morning. She walks down through the mall and returns home through the mall, which has been fun for her.
Yep. So I think it's, it's very strategic, the logistics that they've put together over the years, as they've looked at it. And I think that it's unfortunate that we can't get that enrollment up, but I'm looking forward to hearing more about, hopefully I'll be able to attend your meetings and hear more about the marketing.
Great. And maybe just on the school front, it still needs help. We have problems with air conditioning and heat, and we could certainly use some more resources and help for that. We have lived the dream. We've been in several meetings where it's just we can't control the heat or the AC. So anyway, we need some support on that front.
Yeah, and I think on a broader note, I worked with charter schools out in California from starting in a little retail store all the way up to getting funding and building large facilities. And one of the challenges with the charter school, of course, is funding. So we're in an elementary school, and it's kind of like buried there, and we've got to make it work, and I think we're doing a really good job. But long term, for these types of things to really thrive, it starts to attract talent. And part of the reason that we moved down here was the promise of what it could be, and I'm on the board trying to help, and we're raising capital, and I'm putting capital in to make it work. But so having kind of a long-term vision, so renewing the charter is good, but even a longer term, the facility, we'd love to throw some money into the facility to improve it. Hard to do that without knowing where the school district is at. So I think going forward, just trying to come to some type of vision of where that school and program could be. For this to really work, we're going to need money. So in California, charter schools had to have private donors to back them. The last charter school we did was about $12 million into the facility to help build that thing out. And so that's where my vision has been programmatically. How do we make this attractive with the different tracks, such that outside interest would come and say, okay, this is, let's invest some money and really make this thing work. So I think we're doing programmatically really well, and I think in the last couple of years, from what I understand, they're kind of rebranding and understanding of what the school is, less of kind of an alternative school to really a very intense performing arts school is the focus. And so that's been a little bit filtering, but the types of students that are attending now are very focused on arts and performing arts. So I think one of the things I'd like to figure out long term, or just put in the back of your mind, is we're sitting on the school, it needs a lot of work. For a performing arts school, we're going to need money. Either we're spending it there or we're going to need to spend it somewhere else. So just trying to figure that out so we have a long-term play. It's hard to build a program without, a 3-year charter or however long this charter is.
I think that's the difference between understanding an independent charter versus a dependent charter. And, that's, I think that's where the difficulty lies, but I'll stop talking.
Well, maybe
Have time too.
Yeah. Maybe we should understand more about that as a board at SPA. Sorry, Superintendent, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I was making
We'll
sure
let
that our
Catherine-
board member.
Okay, sorry.
So, I mean, the facility discussion is not a new discussion. You guys are new,
Yes.
but it's not a new discussion. And so that's, we should maybe have you meet with a few people and talk to them specifically about
Okay.
that. I love SPA. I've seen some really talented, amazing students emerge from that. And I just think you do great things. And I love what you do for specific communities. Specifically, I think the LGBTQ plus community, you really serve well. But I think that it's open to all students and you treat all students fairly and well. And I really appreciate, your attitudes and the excellence that you require in theater. The only thing I would say is that many of these students will go on to have careers in the performing arts. Some of them won't.
Right.
And I just hope that they are also being encouraged to have the kind of rigorous academic background that they need. Several years ago, it was a long time ago now, we had a presentation on, it wasn't a charter renewal, it was just a presentation on academic, how the students were doing academically, and the core principal explained the way the math scores by saying, well, these are students that are in the arts. And, that just wasn't acceptable in my mind about, how the students should perform. So I would just ask you to make sure that all those students are getting the absolute best, rigorous academic background that they can get, as well as the arts, because many of them, they may go into arts management, they may go into something very different, but they need that background, just like our sports and athletes need their backgrounds, even if they're going to college on a sports scholarship. They need that background. They're not going to be football players or water polo players. I don't think we have any water polo players in our district, but whatever they play, they're not going to be that forever.
Yes.
And so that's the thing that I would ask.
Ideally, they have both, right?
Yeah, and I appreciate you saying that. My daughter struggled in school academically, middle school, and she is not watching, so she will not be in the performing arts, I don't think, when she graduates. She's great. She loves it. And it's a great way. Character development is kind of how we look at it, not only your character, but also character, right? And her GPA is, 3.6, 3.7 with like very little oversight, and she's really academically been a lot more engaged. I've been impressed with how Lucas and the administration is very focused on making sure they stay on track academically. So I have similar concerns knowing that my daughter probably won't be going on to the arts, but it is, I think, a great program and does help.
Sure does. And I think the fact that they're engaged, like we were talking about earlier, means if they're engaged in their school, then they're more likely to be successful in all aspects.
Yeah.
But I just make sure
Right.
that they are, that the focus is there.
Understood that.
Thank you. Superintendent?
So just one thing that I want to say that I've shared with Lucas as well. So our district is experiencing declining enrollment. And what I shared with him is I'd love for SPA to be an option for our students, but I don't want it to be a situation where we're competing for the same students. And so what I asked him, and I'll ask you all, is what is your marketing plan to attract students from outside of our district? So we're bringing them to Salt Lake City, not taking students that are in the district. And of course, we share them with Highland, but what are we doing to increase the number of students that SPA brings from outside? And I know there are some, because I spoke with a young lady who drives 50 minutes, both ways to get to SPA. So I know that there's an interest out there.
There definitely is an interest, and we even have some kids that have reached out. They're willing to actually leave their homes. In Wyoming, we've had a couple of kids this year who are seeking, they want to come to SPA because of the performing arts curriculum, and they've heard about it, and we're trying to place them in families, here within the school. But to be super transparent, the opportunity for us to be outside of this district and attract kids, I'm certain that, because Lucas is aware of that, I'm certain that that is part of the marketing plan, but I am not as familiar as I need to be related to that. So we can come back to the board and let you know what the answer to that is. I don't know if you have more information about that.
Our home is as I mentioned, our home is in Salem, and we specifically moved to condo downtown Oakland, or downtown, sorry, that's where a previous office was. I did a lot of work in Oakland. Downtown Salt Lake for this opportunity. Yeah. So that's picking up the family moving. So I think now it was a little bit, we didn't know what to expect. I didn't have a kid that wanted to be in theater arts. I love it. So Tina Fey, I love the whole idea of getting into acting. I think it does so much for your life and future if you could learn a lot of those acting skills that you develop. So I thought it was a fun program and worth a shot, and she took it serious, and so we moved. Other parents that I've talked to have moved great distances to be there. So there's a lot of energy and the idea, and I think when people, I don't know much about Salt Lake School District, but as far as like performing arts, taking that kind of focus, I don't know of any other school that's doing that. So when we go to competitions, I know we're not competing against Salt Lake schools, we're competing outside. So what would help with the marketing and the branding is to be able for me to articulate, here's what our 10-year, here's what we're, so with the 4 tracks, we can articulate that, and then, but long-term, again, facility is going to be a big thing. We're going to have to go raise a lot of money, which is, I'm fine to do it, and I think it could be easily done, but I think I'm feeling energy here, but it needs to be a little more, the board and the school, we've got this collective vision of what this performing arts could be for Salt Lake, and it could be a magnet. It already is, and I think it could be a lot more if we got on the same page, I think, with the facility and where we go.
Yeah, it just doesn't, it doesn't necessarily help the district. It might help SPA if we're competing for the same students. And so while some of our students will exercise that option, and we want them to, that's why SPA is in our district. It just would not help us if SPA is solely looking for their student body to be made up of students that would be in Salt Lake City School District schools.
Yeah, that's understood. That's not the target. Again, that's not where we came from. We came from outside the school district. Others have as well. So we're targeting anybody in the state or other states that want to be in a performing arts program.
Thank you. Nate?
Yeah. So thank you for being here tonight. I am also a huge supporter of SPA. Even before I came onto the board, I had the chance to attend each of the last 2 years' graduations, and just can't say enough how impressed I am, number one, by all of the students at SPA, not just because of their arts or their music or their acting or just whatever talents they bring to the table when it comes to the arts. There's a mission, that the school has, and I don't want to minimize any of the other elements that was put into the charter renewal that we reviewed tonight. But I've just been, impressed with the mission, particularly in paragraph 4 where it talks about unlocking gifts and talents and making sure that students are the best people that they can be, despite whatever challenges they might have in their lives or pressures. And I don't think I've ever seen an organization or an institution of adults and students that are committed to that mission and to that purpose. And I just think that speaks wonders about, the SPA board. It speaks wonders about the administration, the teachers, and the students. I think it speaks a lot for us as a district to be a partner, right? And so I just wanted to just say that to both of you and to your school and SPA community about how impressed I am and how much I love the institution and what it does for students and ultimately what students do with the opportunity, right? And I just wanted to say that. I don't really have any critiques or questions necessarily, but just wanted to just extend my support and that I would certainly be supporting this renewal tonight.
Great. Fantastic. Thank you. And we did see several of you at the graduation, so thanks for attending that.
Do you have any other discussion to this? I read through your charter. I like it. I'm happy to renew the charter for a time. For this time, I think it would be important to me that your meetings are at a time when Board Member Swett can attend. I think that's essential. I think we've missed that connection. I also think the building discussion is something that's a priority too. I mean, you're an independent charter. We let you use that building, but that's how we support you, right? I mean, it's a hard conversation to have, but it's not something that we're in a position to invest in that building without a stronger partnership with you.
Yep.
And so we're going to have that conversation. The building is what it is, and it's not getting better, it's not changing, right?
It needs help.
We can
It needs some love.
We can renew the charter, but we have to address that. I hope I'm articulating that well. Paul, do you want to speak to that at all? I can see you like jumping out of your seat.
I don't want to speak too out of line. I appreciate your passion. Christy and I have a unique relationship. I was at SPA at the inception as well, when it was at Highland and had that relationship. I was the one that actually suggested for a time, it was supposed to be a very short time, that we went up to the Rosalind Heights building. It was never intended from its inception as a long-term solution. It was intended that SPA would get to its original charter, which was 400 students, and then look at options to be able to afford a building. So that being said, putting all that history aside, I just wanted you to understand that I've got great memories of working with SPA and when they were in Highland, those type of things. But the building is beyond repair. It's beyond an investment. It's really at a point where you have to start looking at other options to house it. It just never was intended for what it was doing. It's a fire marshal, but it's out of code in so many different ways. And so you're spot on about what type of investment needs to be made, where it needs to be made, things like that. But it wouldn't be prudent for the district to invest in it. It's just out of code. It wasn't ever intended to be built or to be used the way it's being used. I hope I'm not being too direct, but I'm glad to have you here so I can kind of call a spade a spade.
Yeah, the more direct the better, because we're both new to this and totally everybody here is donating their time, and we don't want to. We want to make sure it's going to the most efficient thing. So it sounds like, and maybe Board Member Swett, if you could articulate maybe a little bit better. It sounded like you're making a distinction, but as filterless as you could be would also be helpful.
I'm trying to be nice. When, as Paul said, that the agreement had always been that you reach 400 and that you sustain it for over 5 years, because you would have to make a payment in order, to afford a building. But as Paul had said, the Roslyn property had never been that property. It was temporary, for SPA to be there. And so, Superintendent, I think that it's something, for me, I think that the charter does look good. I think there's, it's a little discouraging to know that you're down to 220, that's what you're looking at. And I would just say that at this point, you guys need to reevaluate, and decide where you want to be. Because Paul's right. I mean, at some point, Superintendent, the building's going to have to be raised. And it can't continue to be, you know, a place for SPA to be at. And so I think that, you know, future-wise, I think that, Melissa, you hit it on the head. It's a little bit uncomfortable, you know, to douse your enthusiasm about the school, because I think that, as Nate said, there's some amazing things that have happened at that school over the decade or so that I've been involved, you know, with being on that board.
Yeah.
So I think that at this point, you know, I think if there was a way for us to hold off and have them kind of regroup and make a decision about what they wanted to do over this next year, and then come back, you know, and let us know, because I think, Superintendent, it's, as Paul said, you know, we really need to assess that property, and I think that it's behooves us to do that.
Tell me what the timing is on the charter. I should look that up. Do you need that renewal now?
We do, I think.
In order to be able to continue as a school?
So the charter expires June 30th, and we have the charter, and then the building lease is a separate agreement.
Correct. So, Alan, would you suggest, as our business administrator, for us to approve the charter tonight, and then relook at, for the next year, for the day would be at the property for this coming year, and then reassess during the year what we would do?
Looking at the end of next school year, so have some serious conversations over this school year of what it looks like after June 30th of 2023 of where they're housed.
Okay.
I support that.
And I shared that with Lucas and the board chair at the time, that it wasn't a permanent solution. And the amount of money that the board was investing in trying to keep it open wasn't sustainable.
Right.
So this isn't new information to Lucas and the chair.
Okay. Look, I mean, just as Damien has said, transparency is the best. You're not dousing my passion for the school or my passion for what that school can create, and I don't think you're dousing Damien's or Lucas's or any of the other great faculty that we have. I think we have a great challenge ahead of us, and if you'll partner with us to help us with that challenge, that's what we would love. Maybe that doesn't come in the form of actual dollars, because I understand that now it's a different kind of agreement, which is fine. But I think it's appropriate for us to meet on some kind of level as a group, even if it's a smaller group of us. Damien and I and Doug, Lucas, we could meet on a separate basis and maybe actually brainstorm how we could potentially look at resolving where is SPA going to be when we grow up, because we're growing up.
Good.
So we want to grow up, and we want to be a bigger force, actually, in the Salt Lake community.
And I think what you hear is that we all support
Yes, it's
exactly
awesome.
what you're doing so much.
Thank you.
And really, those conversations are going to be
Okay.
But I'd like to recommend then, Board, is that I would take a motion to move this to action, and that we approve the SPA charter that's here in front of us, and then that we give direction to our superintendent and business administrator, and to have ongoing discussions with SPA about the building lease and
So I'll
problem
make
solving.
that motion.
Okay.
I move that we move the Salt Lake School for Performing Arts charter renewal to our action agenda, with the caveat that conversations will be held with Superintendent Gadsden, Business Administrator Kearsley, Facilities Manager Paul Schulte, and the administration and board leadership at SPA for future conversations.
All right.
Do I have a second? Okay. Motion by Christie and seconded by Catherine on moving this to action. Any discussion? If not, we'll start with you, Mohammed, on the voting.
Mohammed, yes.
Melissa Ford, yes.
Christie Sweat, yes.
Bryce Williams, yes.
Catherine Kennedy, yes.
Nate Salazar, yes.
Okay, and we'll go ahead and take action now. Christie, do you want to make that motion?
I'll just say move to approve.
Move to approve.
Instead of repeating.
Thank
Move
you.
to approve.
Move to approve. Motion by Christie. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mohammed. Any discussion to this motion? I'll just say thank you for your willingness to engage and to be, for us to have a really frank conversation about it. I think it's been hard for us to find a way to talk about how difficult this is, right?
Okay.
And what we want to do is support students, and we want to do it in a sustainable way.
Right.
So thank you. I mean,
Yeah.
I think it's been a good, frank conversation, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, and hopefully they keep coming. So
Yeah.
it's going to probably get a little bit harder before it gets better. So
Undoubtedly.
the more frank and direct would be great. Thank you.
It helps, right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'll go ahead and
Thank
start
you.
the voting, this time beginning with me. So Melissa Ford, yes.
Christy Sweat, yes.
Bryce Williams, yes.
Catherine Kennedy, yes.
Lisa Alder, yes.
Mohammed, yes.
Okay, thank you. Your charter's
Thank
approved.
you.
Thank you for being here, and thank you for the cookies.
Yes. Bye.
Okay, next item is the school safety discussion.
This will be Dr. Lisan Taylor, Mr. Logan Hall, Miss Christina Kendall, and Ms.
You guys should have just sat at this table.
Thank you all for being here.
Sam, is Lisan still? Okay, I guess the team will take it forward.
We'll take one for the team. So, we apologize that the PowerPoint that you have attached to your agenda is incomplete. It's obviously only one slide. Sam is going to put the correct PowerPoint up for us, and we'll go through it.
Yeah.
Mr. Magic Man.
And
next
April
slide,
will
please.
update it with the minutes.
I can't read that at all.
Oh, well, so school leadership and performance put this slide together in terms of their department focus to address the safety supports that high schools requested. So some of the things that they focused on, the 3 areas were staffing. They approved the hire of additional staff. They worked with Business Administrator Kearsley and Logan Hall in terms of the job descriptions to increase access of staff to cameras. They did a site plan for safety and a comprehensive approach to collaboration with SROs. And the support they've provided is to leverage additional resources to support sites for activities in terms of after-school activities or any activities where they might be expecting additional visitors or people on their campuses, and they've also facilitated additional adult coverage for those events.
That's also things like when we're leaving for the winter break, things like that, where there might need to be additional staff that goes to those high schools to help with dismissal, things like that, to make sure that students are safe and it's an orderly dismissal.
Thank you, Superintendent Katzen, because I was completely winging it. Logan.
As Christina already mentioned, we worked with Dr. Taylor in school leadership and performance, and also with Alan Kearsley in order to provide additional staff at some of those events. We also initially were tasked with creating new job descriptions for our security personnel, but in reality, we didn't need to create new positions. We had security positions. It was just hard to fill them. And so thankfully, at the last board meeting, we were able to see a substantial salary increase for our security personnel in our hourly positions. But through recruitment and being able to revise some of the security positions that we already had available, we were better able to fill those positions and provide some added support to the schools.
Next slide, please.
All right, well, I appreciate the slide. I don't know if it's necessarily as accurate as I would anticipate, but I think we'll get through this effectively. Many of the things that we've talked about in the previous item are things that we're talking. Nothing is chiseled in stone. There hasn't been any decisions.
Right.
I've worked with a company that has some scanning that is not like the traditional metal detector, and I'm hopeful to actually take it over. They're in town, to take it to West High and just kind of see what Jared and his team might think of that. We've talked to Sam and Chuck, so our technical and IT area, about do we want to have increased badge for students. Both that helps with identification, speaks to where Catherine was talking about with the students on campus, those type of issues. We're looking at, do we want additional fobs to give students access, IDs for attendance. And these are things, this is all just brainstorming at this point. Don't want anyone to go away listening to this and thinking we're locking down buildings or anything like that, but we're considering those. We're Dr. Taylor and I attended the Standard Response Protocol Conference. The I Love You Guys.org organization puts it on. We attended it, and they had an addition. We adjusted last year. I don't know if I mentioned it in this group, that there used to be a lot of confusion between lockdown and lockout. Right? Lockdown was less intrusive, lockout was higher intrusive. So last year they changed that to secure alert, so that we incorporated that. And then this is the thing I did send in the slide, and it's not there in front of me, so I apologize for the language, but they have an additional protocol, which is just to stay put, so it's not even locked down. It's if you have an upset student in the hallway and you need to keep everybody out of the hall for a while. So I'll call it stay put. That's not the right wording. So we'll be training the staff up on that this year. I will throw kudos to our previous superintendent, Dr. Cunningham. She started us going out as a team and training all the sites, and that has really increased how consistent we are throughout the district. And this year, Dr. Taylor is incorporating us into being able to provide training to all the administrators at once, which I'm very excited about, because then I can handle the different questions with everybody. So that'll be very helpful. And we're currently have RFP on the street right now for what our app will be, whether we retain duress or whether we go with another one. And the Salt Lake Police Department is going to be involved in the scoring of that RFP, helping us select the program. So those are some of the things we're doing.
And the next one's me. I thought Paul had gotten all warm and fuzzy for a minute when he was like, I love you guys. And I was like, oh. So school resource officers. We are currently in the process, as you know, of redoing our SRO MOU with the Salt Lake City Police Department. Jennifer had to leave, but she's also part of that in terms of the Mayor's Commission on Racial Equity and Policing, which is just called CREP. Currently, she's been meeting with CREP to gather all their data, and then we've obviously provided our data as to things we would like to see changed in the MOU. And my understanding from talking to Jennifer about where we sort of all are in terms of the police department, the district, and the CREP is that we're not really looking at making wholesale fundamental changes to the MOU. I think a lot of what's in there is really good. The bones are there. We just need to flesh out more of the communication pieces, what it actually means, like make it more understandable for the public, and just get a little more consistency in the meetings that we're holding to solicit community input on how it's really working in the community. So all those are things we're going to flesh out. We have currently, because of how long this is sort of taking, the police department and the district, as well as the mayor's office, are all aware that we're going to extend our current contract until 12/31/2022. Our expectation is it's going to not take anywhere near that long to get a new MOU. Our hope is to get a new MOU in place by the end of August, but I'm sort of tired of making these sort of like 6-month amendments consistently down the road, and so we didn't want to do a 2-month and then have miss it by a little bit. So we're just going to extend it to December, but the expectations clearly that we'll have it done before then. What we're requesting, based on a joint meeting we had with Dr. Buendia and Dr. Taylor, is additional assistance for our schools in responding to trespassers on high school campuses. That's a big problem, whether those people are students from other schools or whether they're just visitors who don't belong on the campus and are being disruptive. And that's something that CREP is hearing as well, and the police department is aware of. So we all jointly share that concern of getting some additional assistance. The next steps in formulating an MOU is for all of us to sit down and go through what the 3 separate groups are asking for, see where we come up with in terms of commonalities, and how we can incorporate those recommendations into the document. As I've already said, we're planning on hopefully having the MOU in place by the fall of 2022. That aligns with the current SRO administrator training that we have planned for early August. Our hope would be that we would be training all the SROs and administrators jointly on any new provisions in the MOU, as well as all the training that's outlined in state law, which covers a variety of topics. And Dr. Buendia has shared so far what our expectation is for that training with the mayor's office and CREP as well. And I know that there's been a question in terms of the number of school resource officers we might be expecting for the upcoming school year. Obviously, we do have a guarantee from the police department for 5. They have shortages right now, staffing shortages across the board. They have some in homicide, violent crimes, and robbery that they're trying to staff initially. Their hope, as is everyone's hope, is that they can assign us 9 to 10 SROs. That would be ideal. The model for our MOU right now currently doesn't work very well with only 5 SROs. I mean, how we envisioned our model working was a lot of collaboration and building relationships, and that's just not feasible with 5 SROs. So while the hope is 9 to 10, we do need to be realistic in our expectations that they are still having ongoing current staffing shortages that may affect their ability to fully realize that. But Business Administrator Kearsley and the Superintendent have been very clear that we are willing to fund as many SROs as we can get up to that limit of 10.
Mm-hmm.
So.
And just a little history on that, Alan, you can maybe explain. We were paying half of the salary for 10 officers. Then we agreed to pay the full salary for 5, and the PD paid for 5, correct? Isn't that the way we did it, instead of the billing of half of 10?
No, they still bill us for half.
Yeah.
Okay.
With COVID and us going out and remote, they only assigned us 5. So we were still paying our contracted amount for those services for the 5, and then they were just, even though we said we would go up to 10 and fully fund what we had paid in the contract, they were just never able to provide that, even though we had reached back out to them.
Right, they couldn't get back up to the number. They made an agreement with Superintendent Madden that while we were out for COVID, they were short at that time, and we allowed 5 officers to go back to them. The school year started and they never reinstated the 5 that Larry allowed them to borrow from us. And they had a good academy class, but the chief said that they did not have as many as they thought to fill all of the vacancies. But he was still committed to trying to make sure we were up to 10. And what I've shared with Jennifer, the mayor, and the chief is that we want a proactive partnership where the officers are student-centered and they're focused on building positive relationships with our students, so that if there happens to be a conflict or something that happens, they're seen as an adult that could be trusted on the campus and not just law enforcement as they're dealing with students.
And I think that's what I was getting at. That model is extremely difficult to implement with only 5 SROs who are responding to all our emergencies. But I will say that the feedback that we have been getting district-wide is that when it is a trained SRO who is responding to an event, that outcome is much better and much more positive than if we just have to call like 911 and have someone come out who's not trained. But to Dr. Gadsden's point, I mean, there was a misperception out in the community that we were unwilling to fund the 10 SROs, and that has simply not been the case. That's just a misperception that was out there. So any other questions?
I got a few questions, if I could. Is that okay, Ford? So one, Paul, has the RFP opened for the digital or the app or mobile component? I think I even talked to you about this maybe a year and a half ago, right when COVID started, but I was reached out to by a group of students who I think were at Yale at the time, who had been developing a really cool app that a number of schools, districts around the country had adopted, but it just wasn't the right time for us, but I would like to let them know that there is a timeline for the RFP, and if they're interested to check it out and where and how to do that.
If they need where it is or their website, have them just call purchasing, and purchasing can hook them right into the appropriate place.
Okay.
There's another great one from Georgia that my brother, who just retired as an educator, Dr. Gadsden might know, I can't, but he sent me but he said the same type of thing, just got to let them know, here's where you can go.
And then additionally, I guess just with the SRO piece and the MOU, and I'm not calling anybody out, I know that it ruffled feathers a lot, from inception to, probably from inception of Representative Holland's bill and getting that passed to the development of our MOU and to the implementation piece. There is an allegation or even perception that the training wasn't completed to fidelity, and for not necessarily because of us, not because of the police department, but just because of probably that communication piece that you elaborated on, Christina, because you're right that when you do have a trained officer, with the student-centered focus underneath all of the elements of training that the MOU and Representative Holland's bills outlines, you do get a different type of element relative to what a police officer brings to a school environment. And I know that there were issues with training. I don't want to go into the whole detail of the story, but I just personally don't believe, based on what I've heard, that it was done with fidelity. I know the pandemic probably played a lot into that too, but we really, really need to iron that out, right? Because it is talking about the lives of students, the safety of the school, and then, of course, ultimately the relationship, the positive relationship that can be built between young people and law enforcement that lives on for a lifetime for students, and not in the way that this bill intended to address, which is any kind of positive or even negative interaction between a student and law enforcement increases the student's probability or likelihood, especially for young men of color in our school district, that they will end up in the justice system one way or another. And those are the types of things that we're trying to eliminate. So I'm glad that we're talking about these things and that we're bringing all of these elements from the CREP Commission, from students, from our community, from this board, from our district PD, mayor's office. Everybody involved, has that value.
Right, and I think, to be completely transparent, some of the things that we're really looking at is in terms of data collection, really gathering that data, what that looks like in terms of when SROs are involved with students. So, that is going to require a lot of tracking and coding in our system appropriately in terms of, even what a SRO intervention looks like. Is that an administrator talking to an SRO? Is that an SRO talking to a student, right? And how we code that to ensure that there's consistent coding and that coding takes place. Because I'm sure you're aware, with the CREP Commission, they asked for a lot of data previously in terms of what, how many incidents did we have with an SRO being involved, and we just simply didn't have that type of data because of our coding, and because people would consider interventions differently. So we're definitely looking at delving into that data piece and making sure that we can gather more data, looking at ensuring that the training is comprehensive, consistent, implemented with fidelity, and it covers all the categories. And then the other thing that we're and just making sure it's understandable, because my understanding from talking to people is how people interpret the SRO MOU varies, from SRO to SRO, right? Like that there's not consistency, so that we can do that piece as well. And really just getting more community involvement and communication and transparency in it, because I think a lot of the community members feel that's not there right now. But but what I would say is, when you look at the MOU, it's not that the MOU is bad, it's just how it's being implemented with fidelity, right? And I think that's why we're all sort of agreeing that the document itself isn't a problem, it's really just flushing it out and implementing it. So I think we definitely all are on the same page. And I know Dr. Gadsden really wants our MOU to be a model. Yes. And that's my hope as well.
I would definitely agree with that. And, I emphasize the communication piece, because I think it's, sorry, my time. From what I've heard, it was SR to SRO, but it was also potentially principal to principal. And you had like some SROs saying, oh, that's not my place to intervene. And principals are like, no, it really is. And and there was kind of this standstill in the middle of the hallway when incidents are happening that they could have addressed. And those are things I'd like to see addressed.
And my hope is that we can address that in sort of a simplified version of the MOU for people, as sort of like a cheat sheet that they can have, and also by doing like role playing and scenarios as part of the training to say, hey, in this situation, what would you do? And have everybody here and us there to say no, yes, whatever. So we can address all those points.
Right. A simple example is when I was at East High School, students were on the hall, and I'm kind of like Mr. Hall. I gravitate to those students and ask them why they're not in class, where they're supposed to be, things like that. So Dr. Johnson White and I were at East. There were 2 SROs there having conversations. I went to talk to the students. and Dr. Johnson-White said to the two officers, can't you walk down there? Because as adults on the campus, that should have been something that they were asking. Where are you supposed to be? Why aren't you in class? And their understanding was it wasn't a crime, so they weren't engaging the students. And so those are some of the things every adult should be asking students, where are you supposed to be? Why are you not in class?
We're going to address all that.
Uh-huh.
Thank you.
Of course.
Other comments from board members?
Thank you.
We're not looking for any action here. We're just grateful for this report, and I would just say, let's keep up this good work and momentum and focusing on that, keeping our kids safe at school. Thank you. All right. The next up, we have this equity definition and framework, and we talked about this just recently, but we didn't take action on it. And my understanding is that in order to move forward, that the equity committee is looking for that, for us to adopt.
Yes.
At least the definition and this framework. So it's something we talked about maybe 2 meetings ago, and really appreciated Dr. Buendia and Dr. Gutierrez coming and talking to us about this framework. We can spend some time discussing it tonight. I think what I'm looking for is for the board to give then direction to this group on how to move forward with this definition and framework and strategic plan. Dr. Buendia, do you want to speak to that at all?
So I want to make sure fortunately, Christina caught some editing errors, and so I want to make sure that, and then Yandari, after the fact, caught some more, so we definitely need to, there's some formatting errors that we need to address, so I apologize. As the author, right, you're in the document, it's hard to see it, and so I'm not sure, I sent it to April, I'm not sure if you have the latest iteration as a hard copy.
We might, it might be linked to the latest one, because I think there's a change that I see that was made
Okay.
today.
From what the
maybe.
original,
Yeah, because there was an apple, but there was no text. So even if, I know,
Yeah,
Dr.
they have the
Gutierrez is,
text.
okay, perfect. And so I just wanted to let you know that we're aware that we need to go back and
Make some-
editing and formatting.
But not substantive changes,
No,
just formatting. Okay.
And I think, Melissa, that really is the point, is that I'm so glad that you said, we've talked about this, we've looked at it, we definitely have praised it. I think that the definition is spot on. So the formatting to me is not really an issue. I think that if you need us to make a motion tonight and discuss
That's what
it
I'm
some
looking
more.
for.
So I'm going to make a motion that we move the equity definition and framework to action.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, I've got a motion by Christy, second by Catherine, to move it to action. Any discussion to that? Okay, Christy, you start the voting this time.
Christy Sweat, yes.
Bryce Williams, yes.
Catherine Kennedy, yes.
Mohammed, yes.
And we're moving the equity framework and definition to action. Do you want to vote on that?
I'll approve.
Nate
Yes.
Salazar, yes. Melissa Ford, yes. Thank you. Okay, so now it's on action, so let's go ahead and take action on it.
So again, move to approve the equity definition and framework.
Okay. Motion by Christy, do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Catherine. Any discussion to that? I think what we're looking to do is give you full support to move forward with this framework, and know that we feel like the work you're doing is super important and support you in it. So thank you. Any other, okay, we'll go ahead and vote this time, starting with you, Bryce.
Bryce Williams, yes.
Catherine Kennedy, yes.
Nate Salazar, yes.
Mohammed, yes.
Melissa Ford, yes.
Christy Sweat, yes.
All right, thank you. Thank you,
Thank
Dr.
you.
Buendia.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr.
Superintendent.
Gutierrez.
Thank you, Dr. Gutierrez. Thanks for joining us. Okay, the next item for discussion is B2 school board meetings, and for that, Christina's coming to the table. You read through it, you know that they're Not too many changes, but if
No.
you want to go ahead and describe them, Ms.
Sure,
Kendall, that'd be great.
and I apologize to the subcommittee. This was a legislative change that didn't make it on our subcommittee agenda, but I emailed it around electronically, and they all agreed that we could put it on the discussion agenda. There were two different bills that required revisions to your board policy B2. One had to do with whether or not individual board members who were participating by phone or electronically would be calculated in the as to whether or not you made a quorum. And I spoke with Board President Ford briefly about this, and she agreed that they should be counted in the quorum. So that is how the policy is currently written. The other one had to do with whether or not, how you record votes in electronic board meetings. So it's required that you have a roll call vote unless it's going to be unanimous. And I think that's just because of technology. People can't really tell who voted yes or no. So that's also included in there under electronic meetings. So those were the only two changes. Do you have any questions?
Any questions, any discussion?
I move that we move this to action.
I second.
So motion by Catherine, seconded by Bryce, that we move this to action. If there's no discussion, we'll go ahead and start the voting with Catherine.
Catherine, yes.
Nate Salazar, yes.
Mohammed, yes.
Melissa Ford, yes.
Christy Sweat, yes.
Bryce Williams, yes.
Okay.
I
Now let's
move
go
that
ahead
we
and take
adopt,
action.
B2 school board meetings.
Second.
Okay, motion by Catherine, seconded by Bryce. Any discussion? Okay, we'll vote, starting with Board Vice President Salazar.
Nate Salazar, yes.
Mohammed, yes.
Melissa Ford, yes.
Christy Sweat, yes.
Bryce Williams, yes.
Catherine Kennedy, yes.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead. Then we'll stay seated. And this is the P9 administrative and teacher stipends with the accompanying teachers. This is the second reading for this
It is.
policy.
So, as you can tell by the administrative procedures and the board policy, like, our expectation is to only provide stipends. If it's a significant additional duty, like, our expectation is that we're all team players and that, we'll take on minor duties, just as they're assigned, and that's not going to trigger a stipend being paid to us. And so, the first part of the administrative procedures talks about like general principles in terms of what would actually be considered a significant additional duty. And that would be typically like outside of their contract period. It would be outside of their department or school. It's not something that's typically connected to the person's responsibilities. So what we're looking at is defining when a stipend might be applicable, and then the two kinds of stipends. One would be for a teacher. Those require, a written request, but that request would be approved by the principal if their funding source has the funding for it. And one of the things we made clear is in terms of productivity. This is something that Board Member Kennedy brought up, that payment for productivity assignments is not considered a stipend, but that you wouldn't get productivity unless you did complete the additional teaching assignment. So if that's approved, the paperwork just gets sent to payroll. The administrator stipends have at least a 2-level approval process. It would be again, it would be a written request saying where the funding was coming from, understanding what the proposed stipend amount was, the duration of the situation, and exactly the circumstances warranting a potential stipend. That would need to be approved by the supervisor. If the supervisor is not a cabinet level member, it would then go to the cabinet level member. If it was, obviously it's already there. And then the cabinet level member would submit it to the business administrator to either approve or deny the request. And then the business administrator has final approval on all those actions. And any stipends would be subsequently reported to the board as part of the monthly reports that the board gets on its agenda. So that's pretty much what we're looking at. And as I indicated before, this was created out of a board request that we had talked about several months ago. So
thank you.
That's where we are.
Thank you for the work on that, and thank you to the policy subcommittee for your work on that, and thank you to the board for the discussion we had at a previous meeting. Like I said, this is the second reading. I wanted to give the board, we decided to give everybody an opportunity to think about this a little bit longer and take feedback on it. So do we have any discussion to this policy? If there's none, I'd like to entertain a motion to move it to action.
So moved.
Moved by Catherine. Do I have a second? Christy, is that you that seconded?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Let's go ahead and vote on moving it to action, beginning with Board Member Bade.
Mohammed, yes.
Melissa Ford, yes.
Christy Sweat, yes.
Bryce Williams, yes.
Catherine Kennedy, yes.
Nate Salazar, yes.
Okay, now let's go ahead and take action.
I move that we approve P9.
I second.
Okay, we've got a motion by Christy Sweat and a second by Bryce Williams that we approve P9. Any discussion?
I would just like to thank Alan and Christina for the good work that was done with this policy. I think it's very well written and very well researched, and so thank you so much for the work that you did.
Yeah, I'll echo that, thanks. If there's no other discussion, the voting starts with me this time. Melissa Ford, yes.
Christy Sweat, yes.
Bryce Williams, yes.
Catherine Kennedy, yes.
Nate Salazar, yes.
Mohammed, yes.
Okay, thank you. That concludes our discussion agenda and our action agenda. Now we'll go ahead and move to board member reports. If board members have anything they'd like to report.
I can go first.
Thank you.
Okay, so Superintendent, I think that there was in Dr. Johnson-White's report tonight about summer school. And I think that from what I've been hearing, and I think I will include Melissa but not speak for her, is that there seem to be some issues around how our special ed students were identified and the information that was sent out to them in a timely manner, logistics, just all of that was encompassed in that. Although it sounds like, I'm so glad that we have, the ability to have the program. And also, I know that we were worried about staffing it. And so it sounds like it's moving forward. But it seems like there's a consistent, I don't know, problem with feeling like there is a group of our parents who are special ed parents that are feeling very underrepresented and not listened to. And so I don't really know how to go about that outside of maybe suggesting a survey, that's specific about maybe some specific things, that our special ed parents are struggling with. And also within our schools, that there is this perception. And again, I haven't witnessed this. I don't think that Melissa's witnessed this, but I think that it's come up consistently this past year that to make sure that we're communicating well with our schools and communicating well with our most at-risk, population. And so however we can do that, in a very private way, obviously, we want to protect, but also gather some information so that we can at least address, some of the issues, that are being brought up. I know that there's some concern, which I think that with Nicole Suchi leaving special ed and going into one of our schools, that also, gets our parents, upset about that. So I'd just like to hand that to you, and see if there is a way that we can, figure out a way to communicate and gather up some feedback on how that was done with our special ed parents. The last thing that I just want to touch on is a couple of months ago, the board asked for us to look at how we approve on our consent agenda the human resources report. And we haven't had really any feedback about that. And the best way to address, which is difficult, and I understand that, but by our policies it says, pending board approval. And I think with the issues that we've had recently, and to protect the board and not to throw criticism, at our HR department, but for us to consider having another column added to that HR report that would simply say verified, that all the credentials, that the application, that everything is solid. And unless it has verified and a check mark on it, that maybe it shouldn't come to the board. And if there's a special circumstance behind it, then that should probably be explained to us. I think that it's really hard to be caught off guard and then to, basically have the blame laid at the board's feet. And so I would just like us to think about that, and Superintendent and President Ford and Vice President Salazar to brainstorm a little bit on how that would look and how that conversation, would go.
That's good advice.
Do you mind if I follow up on that? I know we're not in discussion point, but.
No.
Chrissy,
If
do you
Christy's
mind?
done with her board report, you can make it
I'm
part of
done.
yours.
Yeah, I mean, I've actually been thinking about something similar, maybe not all of the elements, Christy, but I know just relative to that verified spot, there's a couple of things that have a timeline relative to, I think the thing that comes to mind is the licensure. I think there's and correct me if I'm wrong, Logan, but I think there's a specific amount of time that an out-of-state.
90 days.
90 days. And maybe we just make that explicit on the approval process of that contract, instead of it saying has to be completed or verified at time of receipt or a time of appointment, whatever that looks like. But that would be one suggestion I think I'd make as I've looked into that a little bit.
I think that let's brainstorm and come up with the best way, to do that. I mean, right now, I think it's just our policies that specifically say, pending board approval. And so just to keep it as clean as we can, I appreciate that thought. So it's just.
I'm hearing support for that, so that's something that leadership will take on and bring back to the board. Do you have anything
No,
else you want for your board
It
report?
just sparked it.
Catherine, did you have a
I
board
just
report?
remind that people on JLC that JLC is meeting and you can meet by Zoom on Thursday morning, I think at 10 o'clock. And so if you're a member of our JLC, you should have gotten that. And if you can't go, let me know. So if you're a JLC representative from the board, then you should have gotten that reminder. No?
I think you're the JLC rep.
Well, that's right.
These
but-
are delegates.
That's right.
and so-
Okay, I was going to say.
I am the JLC rep.
Yes,
Um,
you are the
That's a
jail.
good-
Yes, I am.
Okay,
The
okay,
delegates come to that, I get invited to that too, and come to that too. Is that right? Okay, the delegates.
Anybody can go if they want.
Anybody.
That's right. But the delegates did not get that.
No, because the invitation goes to you. But what you're saying is the delegates can come. and-
Exactly. Thank
And
you.
really, truthfully,
That's right.
any of us can come,
I
but
got on
you're
an
the voting-
airplane at 4 a.m. Salt
I
Lake
know
City.
it. Catherine, I'm
Okay?
not
And I had to get to the airport 2 hours before that.
No, you're good.
Right now is such a great time to have us all, come into the conversation because they're really talking about setting priorities.
It is, and it's, and
So if
I'll
you've
send
got
it to
time
you
for
then.
it, I would recommend that you be a part of it.
10 to
and thank
12,
you,
and there is a
Catherine.
Zoom
Yeah,
link.
that's right, that's right.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Bryce, anything else, Catherine?
I think that's it.
No.
I'll stop there.
Nothing this time.
Okay, thank you, Bryce. Mohammed, did you have a board report?
Yeah, so there is this, it's called My Brother's Keeper for Salt Lake City. And what it is basically, it is a youth rising summit which brings together the young boys, men of color age 14 and up. And there's going to be educators, there's going to be like, it's a place for them to network. And so basically, the event is on June 25th from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. And it's going to be at Smart Home Arena. Is it pronounced Vivint? Vivint, yes. And so, yeah, if you know anyone, who is looking to network, especially minorities and so, please send them that way. It'll be great. And I have the information. I'll be glad to email them.
Thank you,
Share.
Mohammed.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Okay, I'll just take a quick minute and say thank you to the board and to the cabinet member who've been with us for the duration of the day, and especially probably to Catherine, who's also been in Boston this morning.
And Bryce.
And Bryce, who was in New York. So thank you for making this work. We have covered a lot of ground today, and I appreciate the willingness to engage in the work. So really, thank you. Superintendent, I'll give you time for your report.
Yes,
Thank you.
I just want to thank the board and cabinet for a productive meeting. I want to thank all of the staff that are working summer school and working with our young ones and families who agreed to send their students for summer school, and wish everyone a great start to the summer and some great days ahead.
Thank you, Superintendent. That concludes our agenda, but before we adjourn, I'd like to take a motion to convene a closed executive session for the purpose of discussing litigation, negotiations, and/or property, as well as character, professional competence, or physical or mental health of an individual, and/or deployment of security personnel, devices, and systems.
So
President
moved.
Ford, on June 21st at 9:17 PM, I move that we go into closed session for, do you want both litigation, do you want both A and B, or just B?
Yeah, just say A and B.
Litigation, negotiations, and/or property, and/or character, professional competence, or physical or mental health of an individual, and/or deployment of security personnel, devices, or systems.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Catherine, seconded by Bryce. Okay, we'll start the voting this time with Board Member Sweat.
Christy Sweat, yes.
Bryce Williams, yes.
Catherine Kennedy, yes.
Nate Salazar, yes.
Mohammed, yes.
Melissa Ford, yes. All right, thank you, everybody. This public meeting is adjourned. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Happy New Year.
Thank you.
Not midnight yet. Give us a minute.
It's midnight somewhere.
Midnight in Boston.
It is.
Almost.
It's only 11:20.
Only
What's
11.
that?